Apocalypse, start with a firearm, build a tank in 10 days. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 151 Yelling. Amidst the light, a deep, dark red beam shot straight towards Lin Nan's forehead. I can't dodge it. Lin Nan suddenly realized that it wasn't just him. The beam's speed was so great that even the 8th rank saints behind him couldn't stop it. And just like that, before the light faded, Lin Nan collapsed with a thud. Everyone in the live stream was stunned. Li Huai was especially surprised. Even as a 9th rank saint, he had no confidence in dodging the beam. It was all too sinister. The eerie dark red beam, even the mere sight of it, felt like it was tinged with death. So, in Li Huai's view, Lin Nan was simply testing poison for him. Serves you right. You've snatched my opportunity. The dark old saints stared in dismay. This was someone Athena had sent them to protect. How could he just disappear like that? What was they supposed to do? Just as they were unsure what to do, Lin Nan was forcibly pulled back into his consciousness. He wasn't dead. At this moment, he stood beside the system's control panel, and before him stood a strange-looking figure. He had no body, his entire body transparent. This transparent entity was enveloped in a layer of dark red light, like a cloak. Overall, he looked like a ghost from hell. However, even though he was a ghost, Lin Nan could still see his expression, arrogant, boastful, as if he had been reborn. He looked at Lin Nan teasingly. I didn't expect a mere 4th level star-level cultivator like you to possess your own sea of consciousness, capable of entering and exiting at will. I mistakenly thought I'd invaded the body of a powerful divine star, but it seems my excitement was in vain. The man began to speak. In reality, a sea of consciousness, something almost mystical, was possessed by no one else, not even the so-called 8th and 9th level masters. Lin Nan possessed this very space thanks to the system. However, Lin Nan was also wary because he had just used the word invade. He knew it was not a good intention. Who are you? What on earth are you trying to do by invading my sea of consciousness? The man treated this place like his own, looking here and there, completely oblivious to his outsider status. Huh? Were you talking to me? No, why aren't you leaving? Oh, sorry, I forgot again. You're just a 4th level star-level dregs. You can't let your soul wander like us. So, I have to give you a ride, the man asked and answered himself, his tone even more sarcastic. Lin Nan also caught on to something. This guy was trying to usurp someone else's power, in other words, to possess someone else's body. He had never imagined that he would one day be possessed by someone else. Wait a minute, Lin Nan suddenly looked up, having just heard the system's voice. Gradually, his frown softened. Lowering his head, Lin Nan looked at the mysterious man again and said, wait a minute, before you die, can you let me know who you are, before I die? I didn't expect you to be so calm in the face of death. Actually, it's okay to tell you, but I don't want to tell you. Ha ha ha, the man's expression became even more playful. To him, Lin Nan was like a puppet at his mercy. Lin Nan shook his head helplessly. Since that's the case, I'll just have to torture you into confessing. Lin Nan's words were so penetrating that the mysterious man who wanted to possess his body was startled, then laughed even more unbridled. Haha, I didn't hear correctly. A mere 4th level guy is trying to force a 5th level divine star master like me into confessing. Boy, you're hilarious. As he said his last words, he already felt the deepest affront from the system. The man's face was filled with murderous intent, but Lin Nan, across from him, was laughing, and that laughter was not like that of a dying man. For some unknown reason, the man's superb 6th sense, possessed by a 5th level divine star, told him there was a trick. But he was only a 4th level. What could a 4th level possibly do? What the mysterious man didn't know was that, though Lin Nan was only a 4th level, he possessed a system. You could slaughter Lin Nan at will with your overwhelming strength, but you couldn't reign supreme in the system's domain. Indeed, this sea of consciousness belonged to the system. To occupy it and seize its power was tantamount to wresting territory from the system. Whether he was courting death or not, the man imprisoned in his physical form would reveal it. Suddenly, an equally transparent whip appeared in Lin Nan's hand, a gift from the system. The moment his body was restrained by the invisible force, the man knew he had come to the wrong place. Snap, snap, dot. Each blow of the whip struck the man's soul. The power aside, the consequences were untold. This was the soul, after all, and once the soul was damaged, the consequences were unimaginable. So, after the first lash, the man flinched. I'm telling you what you're asking. Stop it, the man was on the verge of tears. He hadn't expected a 5th-ranked Divine Star warrior to fall at the hands of a 4th-rank warrior. Even more unacceptable was the thought, why the hell did you hit me even after I begged for mercy? You were so arrogant just now. I hate it when people act so arrogant in front of me. Now that you've done it, what should I do? Lin Nan said disdainfully, his grip increasing in force. Snap, 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 so good. No, it hurts. After dozens of lashes, the 5th-ranked Divine Star warrior curled up in fear, trembling. This was undoubtedly the most painful and profound experience he had experienced in all those years. Lin Nan had almost become a shadow in his heart. After all, this pain was etched into his soul. If it was just an ordinary soul attack, it wouldn't have caused such great damage. After all, what damage could a 4th-level Divine Star do to a 5th-level Divine Star, even if both were in soul state? But the problem was that whip. No matter what level you were, it hurt. Lin Nan was tired, and he slumped to the ground. Tell me, where are you from, and why do you want to take over my body? The 5th-level Divine Star expert also breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with Lin Nan's questioning, he didn't dare to hide anything. I come from another universe and was killed by my enemy, but fortunately my soul is still there. As long as I can successfully take over someone else's body, I can survive. Lin Nan thought for a moment and asked again, then why don't you stay in your universe and come to ours? And how did you get here? You can't just come here whenever you want, right? The man said this with a hint of disappointment. That universe is unbearable. Everyone wants to kill me. There are so many Divine Star experts, and they all have 1,000 ways to prevent possession. So to survive, I had no choice but to come to this universe and try my luck. Who knew I would run into you first? At this point, the man sighed and continued, as for how I got here, it was actually an accident. There's a star field over there called the Dead Zone. Almost no one can successfully pass through it. Luckily, I made it through and ended up here. The moment I passed through, I sensed a shift in the laws of the universe, and I realized I had arrived in another universe. The man's words contained so much information that Lin Nan struggled to digest it all. It wasn't his fault, after all. Compared to this universe, he, an Earthling, was merely a native of the marginal realm. To prevent Lin Nan from thinking he was deceiving him, the man elaborated on many other matters. For example, he maintained his soul's vitality by inhabiting a device called Kazan, a combination of minerals and organisms. His body had long since died and was no longer usable, and this device allowed him to inject his soul into another's consciousness, allowing him to possess it. This was also the ability of the powerful beings of Divine Star, to free their souls from the divine realm and, combined with certain technological means, achieve the goal of possessing another body. He also explained the laws of the universe, explaining how they knew they had arrived in another universe because of changes in those laws. For example, the transportation in this universe was based on Newton's 3 laws, which were laws of nature. But in other universes, these laws either remained in place or became distorted, producing other effects. Men are like that. Originally, the aircraft, built according to the laws of his universe, allowed him to soar through the starry sky, but in this universe, it was like a mad bull, constantly crashing around, even piercing a small planet. Fortunately, the material was strong enough, otherwise both would have perished. After his explanation, Lin Nan understood a lot, and felt that the whippings had not been in vain. But after saying this, the 5th-level Divine Star expert named Yelling begged Lin Nan to let him go. My aircraft contains my body. If you don't mind, I have my combat uniform inside. You can wear it, HMPH. Lin Nan turned his head away. I don't care for a dead person's clothes. No, listen to me, Yelling said anxiously. That combat uniform is made of a special material from our planet, capable of withstanding high-intensity damage. I've noticed that the overall strength of your universe isn't very strong, so this combat uniform, for you, might be, Invincible, invincible. After hearing his words, Lin Nan trembled all over. This is a damn good thing. Chapter 152 The Power of the Battlesuit. Haha, what the hell? The legendary opportunity turned out to be just a corpse. Really? I must have seen it wrong. It really is just a corpse. Oh this. Everyone in the live stream was shocked by the supposed treasure inside the blue spacecraft. They had high expectations, but the result was so disappointing. I thought it would be some earth-shattering treasure, but, gone. The live stream's popularity instantly plummeted. Come to think of it, how could such an opportunity fall into the hands of such a person? In a spacecraft amidst the stars, Li Huai gazed at the corpse on the screen and laughed heartily. Those people you ordered to intercept them, retreat. I thought it was some treasure. I really don't care about this kind of trash. It looked like just space junk, and even someone as powerful as Li Huai naturally disdained it. Turn it off. There's nothing to see. He shook his head, his gaze fixed on the deep, starry sky outside the aircraft. Just then, Su Shenglong's voice rang out, Lord Huai, what's that guy doing? With that, Li Huai turned his head, his gaze returning to the screen. He saw a figure enter the blue aircraft. It was Lin Nan. Lin Nan, having just come to his senses, rushed towards the corpse inside the aircraft. He's stripping that person's clothes. He's not going to. Oh my god, it's a corpse, and it looks like a male. Li Huai glanced at Su Shenglong with disdain. Put away your disgusting thoughts. Su Shenglong realized his own gaffe, but he was still puzzled by what Lin Nan was actually doing. Why was he stripping someone's clothes for no reason? He must have discovered something mysterious about this suit, but even if it's mysterious, can it really withstand my full-strength attack? Li Huai noticed something odd about the combat uniform, but that was all. The crowd in the live stream naturally saw this, and they were filled with disdain for Lin Nan's actions. It's said that the dead are the greatest, and Lin Nan's actions were tantamount to desecrating the dead. Even Eri felt that this was inappropriate. She wanted to persuade Lin Nan, but when she met his gaze, the girl gave up. Eri saw the greed deep in those eyes, and she was a little afraid of Lin Nan. Lin Nan, on the other hand, didn't care what the crowd in the live stream or Eri thought. The popular streamer, the center of attention, was nothing in front of Lin Nan. If she dared to speak too much, Lin Nan wouldn't mind sending her to the afterlife. Of course, Eri was tactful and didn't stop her. Look, damn, he's wearing the clothes of a dead person. Lin Nan's action once again stunned everyone in the live stream. This was outrageous. Li Huai couldn't help but twitch his brows. As a powerful person, he was a misophobe, and clearly, he wouldn't do such a thing. Quickly turn it off. There are disgusting people everywhere. Su Shenglong knew Li Huai couldn't stand this kind of thing, so he tactfully turned off the live stream. However, just then, they heard Lin Nan's words. How shameless, Li Huai exclaimed. He had just heard Lin Nan actually ask his former idol, Lord Luotian, to unleash a full-strength attack on Lin Nan. Such outrageous words from a fourth-level cultivator made everyone think Lin Nan was mad or perhaps just a bit provoked. Lord Li Huai, are you still going to shut down the live stream? Su Shenglong said weakly. Li Huai ignored him, instead focusing his full attention on Luotian. Luotian naturally felt a sense of helplessness. Lord Apostle, are you sure? Lin Nan nodded solemnly. Luotian had no choice. Although he didn't know what was happening, he had to obey. Boom, a bright light flashed, and the energy field surrounding Lin Nan trembled. With the force of a single punch, the live stream screen instantly went black. What happened? Am I blind, you idiot upstairs? That punch from Lord Luotian was so powerful it directly affected the live broadcast equipment. What? No way. The live broadcast equipment was affected. The interstellar live broadcast industry is undoubtedly one of the top industries in the universe, and similarly, the technological content of live broadcast equipment has also increased significantly. Ordinary battles have no impact on live broadcast equipment. As long as it's not directly damaged, this equipment is generally very stable as a video transmission medium. Of course, there are exceptions, high-level battles, which also show that Luotian's full power just now. What the hell, is it over? I want to see the results. I want to see it too. Besides, the live broadcast power plugin shows that Lord Luotian's punch has a power of nearly 100 million. That means that person is definitely dead, not necessarily. Live broadcast power is the sum of the energy fluctuations of the entire energy field. Unless it all hits that person, it can't be said that he directly withstood 100 million power damage. Although the live broadcast screen went black, few people chose to leave at this time. Obviously, they all wanted to see Lin Nan's result. Not long after, the video returned to normal. They watched on the screen as a dozen dark gold saints surrounded Lin Nan, their faces etched with visible shock. He survived. He actually survived? Oh my god, how is that even possible? That was a full-strength attack from an 8th rank warrior. That's right, that's absolutely impossible, it's confirmed. That attack from Lord Luo Tian just now didn't hit that man at all. It definitely didn't. Everyone was discussing this, and just then, Ari's voice rang out. It did. It hid him completely. Her voice trembled, clearly in disbelief at what had just happened. As the only person in the live stream who witnessed what happened, Ari's words were undoubtedly the most authoritative. Her words made the people in the live broadcast room boil over again. However, this was nothing, because the more exciting things were still to come. Lin Nan turned his head to look at the people who surrounded him, and said calmly, "Let's start, attack me with all your strength." Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Li Huai was dumbfounded, and Su Shenglong was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. He actually let 15 8th level evolvers attack him. How could he possibly withstand it? He's a 4th level evolver. How could he withstand the full strength attack of so many 8th level evolvers? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Alice, he's courting death. Although Ari said that all the attacks hit him, I don't think it's possible. He's wearing a dead man's clothes and can resist the power of a god. This is simply impossible. The moment this person raised the question, the screen went black again. Damn. Rubbish Dawaya. The screen went black again. Some people couldn't help but complain about the live broadcast platform Dawaya, but at this moment, everyone realized the combat power value on the side. Look, the combat power value has soared to 1.5 billion points. It really is the full strength attack of 15 8th level evolvers. Although they couldn't see, it didn't affect their calculations of the burst value. The person who had previously questioned Ari couldn't help but ask, "Ari, can you commentate on the live broadcast?" In fact, it wasn't just him, many people were calling out for Ari. The video couldn't be seen, but that didn't stop her from watching the comments. Hearing the viewers' requests, Ari politely took on the commentary. As you saw earlier, 15 level 8 evolvers are currently attacking Lin Nan with all their might. Oh my goodness, Ari's figure came to a sudden halt. This frightened everyone in the live stream. What was the result? Yeah, what happened to Ari? What happened? Don't stop talking mid-sentence. Li Huai was so anxious that she almost turned the spaceship around and headed back. At this moment, Ari's voice rang out again. The result. See for yourselves. The high burst attack ended, and the video returned to normal. Everyone was shocked to see Lin Nan, still standing high and vigorous, while the surrounding level 8 evolvers collapsed on the ground exhausted. Shock and disbelief filled everyone's faces. Li Huai's eyes were now red with envy. He realized that the battle suit he had seen earlier was far more than simple. However, compared to this, the next step was when the real action began. "Everyone, attack," Lin Nan said calmly, looking at the 99 dark gold saints in front of him and the tens of thousands of mechas behind him. Oh my god, could it be, that's right, our screen is going to go black again. No, I mean, is this guy named Lin Nan really going to challenge these 99 established masters? It seems so. Faced with Lin Nan's even more arrogant thoughts, no one questioned him this time, even though his opponent was even more powerful this time. Please, Dawaya, hold on, don't let the screen go black. Click. As expected, the screen went black again. Everyone was accustomed to this, but soon the screen lit up again. Li Huai hung up the communicator. Indeed, he had deliberately used his own strength just to watch the live broadcast. Let me see how you managed to hold up. Even so, he still didn't believe that Lin Nan's ability to withstand their attacks was due to that battle suit that was almost his own. His live battle power value approached 10 billion points. Amidst the stunned expressions of the crowd, they saw that figure. Lin Nan didn't react at all, simply standing there, allowing them to bombard him. It was as if a protective shield enveloped him, making him impervious to any outside attack. Although they had expected this, the sight was still unbelievable. Li Huai, in particular, was nearly vomiting blood at the sight before him. Baby. This is truly a treasure, and this treasure was almost his. Li Huai, who had just been thankful it was only a corpse, now regretted it with a vengeance. Chapter 153 Soldiers. Well, I wasn't lying to you, was I? On my level, your strength is nothing. You can't even break through the defenses of my battlesuit, Yellen boasted. Honestly, this battlesuit was truly impressive. With it, self-preservation was a breeze. But, according to the agreement, shouldn't you let me go? Oh, Lin Nan's lips curled up in a hint of disdain. I don't remember any agreement with you. If I remember correctly, you were the one who mentioned the use of this battlesuit. You? Yellen was about to explode with rage upon hearing Lin Nan's words, but his imprisoned body didn't have the slightest chance to fight back. What is this? From the moment he put on the battlesuit, Lin Nan had felt something digging into his waist. No, seeing Lin Nan trying to check, Yellen's reaction was a bit exaggerated, and he shouted, "There's nothing there." No. That's the combat suit's master recognition system. If you touch it, you'll die instantly. And if you die, I'll die too. Oh? Lin Nan's hand suddenly stopped. Was that really the case? Seeing Lin Nan stop, Yellen breathed a sigh of relief. But then, he saw Lin Nan return to his consciousness, and a whip appeared in his hand again. I feel like you're lying to me, but I can't verify it. So, sorry, I can only force you to confess, Lin Nan said calmly. Why are you playing this trick again? Yellen was stunned. In fact, he had really tricked Lin Nan. Because the items in the combat suit's waist pocket were extremely valuable to him. If they fell into the wrong hands, it would be like losing his life. That's why he resorted to this trick. However, the whip before him would also make him suffer a fate worse than death. Just as Yellen racked his brains for a way to avoid the lashing, Lin Nan's waving arm suddenly stopped. His face overflowing with joy, he left his sea of consciousness and reappeared outside. As Yellen stared in bewilderment, Lin Nan touched the small protruding device on his waist. At the same moment, the suit itself began to speak. Detected non-host. Activating the suit's self-destruct system. The entire planet will be affected. Recommended immediate return of the suit to its original owner? Then, Yellen's voice echoed in Lin Nan's ears. Hey, why aren't you listening to me? Take off the suit quickly and throw it next to my body, or the subsequent explosion will flatten the planet. Lin Nan heard him, but didn't move. He even lowered his head, carefully examining the device that could cause the explosion. Seeing Lin Nan unmoved, Yellen grew anxious. And not only him, but the people around him, as well as everyone in the live stream, had heard the suit's voice. What's going on? We just got a great treasure, and it's about to explode. It seems so. The person above, be more resolute and remove the word it seems. Haha, good fellow, you've only been a god for 1 day. No, not even a day, just a few minutes at most. Some people who were jealous of Lin Nan were making outrageous remarks, wishing that the treasure in Lin Nan's hands would explode immediately. Among these people was naturally Li Hui, who had just been immersed in regret, but now it was as if he had been resurrected with full blood. Haha, I was wondering, how could such a good thing happen? What a pity, what's not yours will never be yours, Li Hui smiled contemptuously. At the same time, Su Shenglong on the side whispered, Lord Hui, do you want us to send those who were sent to encircle him back? Just now, he had ordered the troops to be withdrawn, but after learning that Lin Nan's combat uniform was very terrifying, he sent people to encircle him again. Now the situation has changed drastically. Su Shenglong was undecided about what to do next. Li Hui listened to him without even glancing at him, simply saying, come back. Su Shenglong obeyed his command and immediately rushed to fetch him. Li Hui propped up his head and stared at Lin Nan before him. Although his expression was calm, he firmly believed that Lin Nan was faking it. Let's see how long you can keep up this pretense. He took a sip of his blue fruit wine, his eyes filled with a playful smile. It was unknown when this 9th-level warrior, though he didn't say it out loud, in his heart, he had already begun to regard the 4th-level Lin Nan as a rival. On the screen, Lin Nan calmly listened to the voices coming from his combat suit. Eri, standing beside him, whispered to Lin Nan to remove the suit, but Lin Nan ignored her, twisting his waist as if to adapt to the suit. Yellen's voice of persuasion never ceased. Why haven't you taken it off yet? If you keep going like this, someone will die. The piercing alarms of the battle suits echoed with a sharp, piercing sound of warning. Everyone waited anxiously, and even Eri, the young girl, was trembling with fear. The only thing keeping her going was her trust in Lin Nan's Weibo account. Finally, after who knows how long, someone in the live stream finally said, we've been waiting for half an hour, Why hasn't that battle suit exploded yet? Immediately, more and more people began to comment, damn, are we being tricked? Lin Nan looks so confident, he obviously knows something, that's right, knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, yet still going there? I don't think Lin Nan is that kind of person. Unknowingly, many people became aware of this 4th level evolver named Lin Nan. Although only 4th level, compared to the many dark old saints, he commanded far more attention. Look, something's changed. Everyone looked toward Lin Nan's waist. A light grew brighter and brighter, more and more blinding. Their hearts skipped a beat. Could this dazzling light be about to explode? Li Huai stood up, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Su Shenglong had never imagined that a 4th level evolver before him would command such attention from Li Huai. Explode! 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 Li Huai shouted explode 3 times in a row, watching the light grow ever more powerful and dazzling. However, the expected explosion didn't occur. Instead, the warning sound had ceased. This was something they could detect. What they could was the being named yelling in Lin Nan's sea of consciousness. Now, he wished he were dead. How did you discover this secret? Yellen couldn't believe that this secret had been uncovered by a little creature he had despised from the beginning. And the so-called secret was precisely this deceptive alarm. This alarm is just a scare tactic, it won't actually explode. However, that's for those who know. Those who don't know would be desperate and willing to risk their lives. Otherwise, few would ignore an alarm, especially one that lasted for over 30 minutes and became increasingly alarming. Lin Nan was a special case. As for how he knew Yellen was deceiving him, it was simple, he possessed the ability to detect danger. If the combat suit was truly dangerous, he would be the first to spot it. Furthermore, before doing so, he consulted the system, which gave a positive response. With this double guarantee, Lin Nan was naturally fearless. He wasn't afraid at all. The light faded, and the explosion didn't occur. Many in the live stream were disappointed, commenting on the comments. Furthermore, they saw a small box emitting an orange glow appear in Lin Nan's hand. That box looks incredibly valuable, judging from the material. It looks like it's made from crystals from the divine star from the other side of deep space. Legend has it it's made from the bones of a master. If a box like this is so precious, the contents inside might be even more precious. Is it truly so miraculous? So, if you're saying that, this 4th level guy has obtained another treasure, no, a divine artifact to be exact, Li Huai's defenses were shattered again at the mere mention of the word divine artifact. Almost instantly, the wine glass in his hand shattered into impossibly fine dust. Seeing this, Su Shenglong, standing nearby, wisely ran out, shouting again, seal off. Seal off this livestock planet. Don't let anyone inside escape. Meanwhile, Lin Nan stared at the box in his hands, seemingly lost in thought, but in reality, he was grilling Yellen about the box that had appeared out of nowhere. This time, Yellen remained surprisingly firm, remaining silent no matter how hard Lin Nan whipped him. Lin Nan gave up after a few strikes. The man, thinking Lin Nan had surrendered, raised his lip in disdain. Give up. Only I know how to use this thing. And don't try to get any information about him from me. I'll tell you the truth. This box is the reason I was hunted down and killed. I'd die for it once, a second time, a third time. Lin Nan saw Yilang's determination, and the more he saw it, the more mysterious and precious this box became. What could it be used for? Lin Nan was still examining it carefully when the system's voice suddenly chimed in. The module in the host's hand can be used to upgrade the system's functions. Upgrade functions. Lin Nan was stunned, then asked, upgrade what functions? The system hesitated for a moment, but soon Lin Nan knew the answer. Reporting to the host, it's a function that can summon soldiers. It's important to explain that these soldiers are generally people with combat capabilities. These can be summoned through the summoning function and become the host's subordinates. Chapter 154 Visitors from the Northwest. Can anyone be summoned? Lin Nan pressed. That's the theory, the system continued. But the details won't be known until the upgrade is successful. So, host, are you willing to upgrade? Lin Nan glanced down at the treasure chest in his hand, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided to upgrade. It wasn't for any other reason than simply not knowing how to use it. Since it could be used to summon helpers, why not? Yellen noticed the change in Lin Nan's demeanor. Lin Nan's anxiety had subsided, and he suspected that Lin Nan had either given up or figured out the treasure chest's true use. Yellen clearly preferred Lin Nan to give up, but reality told him, from their brief interactions, that Lin Nan was the kind of person who would not hesitate to kill someone for his own benefit. He stopped whipping himself, clearly having made up his mind. Even if it was just a fantasy, Yellen still felt a sense of unease. "Why aren't you interrogating me anymore?" Finally, Yellen couldn't help himself and spoke. Lin Nan had never met such a mean person. "Wouldn't it be fine if he didn't torture me and just kept enjoying himself? Why did he have to ask me again? Why? Are you reminding me not to forget to beat you?" Naturally, Lin Nan didn't bother to pay attention to such a person. Although he was a fifth-level being of the Divine Star, he was now just a prisoner. Lin Nan disdained to pay any attention to him. Seeing that Lin Nan didn't bother to pay attention to him, Yellen felt belittled. This made him unbearable. After all, for the strong, compared to physical pain, self-respect is the most important thing. You can kill me, but you can't trample on my dignity. Thinking of this, Yellen was furious. "Bah, you brat, you hurt my soul and took my treasure, it's fine, but now you dare to look down on me like this. Do you really think I, Yellen, am a weakling who can be manipulated at will?" "What else?" Lin Nan was looking at the blue aircraft, wondering if there were any other treasures. "What else? What else? How dare you say otherwise? I'll burn my soul power and perish with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Nan noticed that within his sea of consciousness, Yellen's soul was already burning. But before it could even begin, water suddenly appeared from nowhere and doused it. Yellen was stunned. This was the flame of his soul. How could it be extinguished so easily? He refused to believe it and tried to keep it burning, but just then, a voice entered his mind. "I advise you not to attempt any dangerous actions, or I will simply wipe you out." The voice was soft, gentle, yet truly sounded like advice. Yet, when it reached Yellen's ears, it resonated with him as if he were facing a formidable enemy. He froze his soul, not daring to move. Although he had already prepared himself for a fight to the death with Lin Nan, the voice of this third party blew his mind. That's right, Yellen, a fifth-level Divine Star, was terrified. Just then, Lin Nan's voice suddenly rang out, "Fool, from the beginning, your opponent wasn't me." Yellen's sea of consciousness was merely a new creation created by the system's arrival. Ultimately, it was still the system's domain. If you acted like this in the system's domain, it would only treat you like an arsonist. After receiving the warning, Yellen shivered quietly in a corner, silent, clearly frightened by the system's warning. With his sea of consciousness once again quiet, Lin Nan naturally enjoyed some time off. Meanwhile, the livestream was almost over, leaving some viewers lingering, especially as no one had a clear answer to the final treasure. Some even offered high prices for the chest, but it was clear Lin Nan wasn't interested. "This planet is quite beautiful." Finally, Ari took a look around the livestock planet, and his journey came to a close. However, just as she contacted the company to leave, suddenly, through the clouds, they saw a dense mass of light points suddenly appear. Not only on this side, but also on the other side. The density and number of light points were no less than those on the other side. Just as everyone was still unsure of what was happening, a sudden, loud bang echoed through the sky. Then, a huge flash of light. An explosion. Lin Nan also looked up. "No, it's a battle." Luo Dan, standing nearby, seemed to have noticed something and continued, "It's the Star Alliance and a fleet of a God's disciple fighting in a place like this. It seems the Star Alliance is no longer willing to hide." Lin Nan knew that the Star Alliance had been secretly eliminating the God's disciples to maintain stability. Their current actions were tantamount to publicizing the rupture between the two. As they expected, all major galaxy news media began to publicize the split between the Star Alliance and the God's disciples. The news came so quickly that many people didn't even react. Even the live broadcast rooms were discussing the news. "Hey, have you heard that the Star Alliance and the charlatans are fighting? That's not just hearsay, that's what I saw with my own eyes. I can tell you're new here. We saw it through the live broadcast a long time ago." That's right, swish, a large number of starships suddenly appeared. Swish, another large number of starships appeared. That scene was spectacular, but it is said that the gods are no match for the Star Alliance. Their gods should have appeared by now, right? Don't even think about it. There are no gods at all. They are all made up by them. They just want to enslave people's minds. Come on, although the gods don't have a good reputation, there are still some with good character. I still support them. I'm afraid you can't stand it anymore. I'm Li Huai. The interstellar coordinates, 54,188, 94,188, 757, are where you can find the answers you want. Damn, Big Brother Who I is here. I pay my respects to him. By the way, what's at that coordinate? Almighty netizens, is anyone there? You can go and have a look. I'm quite curious, Master Hui, what's in there? Stop keeping us in suspense. That's right. However, Li Hui had already turned off the live stream. Since they dared to openly start a war, then invading a planet controlled by a follower of a god was naturally nothing. Li Hui had already made up his mind to return to settle accounts with Lin Nan. Tell everyone to keep a close eye on their movements. Whoever emerges from that planet must be stopped. With that, Li Hui piloted the aircraft alone, heading towards the livestock planet. Haha, Lin Nan, right? Wait. I'll let you experience the feeling of having your love stolen. The closer they got to the planet, the more excited Li Hui's face grew. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. This kind of excitement, even killing a follower of a god, hadn't felt before. Just the thought of it filled him with anticipation. Almost. Li Hui trembled with excitement, his mind racing. He imagined Lin Nan being crushed beneath his feet, and then the thrill of obtaining the treasure. In short, this time, he was determined to kill Lin Nan. However, he could think of punishing Lin Nan, but how could Lin Nan not think that Li Hui would seek revenge on him? So early on, Lin Nan sealed the Dark Gold Saints and sent them back to the Magic City. When Li Hui arrived at the livestock planet, he saw a vast empty space. There was nothing left except the fresh meat that had been slaughtered and had not yet been transported. Li Hui suddenly panicked, a bad premonition filling his mind. He picked up the communication device to ask if Su Shenglong had captured anyone. As it turned out, he had indeed captured someone. Before he could even rejoice, he heard that it was actually Eri and the company that had picked her up. Fuck you, Li Hui angrily threw the communication device to the ground, then roared to the sky. The sound was so loud that it directly cracked the ground beneath his feet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lin Nan sat among a group of women grilling lamb skewers. The sizzling, oily lamb, lightly spiced with cumin and chili sauce, washed down with a few beers, was a true delicacy for those who hadn't tasted meat in a while. Qin Ming, in particular, was eager to lick the skewers off. Deputy Commander Qin, stop it. Don't act like you've never tasted meat before, you're still blaming me, kid. Look at you. 50 skewers, only 30 left. Lin Nan smiled sheepishly. Mainly, I used them to pick my teeth. Just then, Qin K approached. You too, you're crazy. We grilled plenty, more than enough for you. Night fell, and the darkened Magic City shrouded in darkness was ablaze with lights. Everyone was immersed in the blissful joy of the barbecue feast. Few survivors on this planet could enjoy this kind of life. And all of this was brought to them by a man named Lin Nan. Zai, enjoy your meal. Thanks to that statue of yours, I gave a 9th rank warrior a good slap in the face today. A slightly tipsy Lin Nan embraced Zanya, whose face flushed red with affection, flattered. Kid, when did you start boasting so much? I believe you can beat 5th and 6th rank warriors, but forget about 9th rank warriors. Qin Ming clutched a bottle of wine and hugged Lin Nan tightly, trying to pour the wine into his mouth. Seeing Qin Ming's disbelief, Lin Nan considered asking Luo Yuan to give him a hand, but just then, a messenger ran in, gnawing on a leg of lamb. Commander, someone's coming from the northwest. Then, everyone saw a group rushing over. They stared at the barbecue in their hands, swallowing their saliva. Although they were eager to eat, they still obeyed the rules. Lin Nan noticed their discomfort and waved his hand. Please sit down and eat. Let's talk while we eat. Chapter 155 The Surviving Researcher. Interstellar Coordinates, 54,188, 94,188, 757. This was a dim and cold planet, its desolate landscape shrouded by countless gallows. The deathly presence of the corpses attracted a swarm of scavengers, and the low moans of those still alive sang like the requiem of souls seeking their own death. Horrifying, haunting. A steady stream of people were brought to the gallows. This grave-like planet was where the Covenant executed the most heinous criminals, but in recent days, the number of arrivals had been quite high. Each of these individuals, without exception, wore white robes. Facing death, their eyes showed little fear, but rather a resolute willingness to die. On the central execution platform, The young man watched the executions one by one with amusement, a smile spreading across his face. He enjoyed watching this spectacle, and the more he watched, the more excited he became. Just as he was enjoying the sight, an old man suddenly approached and bowed reverently. "General, Athena has vanished. We've searched the surrounding star regions, but there's no trace of her." The old man trembled with fear, clearly terrified of the young man before him. Despite his cynical demeanor and a gentle smile, however, only by truly understanding him could one understand his terrifying nature. After all, he was no ordinary man. As the head of the Star Alliance Patrol, Xiahou Zilong, this seemingly youthful man, was the god of the entire Star Alliance. "Alright, I get it. I don't blame you. The gods are now defeated, and Athena alone can't cause much trouble." And, Xiahou Zilong glanced up at the old man, smiling faintly. "And, while I'm feeling good, you'd better tell me all the bad things I've done. Otherwise, you can go downstairs and choose a gallows of your choice." Xiahou Zilong's words made the old man shudder. You have to remember, he was the man who had accompanied Xiahou Zilong since childhood, and yet now he spoke like this. While the old man showed a slight reaction to Xiahou Zilong's words, that was all. Aside from a hint of nervousness, he remained calm, clearly accustomed to the situation. The old man was also tactful. While he didn't know how Xiahou Zilong had guessed there would be bad news, since he had been asked to speak, he spoke directly. "General, you are truly foresighted. The executors of our seeding program on a remote planet seem to have recently lost contact. The so-called seeding program involves spreading the corrupted insects, and once they successfully spread across the planet and evolved into powerful, high-level beings, we will harvest them all." Xiahou Zilong frowned upon hearing the old man's words. Who did this? Could it be the gods' followers? I remember when the plan was first announced, they emphasized repeatedly that the target must be 1,000,000 light-years from the center of the universe. Logically, the gods' followers shouldn't know this distance. This subordinate doesn't know either, and not only that, the old man's voice trembled noticeably as he tried to compose himself. The evolutionary potion that the starship was responsible for transporting to the central universe might have been lost as well. What? Xiahou Zilong's face was filled with shock. Could it be that Huang Shijing and his teacher have lost contact? Exactly. The old man lowered his head, his expression grim. Bang! A huge gully suddenly appeared in the ground before the two men, all because of Xiahou Zilong's stomping foot. I've painstakingly run this for a whole year, and this is the end. That's 100 million evolution potions, and they were just lost like that. Xiahou Zilong stamped his feet in anger, and the ground trembled. Now, have Li Huai led a fleet of starships. I don't care how long it takes, I want to know who did this. Do you understand? Xiahou Zilong shouted to the old man. The latter nodded repeatedly and retreated. After an unknown amount of time, Xiahou Zilong regained his usual composure, though a flicker of anger occasionally flickered in his eyes. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Nan's eyes reddened as he shook the old man's hand affectionately. These dozen or so visitors from the northwest, weary and exhausted, were the same group that had previously moved from Kyoto to the Northwest District. They also had another identity, senior researchers from the former Kyoto Research Institute. They had come to the Magic City because the Northwest Defense Zone had been attacked by mutant creatures. The seemingly boundless sandy desert, devoid of mutant life, still underestimated nature's creations. No one could have imagined that a species of desert ant could exist within the desert. Even more surprising was the ability of these tiny ants to mutate into giant anteaters over 10 meters tall. The once successfully built northwestern city vanished overnight. And these researchers had been protected by the entire fighting force of Kyoto. None of the old leaders had survived, believing that even if they did, it would be a waste of food. But these researchers were different. The technological prowess they possessed was the last hope for this planet and this country. They knew that far to the east lay a city called the Magic City, the last remaining human settlement. To the Magic City, these were the old leader's final words before his death. Protected by hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the 12 Zodiac War Chiefs, and the 24 Solar Terms Warriors, these researchers finally survived. But the price was that only 3 of the 12 Zodiac War Chiefs and 1 Solar Term Warrior remained. Donglin, welcome home, an old man suddenly appeared, his body trembling, tears in the corners of his eyes, like a dazzling galaxy, moving people. Zhao Donglin, The dean of the Kyoto Research Institute is a leading figure in the field of weapons technology, just like Wang Zuzan. He is also one of the dozen researchers who returned from the Northwest Defense Zone. And the old man who called him was none other than Wang Zuzan. The two of them were from the same school and went through the crisis-ridden years together. Their love was as high as the sky. After peace was achieved, the two went to the south and the north respectively. Later, the virus broke out and they separated again, one in the east and the other in the west. Originally thought that there was no possibility of seeing each other again, but unexpectedly, the two old men, most of their bodies buried in the ground, still had the possibility of meeting each other. When Zhao Donglin saw Wang Zuzan, he suddenly became a different person, bursting into tears. Brother Zuzan, they're all dead. Our former leader, our compatriots from the Northwest District, they're all dead. I'm incompetent. If only we could make powerful weapons, that would be great. If only we could make powerful weapons, that would be great, the old man wept bitterly. Wang Zuzan, like an older brother, lovingly wiped his tears and snot. The scene was deeply moving. Yeo, go find them accommodations. These are heroes. Treat them with the highest regard. Lin Nan spoke to Chu Mingyao, who was also crying and hiding nearby, and was deeply moved. Chu Mingyao, upon hearing Lin Nan's instructions, carried out her orders without hesitation. I'm not leaving. I'm going to the lab. Please assign me some research tasks. Every time I close my eyes, I see their tragic deaths. I dare not rest. The moment I close my eyes, I feel so guilty towards my compatriots. I'm not leaving either. I want to get back to research. Let's get back to research. These dozen or so Northwest researchers had sacrificed the lives of millions of people, and deep down, they harbored an endless sense of guilt. Even a moment's rest felt like someone was demanding their lives. This was the after effects of the devastation wrought by the apocalypse. Wang Zuzan and his colleagues had experienced the same thing before. Thanks to Lin Nan's vivid speech back then, they were able to refocus their minds and ultimately overcome these after effects. Faced with this situation again, Lin Nan naturally didn't mind using his old tricks again, but he felt they might not be as effective. Scolding them again might not only fail to awaken them, but would likely backfire. Let me do it. Wang Zuzan looked at Lin Nan. This time, the old dean had taken on the task for him. Internal matters at the institute were best handled by in-house personnel. He didn't want to hinder Lin Nan's ambitious plans. Finally, the group followed Wang Zuzan into the laboratory. His method was simple. Amidst their astonishment, the old man personally led the group through the lab. They saw prototypes of combat mechas, prototypes of thunder weapons, and even a Zeus model aircraft. Furthermore, Lin Nan had brought many other highly technologically advanced weapons. However, many of these were still awaiting completion. Amidst the stunned gazes, Wang Zuzan spoke. As you've all seen along the way, the Magic City has been transformed thanks to Commander Lin. Nearly 100,000 mechas are being mass-produced every day, but this isn't enough to combat the increasingly dangerous mutants. Therefore, I need you to be at your best to collaborate with our researchers in the Magic City, and I understand your feelings, but such reckless research will inevitably come at the cost of your health. The group gradually understood Wang Zuzan's intentions, tears glistening in their eyes, but they remained silent. Wang Zuzan continued, to put it bluntly, the entire Dragon Nation might only have one city left, Magic City. And even in this Magic City with a population of tens of millions, there are only a few hundred of us capable of developing technology. If one of you collapses, our research progress will drop by 1%, and the danger level in Magic City will increase exponentially. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Evolution Potion. So, I need you to live well and contribute our last bit of strength. Only then will their deaths be more meaningful. Wang Zuzan's words gradually awakened the crowd. He knew they needed time to react. You now have two options. One is to go back and rest, then do your research tomorrow. The second is to get out of my institute and continue to live under the burden of this self-imposed guilt. As soon as he finished speaking, the institute fell silent. Zhao Donglin felt a little ashamed by his senior brother's words. In fact, this was one of the few times he had seen Wang Zuzan lose his temper. Having come to his senses, He led the group out. Of course, they didn't leave the institute, but to go back and rest. Just halfway through, Zhao Donglin turned to look at his senior brother Zuzan. I wonder if I could join you in building the Zeus aircraft. Wang Zuzan shook his head firmly. Facing Zhao Donglin's astonishment, Wang Zuzan smiled and said, we've already mastered this aircraft and are now in mass production. It's a shame, you're a little late. Everyone was stunned by Wang Zuzan's words, astounded by the scientific research prowess of the Magic City. Go back and get some rest. We have another aircraft called the Whalefall right behind us. It's a Tier VI aircraft and will definitely be a formidable challenge. We'll work together. Hearing about a Tier VI aircraft, the Kyoto researchers were even more astonished. They also became curious about the Magic City commander, Lin Nan, who had been drinking with them earlier, as they already knew all this was thanks to Lin Nan. Having finally settled the Kyoto researchers, Wang Zuzan and his team were about to return to their project, but just then, they were summoned to the square, along with the Kyoto researchers. The square wasn't crowded, but the important people were all present, especially Lin Nan. Seeing Wang Zuzan and his companions approach, he immediately went to greet them. Seeing Lin Nan smile, Wang Zuzan was puzzled. Young man, why did you call me here? I have a project to complete. To Lin Nan now, Wang Zuzan was a national treasure. He had just learned that they had mastered the 5th tier Zeus aircraft and were mass producing it at a rate of 10,000 per day. While a 5th tier aircraft might seem insignificant compared to the Star Alliance patrol in space, for the current Magic City, it was an absolute killer weapon in the battle for control of the skies against the mutants. Lin Nan supported the national treasure and said with a smile, I must have called you here because I have something good to say. I see your body has somehow become stronger, so I'm thinking of giving you a complete makeover, replacing your bones, your internal organs, everything. This way, you can live for decades longer. What do you think of my proposal? Bone replacement sounded ridiculous, and in fact, Lin Nan was just joking. Qin Ming laughed along. Just as he was about to get Lin Nan to be serious, he saw Wang Zuzan looking at him seriously and asking, are you serious? It really can extend your life. The anticipation in the old man's eyes was self-evident. Lin Nan was surprised to find that he actually believed it. Not only him, but the equally elderly Zhao Donglin was envious after hearing this. He looked at Lin Nan with a slightly resentful look, as if to say, how can you be so partial? I may have just arrived, but my achievements are no less than Brother Zuzan's. Lin Nan naturally noticed his reaction, but she hadn't expected these two elderly people to be so eager for longevity. It's no wonder, after all, they're so old, probably afraid of death. Aren't you afraid of death? After all, it's a head, a brain replacement. This time, Lin Nan deliberately sounded a bit serious. However, Wang Zuzan remained unmoved. As long as we can survive, we can contribute more. What's the big deal about replacing a head or a brain? Young people, although we're researchers, we're not afraid of hardship. Elder Wang's words moved Lin Nan again. It turned out that they weren't greedy for life, but rather wanted to contribute more to this country. I've been judging others by my own standards. Lin Nan pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly and pulled a syringe filled with blue potion from a nearby box. This was the batch of evolution potions looted from the Covenant warship. He hadn't known it at the time, but later he checked and found that there were over 100 million potions in it. This was truly a treasure. Not only that, these potions were categorized into various types, such as combat, support, and mental. By injecting the corresponding potion, one can directly gain the corresponding skill. Lin Nan had previously asked Luo Tian about this potion's price. Each injection carries a hefty price tag, primarily due to the production restrictions imposed after the corrupted herb became indiscriminately available. Scarcity makes things valuable, especially such a miraculous potion. Furthermore, injecting the same type of evolution potion can achieve the same rank increase without the risk of explosion. Of course, simply injecting doesn't guarantee a rank increase. There's a bottleneck period, during which no matter how many injections are taken, there's no benefit. The reason researchers like Wang Zuzan were invited here was because Luo Tian had previously stated that in the central universe, researchers who have been injected with evolution potions live longer than those who haven't, and their research capabilities are enhanced. Of course, this requires the injection of a spiritual evolution potion. Dean Wang Zuzan saw the syringe in Lin Nan's hand and was puzzled. Young man, is this the anesthetic for the head transplant? But why isn't there an operating table? Are you planning to do it here? Lin Nan shook his head, then said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Sorry, Mr. Wang, I was just teasing you. Why would I do a head transplant? This is a syringe. It can increase your lifespan and scientific research capabilities to a certain extent. In other words, it can turn you into an evolver." Evolver, everyone was instantly excited. Becoming an evolver. This is something they couldn't even imagine. They never thought their team would one day become an evolver. "Don't worry, it's all possible." The commander said, "You guys are crucial to the future of our Magic City and Dragon Country. I have to think about you first." While that was true, the injections were actually being carried out simultaneously. Lin Nan was helping the researchers with the work because they were small, just over 100 people, so the job would be done in a short time. Another day of slacking off? Of course not. After the injections were completed, they all became energetic and underwent various changes. Psychic evolvers have enhanced brains, practically tailor-made for researchers. And according to Luo Dan, becoming an evolver will extend their lifespans. So, theoretically, Wang Zuzan and Zhao Donglin, two deans in their 70s and 80s, could easily live for decades. Most importantly, their scientific research capabilities have been enhanced. Just now, someone was pricked with an injection and returned to the lab because they had figured out a solution to a key problem. This is the magic of the evolution potions. After all the researchers became evolvers, Lin Nan stopped them as they were about to leave. "Hold on, look what I have in my hand." Lin Nan handed them a blueprint. Seeing it, the researchers were stunned. It was the blueprint for the evolution potions. "Ah, hell, there's such a thing? Is it real?" Zhao Donglin stared at the blueprint, unable to help but question it. Not only him, but the researchers in Kyoto were in disbelief. Compared to them, the researchers in Magic City were already used to it. "Don't be silly with your basic exercises. Don't be silly with your basic exercises." These were just basic tasks for Commander Lin. As for the evolution potion blueprint, while it's not really a blueprint, it's more like a prescription. The most important thing isn't the ingredients, but the numerous related refining equipment. Unless one can obtain the blueprints for all of this equipment, creating the evolution potion is practically impossible. Upon learning of this situation, Lin Nan made the equipment acquisition a priority. After resolving these issues, Lin Nan turned his attention to self-improvement. Others could use the evolution potion, so why couldn't he? Couldn't? No. So said the system. While the evolution potion was a refinement of the evolution crystal, it simply couldn't be used. There was no reason to believe it. The system was certainly good, but some of its settings were a bit ridiculous. After more than 10 days of administering the evolution potion, everyone in the Magic City was now a psychic. However, many were low-level, such as level 2 evolvers. Due to bottlenecks, they could only reach this point to avoid wasting evolution potion. However, this didn't prevent them from achieving their goals by consuming evolution crystals. After more than 10 days, the million-strong mecha army was reorganized. In addition, there were 100,000 Zeus aircraft. Because the aircraft required pilots, they were not immediately put into operation. However, a group of Zeus aircraft pilots soon arrived, as psychics were known to have a strong learning ability. The entire million-strong mecha army was now deployed outside, simply because of its sheer number. Qinming and Lin Nan stood atop the massive wall, inspecting the mecha army below. Qinming gazed at the darkening sky and asked excitedly, "Is the third mass evolution about to begin again?" Lin Nan nodded. "You're right, but this time, we'll take the initiative." Qinming laughed heartily and said, "Let them have a taste of our might, let them have a taste of our might," Lin Nan also said with a smile. Chapter 157 Changing Skills. A heavy rain was approaching, and dark, heavy clouds rolled over one another. Finally, with a sudden roar of thunder, accompanied by blood-red lightning, a single drop of raindrops landed on the earth. Then, a torrential downpour ensued. The third collective evolution had begun. Lin Nan, clad in a raincoat, stood atop a mech. Behind him stood over 100,000 mechas. Because the mutant's attack was multifaceted, over 1 million mechas were deployed to protect different directions. But don't underestimate the power of these hundreds of thousands of mechas. Fully armed, they would crush even a third-level mutant. Furthermore, to help some overcome bottlenecks, these mechas were manned by psychics, providing real-time control. Furthermore, Lin Nan's army of werewolves and vampires also entered the fray, totaling tens of thousands of 5th-level creatures. His own undead legion, successfully resurrected through the blood-red gate, added hundreds of 6th-level combatants. So, unsurprisingly, this time, Lin Nan was truly launching a counterattack. Because the surrounding mutants were frightened, many, though strengthened, rarely actively attacked the Magic City. Even so, Lin Nan showed no mercy. He was determined to exterminate them all. Thus unfolded the following scene. Amidst relentless artillery fire, millions of mechas pursued the Third-Order mutants. The newly empowered Third-Order mutants, barely able to experience their newfound power, were slain by the Thunder Mechas blades. No one could have imagined that on a planet infected by the fallen insect, such an abnormal event would occur. Since ancient times, humans had always been slaughtered, but now the situation was reversed. Lin Nan led his men in pursuit of the mutants. The accompanying psychics were stunned. "Commander, weren't we supposed to break through the bottleneck? Why don't you leave some for us? The mutants run away when we see them. We finally found a few stubborn ones, but you wiped them out in 2 swipes." "That's right, Commander. Are you tired? Want to rest?" Lin Nan ignored them, immersed in his own slaughter. Killing is addictive. In the dark, rainy night, besides the mutants that had ascended to level 3, there were also those that had already reached level 3, or even level 4. The heavy rain had further elevated their strength. Level 3s ascended to level 4, and level 4s became level 5s. This kind of strength would surely be enough to defeat, or even crush, a level 4 mecha. However, they had underestimated Lin Nan's deployment. For hidden in the darkness were not only these boss-like mutants, but also Lin Nan's undead legion, as well as elite vampires and werewolves, who were primarily hunting level 4 and even level 5 mutants. Lin Nan wanted to use their evolution crystals to boost his strength. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Nan's communication device began to buzz. Another rat swarm. And it was a 5 million strong swarm of level 2 rats. Not only were their numbers 5 times greater than the first swarm, but their strength had also reached level 2. 5 million level 2 rats, a swarm of this magnitude, staggered Lin Nan. Qin Ming, back at the command post, was already panicking. Honestly, the enemy's numbers and strength were truly beyond expectations this time. "Leave it to me." Suddenly, a man spoke up. It was Luo Dan, whom Lin Nan had deliberately stationed at the command post to maintain order. "No way. They're a million-strong swarm of rats. How can you possibly be their match?" Qin Ming shook his head. To him, Luo Dan's idea was nothing but nonsense. Of course, he didn't know Luo Dan's true strength, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. However, his attempt to dissuade Luo Dan failed. A strange light emanated from his body, and then he soared into the sky. He flew. Qin Ming was startled. He hadn't expected a human to be able to fly. Could this be his special ability? But that was nothing. What shocked Qin Ming even more was that by the time he left, Luo Dan had already ascended high into the sky. If it weren't for the dazzling light emanating from him, Qin Ming would have been unable to detect him. Nearly everyone in the city saw a dazzling point of light quietly hovering in the sky, deep within the pitch-black clouds. Soon, the light flickered, followed by an even more dazzling white light that hurtled straight toward the rat swarm. Through the shared surveillance device's field of view, everyone was stunned to see that the light instantly reduced the rats to black powder. Some even transformed the light into a massive wall of light, standing still, waiting for the rats to pass. However, once it passed, without exception, they were reduced to ash. It was ironic that these unintelligent beings kept rushing forward, as if this light could elevate their lives. But in reality, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Their lives were reduced to dust by the light. Finally, the rats noticed something strange. Their noisy squawking grew louder, as if they were discussing something. Finally, at the cost of half the swarm's life, they realized the danger of the light. This was mainly because the dust the rats had transformed into had piled up like a small mountain, making it easy for anyone to spot the strangeness. They quickly formulated a strategy and reversed course. Yes, the rats are actually scared. They've been driven off by a single person. Amazing. Who is this person? He's so powerful. I don't know who he is, but I know he must have a close relationship with our commander. The commander is awesome. That's right, the commander is awesome. Although this had little to do with Lin Nan, his fans still attributed it all to him. However, the battle didn't end with the rats' departure. Everyone saw that after the rats turned away, the beam of light reappeared in front of them. The rats had no choice but to return. After all, They had learned their lesson and dared not even take a step beyond the light. This led to the rats once again heading towards the magic city, leaving everyone stunned. "We can't drive the rats into the demon city," Qin Ming shouted anxiously. But just as he finished speaking, the light suddenly shifted. It seemed Luo Tian realized the rats had discovered the power of the light, making it boring for them to hide. He then unleashed a layer of his true power. Everyone was shocked to discover that this layer of true power was a wall of light that instantly shone over the rats. The simple movement of the light stunned millions of rats, as if possessed by a demon. Their bodies, like the glazed gazes of the crowd, remained motionless for about 3 seconds. Then, without a sound, Luo Tian descended from the clouds, his body untouched by a single drop of rain. As he returned to the command room, everyone was stunned to see the rats, who had been restrained from moving, instantly disintegrate like tiny particles of dust. Wow, oh my god, unbelievable, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe such a miraculous power existed. Millions of rats were annihilated by a wall of light, as if it were a piece of cake. "Are you a god?" Someone gathered around Luo Tian. His dark gold saint uniform made them realize there were 99 of them. If they were all this powerful, what would they fear from mutant creatures? "Yes, are you gods?" someone else asked. Luo Tian didn't shy away, shaking his head honestly. Furthermore, the dark gold saints practically chorused, "We're not gods. We're the apostles' men." Apostle? This was a completely new concept. Everyone was stunned. Just then, Lin Nan returned from outside. Everyone's gaze fell on him, but quickly shifted from him to Luo Tian and the others. "Apostle, you're back." The 99 dark gold saints bowed to Lin Nan in unison. Lin Nan nodded, unsure why they were so serious, but there was nothing to hide. His response was casual, but everyone was stunned. The apostle was actually Commander Lin? The apostle is actually Commander Lin? They were as confused as they could be at this moment. Why do you look like you want to kneel down to me? I came back to see if the rat tide has been resolved. Since it's resolved, I'm going back." After saying that, Lin Nan turned around handsomely. "Wow. So handsome, apostle." "That's right, from now on, he is also my apostle." "Isn't it disgusting for a man to say that?" said another man, but after saying this, his tone suddenly changed, and he said in a sissy voice, "The commander is obviously my apostle." Luo Tian and others looked at the expressions of the crowd, feeling that the apostle seemed to have changed. They looked at each other, and Ghazi suddenly said, "How about we change the name?" The counterattack of the magic city lasted all night. Within 100 miles of the edge, it was difficult to see a single mutant creature. Whenever they found a lone one, those guys driving mechas would rush over like crazy. Lin Nan's harvest from this battle was also quite rich. The most immediate point was that he had already collected enough evolution crystals. System, upgrade quickly, upgrade me. Lin Nan was already impatient. After witnessing the existence of the Ninth Order, Lin Nan felt that his own order was nothing compared to them. Successfully deducted 1000 Fourth Order evolution crystals. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the Fifth Order. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Nan felt a warm and gentle heat flow through his body, the same refreshing feeling as before. At the same time, Lin Nan felt a continuous surge of power flowing into his body. Through the host's continuous efforts, you have successfully advanced to the Fifth Order. To accommodate the host's growing power, this system has upgraded a Divine Artifact Pavilion. Each opening of the Divine Artifact Pavilion costs 100 million kill points. Lin Nan needs about 10 days to collect just 1 day's worth, which is why he has been staying on Earth these days. However, after the upgrade, it only required 10 million points, a 10% discount. This would completely balance supply and demand, meaning Lin Nan would no longer have to worry about collecting kill points to enter the Artifact Pavilion. However, the price was the lack of the corresponding skills. Previously, he had been struggling over whether to upgrade his skills or the system, but now, there was no need to worry anymore, because there was nothing left. He couldn't even think about it. Naturally, Lin Nan wasn't convinced. However, the next thing he saw was the system panel flash from blue to red, a change that startled yelling in his mind. Lin Nan immediately returned to his mind and saw the panel. He realized it wasn't that his skills had disappeared, but that they had changed, shifting from transforming himself to weapon-specific skills. His previous skills were also well preserved. However, there were only 2 skills. Skill 1, AI God. This skill grants the host the ability to imbue their own weapons with an AI system, placing them directly under the AI's control. It costs 10,000 kill points. Skill 2, or Source I. This skill allows the host to locate the mineral resources needed for mining within 100,000 light years. It can be linked with the artifact pavilion to facilitate the host's search for the desired mineral resources. It consumes 10,000 kill points. This skill. I'm afraid it was tailor-made for me. Lin Nan was a little shocked. Although he lost 4 skills, he gained 2 extraordinary skills. Only 10,000 kill points are needed to achieve unmanned weapon control, a boon for arms dealers. This seemingly ordinary skill means one person can be an army, and another skill, combined with the artifact pavilion, is simply invincible. Now, repairing the Starburst battleship is no longer a dream. With just a few more trips, he's sure to mine enough resources. Even if he wants to, with a few more trips, he can build a Starburst battleship himself, an army. Because the moment he touched the Athena Starburst battleship, he already had the blueprints. This level increase is a quantum leap. System, is it because I'm not going to live long that you've given me such powerful skills? Lin Nan, feeling a sense of unease at the sheer power of these skills. I advise the host not to speculate. This is the result of a system upgrade. The result of an upgrade? Lin Nan suddenly remembered a box he'd handed the system a few days ago. The system had said that a successful upgrade would unlock new summoning abilities. But what did the summoning abilities have to do with the skills? Or was it that the contents of the box were so powerful that they'd also upgraded the abilities? System, are you sure I'm safe? Lin Nan asked again, playing it safe. Please rest assured, host, its answer eased Lin Nan's heart a little. Meanwhile, aboard a spaceship 100,000 light years away, Li Huai suddenly sneezed. Hundreds of surrounding starships shuddered. Chapter 158 T511 Element. How long will it take to reach the Savage Star region? Li Huai asked the spaceship's pilot, sipping his blue fruit wine. Reporting to Lord Huai, it will take another month. This time, under orders from the Alliance's General Xiahao Zilong, Li Huai was to travel to the Savage Star region to recover the looted evolution potion and, more importantly, to bring the looters back to the Alliance for trial. Of course, as a general in the Alliance patrol, he had the authority to execute looters outright. If they had previously offended him, they would have virtually no chance of facing justice. A month, Li Huai felt a headache. This trip back and forth would take 2 months, a sheer waste of time in his eyes. His eyes gradually darkened. I'll let you roam for a while. Once I'm done with this, it's your turn. The Li Huai was referring to was, of course, Lin Nan, the one who had previously irritated him. While this mission, on the surface, undoubtedly came at the expense of punishing Lin Nan, there was no way he could refuse. After all, he had been personally commissioned by Xiahao Zilong. Thinking of Xiahao Zilong's appearance, Li Huai had no intention of refusing the mission. The more powerful one is, the more aware of Xiahao Zilong's power. Li Huai looked out at the starry sky, trying to relax. Where are we now? Li Huai asked again. This time, the pilot ignored Li Huai. After all, ignoring a question from a superior is tantamount to looking for trouble. However, just as Li Huai was about to lose his temper, he noticed beads of sweat on the pilot's forehead. This detail suddenly made him realize. The pilot's indifference might be because he was concentrating on piloting the spacecraft. This concentration was naturally because this place was different from other places. Have we reached that star field? Li Huai's voice dropped unconsciously, fearing to disturb the pilot. The pilot nodded this time, but remained focused on the navigation of the spacecraft. Through the window of the spaceship, Li Huai spotted a familiar planet. A massive metal shield enveloped it, fearing anyone from entering. Of course, perhaps also fearing something might emerge. Mechanical ghost. What a strange thing, Li Huai muttered absent-mindedly, staring at the planet. Clearly, Li Huai had heard strange legends about this planet, otherwise he wouldn't have reacted this way. It was a being that even Ninth Order warriors feared. Finally, the spaceship slowly passed through the star field. Only then did Li Huai breathe a sigh of relief. He retracted his gaze, sat up straight, and sighed softly. What a shame. This planet has so much T511 ore. It's the core resource for developing the Starburst battleship. Once all the T511 on this planet is mined, Li Huai remained silent, for he dreaded the consequences. He had, in fact, Consider that if the god's followers had successfully exploited this planet, the outcome might have been different. During their confrontation with the gods, the Star Alliance patrol had been developing secretly, resulting in their overwhelming victory upon entering the battle. The reason they were said to be developing secretly was, of course, through underhanded means. Of course, not many people knew about this, but Li Huai was one of them, which was a key reason why Zhao Zilong had sent him. However, it seemed unrealistic for the gods to develop this planet. After all, when the gods had the protection of the apocalypse civilization, they were equally helpless. Li Huai pondered to himself, his eyes fixed on the pilot. Of course, this was a subconscious action as he thought, after all, who would stare at someone of the same sex for no reason? But as he watched, Li Huai felt something strange. For a moment, he caught a glimpse of something strange in the reflection of the ship's exterior glass. The pilot was actually smiling. Was he celebrating his successful passage through the mysterious star region? That didn't seem likely. Who would just smirk in one direction for no reason, and then glance at you with a half-smile? The pilot was glaring at him. It wouldn't have been noticeable from behind, but Li Huai could see it clearly through the glass of the spaceship's cockpit. Li Huai suddenly felt his scalp tingle. But that wasn't the worst part. What surprised Li Huai even more was that the pilot let go of the steering wheel and then shoved his hands into his pockets, as if pulling something out. The sound of him rifling through his pockets was especially clear in the silence, and throughout this process, his eyes occasionally glanced at Li Huai. This didn't last long, as the pilot withdrew his hands, finding nothing. Was he just swiping for nothing? It seemed unlikely, as his hands didn't return to the steering wheel, but instead rested on his bald, slightly reflective head. Then, like a woman combing her hair against the reflective glass. This was a man, and a bald one at that. Even more unbearable for Li Huai. Even then, he kept glancing at him. Are you fucking sick? If you don't fly the spaceship properly, I'll kill you, Li Huai finally erupted. Perhaps the wrath of the 9th rank master had intimidated the pilot, for his hand, combing his hair, suddenly stopped, suspended in midair. Then, his head turned slightly, perhaps trying to see who was yelling at him. But the swivel was a bit too wide, almost 180 degrees. Bones cracked, and blood occasionally flowed from the corner of his mouth. But his smile remained unchanged. Everyone on the spaceship was busy, and except for Li Huai, no one noticed the pilot's change of heart. If the sound of bones breaking wasn't so jarring in the surroundings, they wouldn't have noticed what had happened. But once they did, their nightmares would have been compounded. Ah! The terrified female crew members screamed, their screams piercing the entire spaceship. They ran frantically, and the male crew members reacted just as quickly, some collapsing in fear. Although Li Huai was a 9th rank cultivator, this was his first time witnessing such a thing, so he was inevitably a bit bewildered. However, he quickly reacted, reaching out and grasping the air. The pilot's body was instantly crushed into a ball. Normally, by this point, the man would have been dead, but he remained conscious, smirking at Li Huai. Bang! Li Huai crushed his head. Blood splattered across the cockpit. At the same moment, everyone saw a transparent, soul-like creature slowly emerge from the pilot's body. It then circled Li Huai, its laughter filling the cockpit. Li Huai was utterly annoyed, but he had no idea what it was. His attacks were completely ineffective against it. It seemed to have grown tired of playing with him, and finally drifted through the spaceship and out the back. A creature capable of surviving unaided in the starry sky, possessing a translucent appearance and a body neither human nor ghost, was truly rare. However, Li Huai seemed to have a clue. This thing most likely came from the planet they had just passed, and it was most likely the so-called mechanical ghost. Although Li Huai had subconsciously muttered the term, it was just hearsay. Changing a different pilot, Li Huai gazed at the endless starry sky, lost in thought. Lin Nan had arrived at another planet. Through the integration of the Eye of Mineral Resources and the Artifact Pavilion, Lin Nan led the Dark Gold Saints to a new world. This time, their target was T-511, a new core element resource needed to repair the Starburst battleship. This time, the Eye of Mineral Resources gave Lin Nan the exact coordinates of the mineral source. After inputting the coordinates into the Artifact Pavilion's teleportation device, Lin Nan immediately saw countless elemental ores. However, more than anything else, Lin Nan was captivated by the planet's landscape. The entire planet looked like someone's old toy, covered in a thick layer of dust. In the mining area before him, Hundreds of mining machines were neatly arranged, but they were clearly dilapidated, covered in dust more than 10 centimeters thick. This indicated that someone had once been active here, but for some reason, mining had suddenly ceased, yet there were still so many mineral resources. This was rather strange. How could so many precious minerals be abandoned? The key is that no one is mining them, and we don't know how to mine them. As an indigenous person from Earth, mining precious elements was impossible without high-tech mining machines. Lin Nan instinctively touched the mining machine in front of him. Perhaps he could still use it? However, as soon as Lin Nan placed his hand on it, the system suddenly sounded, ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Star Multifunction Mining Machine Blueprint. Seeing the label on the system panel, Lin Nan was stunned. The star label hadn't been there before? Reporting to the host, the system seemed to notice Lin Nan's confusion and explained, this is the result of a system upgrade. The so-called star refers to the target's technological level and overall strength. The complete hierarchy is star, planet, starburst, and black hole. Lin Nan finally understood the system's explanation, but it didn't offer any real solution to the current problem. The most important issue now was how to mine these mineral elements. In fact, the moment Lin Nan touched it and obtained the blueprint, the mining machine also entered the purchase queue of the artifact pavilion. However, it would cost 10 million kill points to purchase one. This price immediately dissuaded Lin Nan from purchasing. Another option was to find the materials and build one on-site. Lin Nan looked at the required materials and his head suddenly sank. It would require over 10 different types. I suggest the host use the skill, AI God, on the mining machine. AI God, does it also work on these broken mining machines? Lin Nan was puzzled. For mining machines with intact critical functions, this skill often has unexpected effects, the system said again. After hearing the system's response, Lin Nan decisively activated his skill. Ding. Skill activated. After deducting nearly 1 million kill points, the mining machine actually began to move. Over a dozen giant mining machines operated simultaneously, unearthing a steady stream of T-551 elements. Lin Nan hurried back to gather the matches for the task. Just as he was gone, countless transparent creatures suddenly appeared around the mining area. They drifted toward the mining machines, tightly surrounding them. Hey, eerie laughter filled the land. Meanwhile, the transparent creatures continued to circle. However, after an indescribable number of circles, their laughter faded. They seemed discontented. Meanwhile, a large number of mechas arrived from the other side. As if they had discovered a new world, these transparent creatures quickly surrounded them and circled again. The battle mechas stood there, frozen in place, completely unresponsive. This time, they circled for an indescribable number of times, but something different had happened compared to before. Transparent objects gradually appeared on the mechas, seemingly drawn in, burrowing directly into the transparent creatures' bodies. Howhy laughter echoed again. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? It was Lin Nan who had returned. He'd been delayed for a moment, only to see such an incredible scene unfold. He tightened his belt, wiped his lipstick from the corner of his mouth, and walked towards the mechas, somewhat bewildered. The transparent creatures were so engrossed in their own world that they didn't even notice Lin Nan's arrival. However, as Lin Nan drew closer, they finally noticed something was amiss, and a tense situation erupted. These strange creatures swarmed towards Lin Nan frantically. Lin Nan, wearing his combat uniform, showed no fear, but he instinctively took 2 steps back. Only when they were close did he realize their attack method, possession. This thing is actually a soul. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then saw a large number of transparent creatures swarming into a sea of consciousness. At this point, calling them transparent creatures was obviously inappropriate, because in his sea of consciousness, they all had physical bodies. They were all robots. Yes, something had happened that completely overturned Lin Nan's understanding. Robots actually have souls. Lin Nan was shocked. But their shock was no less than Lin Nan's. According to the normal method of possession, Lin Nan had already been successfully possessed by them. But this strange room, like a house, left them a little puzzled. Lin Nan didn't know what they were, and they didn't know what Lin Nan was. Hiding in the corner, Yellen frowned. Chapter 159 Strange Woman. How could something like this be here? It shouldn't be, Yellen whispered softly. Lin Nan heard every word. But Lin Nan didn't have time to question Yellen about these creatures. They had already gathered, preparing to attack him. There were hundreds of them, hundreds to one, outnumbering Lin Nan. Moreover, Lin Nan, in his sea of consciousness, lacked the protection of his combat suit. On the surface, he didn't have the upper hand. However, the sea of consciousness wasn't Lin Nan's domain. Last time, to fight Yellen, the system had gifted him with a whip capable of lashing out at his soul. This time, it had given him a transparent blue Gatling gun. The transparent creatures, upon seeing the weapon in Lin Nan's hand, burst into laughter. They clearly believed that such a weapon couldn't harm them at all. But the next moment, they were collectively slapped in the face. Lin Nan, carrying the Gatling gun, launched a frenzied attack. The barrel of the Gatling gun spun relentlessly, the blue bullets spitting like fiery snakes. The moment the bullet struck them, these self-proclaimed invincible transparent creatures suffered a crushing blow. Bullets pierced their bodies, sending a wave of pain through their bodies. Those who had only known GGG, ahem, learned to for the first time. Yellen, hiding in a corner, saw this and instinctively scooted closer. Those who had just gathered were scattered by Lin Nan's Gatling gun, but in the system's territory, they had nowhere to escape. Soon, only one of the 100 or so transparent creatures remained alive. Like Yellen, he hid in another corner, trembling as he watched Lin Nan. This time, Lin Nan picked up a small whip and slowly approached the creature, a sly expression on his face. Snap, snap, snap. He struck it repeatedly, leaving it begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Lin Nan had time to figure out what the creature before him was. You should know what this is, right? He turned to look at Yellen, glancing down at the whip in his hand. With just that slight movement, the creature's defense was broken. I know, talk aside, fuss aside, don't joke about the whip. Although Yellen felt speechless, he had no choice but to honestly tell everything he knew. Through Yellen's explanation, Lin Nan finally understood what these transparent creatures were. They were the product of a mechanical civilization. Because the universe is constantly evolving, its laws are constantly changing, just as truth has its limits. These creatures, known as mechanical constructs, were once the rulers of the universe long ago. The extent of their technological advancement is unknown, but sightings of these creatures in other universes suggest they possess the ability to connect and travel through the multiverse. This alone demonstrates the technological sophistication of this civilization. Even Yellen's own civilization lacks such advanced technology. However, Lin Nan raised a question: if that were true, then why were there still mechanical constructs on this planet? Why hadn't they all left? Yellen shook his head at Lin Nan's question and asked, why take them all away? Every planet has its own hierarchy. Only the strong enjoy privileges, while the weak are forced to obey. These people must be low-level mechanical beings, Lin Nan understood. If that was the truth, it made sense. Regardless, it truly opened Lin Nan's eyes. He had never imagined such beings existed in the vast universe. He also understood why this place wasn't contested by the Star Alliance or the followers of the gods. After all, the T-511 element was crucial for the Starburst battleship. The reason they weren't fighting for it was probably because they feared these mechanical beings. They were sentient robots in life, possessed their own souls in death, and could even possess other bodies, powers worthy of fear. However, both sides had powerful individuals. Could it be that they couldn't find a way to restrain them? Or was it possible that the beings they feared actually existed elsewhere? Lin Nan shuddered at the thought. After emerging from his sea of consciousness, he stayed put, focusing solely on resource extraction. Because these robotic constructs could absorb the AI of the battle matches for food, Lin Nan initially considered having them leave. After all, once the AI was consumed, the matches would have to be manually operated. However, this problem was quickly resolved by renting the system's soul-destroying Gatling gun. Perhaps the system, tired of these creatures, rented it to Lin Nan at a very low price. With this Gatling gun's infinite ammunition, the robotic construct's souls couldn't harm the matches at all. After a while, they retreated, clearly frightened. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's mining business was booming, and he had mined over a dozen tons in no time. It wasn't enough to build a Starburst battleship, a warship the size of a city. Once I build the Starburst battleship, I'll take the people of Magic City and leave Earth and find another planet, Lin Nan thought, but the idea seemed unrealistic. It might have been possible before, but now, Lin Nan had offended the Star Alliance Patrol, a colossal force that practically ruled the universe. They wouldn't let him live. Lin Nan didn't regret his feud with the Star Alliance patrol. Even if they hadn't come after him, he would have gone after them. After all, the Star Alliance patrol was the culprit in Earth's current state. But they were now too weak. Thinking of this, Lin Nan suddenly felt he couldn't be so timid anymore. This planet was the former home of a top-tier civilization, and there must be a wealth of high-tech weaponry. While there were potential dangers, a chance of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle was a real possibility. With this thought, Lin Nan decisively returned to the Magic City and summoned his Dark Gold Saints to guard against any unforeseen dangers. Luo Tian and the others were also curious about these creatures, but without exception, they couldn't inflict any real damage on the mechanical beings. Perhaps due to the Dark Gold Saints' superior strength, they couldn't inflict any substantial damage on them. Lin Nan handed the Gatling gun to Mecha, letting it handle the task. He and his Dark Gold Saints began their exploration of this ancient planet. As Lin Nan went deeper, they encountered more and more mechanical beings, surging toward him like a tide, but they were powerless to stop them. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Nan stopped at a spot most likely to contain treasure. It was a massive structure similar to a pyramid, except that the highest point was a platform instead of a pyramid. Just as everyone was about to approach Lin Nan, a strange phenomenon occurred. Space above the stone platform began to distort, and then they saw a flickering light. Finally, a beautiful woman in simple, traditional clothing emerged. In her hand, she clutched a cane. With a tap of the cane, the distorted space suddenly returned to its original state. "Wow!" Lin Nan exclaimed. As luck would have it, the woman had spotted him. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. "Who are you?" The woman raised her cane, ready to strike at Lin Nan. "Why are you reacting so violently? I'm just a passerby." "You wouldn't attack a passerby," the woman snorted. "You're a passerby, but what about them?" "Of course, they're passersby A, B, and C," Lin Nan said in a sly tone. Whenever he saw a pretty girl, Lin Nan always liked to chat with him, for no reason, just to cheer himself up. Clearly, she wasn't buying it. The cane in her hand began to gather dark purple energy. Luo Tian behind her tried to attack, but Lin Nan stopped her. "She's not strong enough to kill me," Lin Nan's words shocked the woman. "What are you talking about? You're only a level 5 cultivator. How shameless. Forget it, no more fighting." The woman withdrew her cane and glanced at Lin Nan with a look of concern for the mentally challenged. "Hey, I have a bad temper. I told you to hit me, and you didn't do it. No, you can't go there today. You must hit me. You can't leave without a fight." Lin Nan's words left the woman at a loss for words. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a shameless request. But, apparently, women have tempers too. "You told me to fight, but I won't. You just don't dare. You're afraid of the humiliation of being defeated by a level 5 warrior like me. I get it, I get it. It's natural for women to fear men." With that, Lin Nan turned to leave. But just as he turned, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Stop right there." Hearing her words, Lin Nan's lips curled slightly. He turned his head and said with feigned impatience, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you won't fight?" The woman gnashed with anger. Although she knew it was a provocation, she simply couldn't bear Lin Nan's words. "Explain it to me clearly. What does it mean that it's natural for women to fear men? The more powerful a woman is, the more clearly they distinguish between male and female." So, Lin Nan deliberately used this as the core of his provocation, and the effect was undeniably impressive. The woman before him was already eager to devour Lin Nan. However, Lin Nan still felt that the woman's anger wasn't strong enough and needed to be fueled. Because when people are angry, their IQ is basically zero, so Lin Nan was already thinking of ways to fuel her anger. Chapter 160 Betting. "Isn't that right? You're an 8th level warrior, and you don't dare fight a 5th level warrior like me. Isn't that fear? And you're a woman, and I'm a man. If you're afraid of me, isn't that just a woman fearing a man? So, what I said is fine, right?" Lin Nan feigned innocence. While it sounded strange, it also seemed to make a shred of sense. The woman, at a loss for words, raised her cane again and said, "Okay, you want to fight, don't you? I'll grant you that." She was about to attack Lin Nan. But then, Lin Nan waved his hand, refusing. "Sorry, I don't want to fight you right now." "What?" The woman was stunned. Lin Nan's excuse was also quite valid. "If you want to fight, you can. If you don't want to, you can." What do you think I am? Then tell me how you can fight. Do you want me to apologize? The woman pointed at herself. Lin Nan waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. Women are all angels with broken wings. How could they possibly make mistakes? His tone suddenly softened, but the next sentence was filled with this slyness again. Actually, it's very simple to fight. Let's make a bet. For example, if I lose, I'll agree to 3 of your conditions. As long as they're not against human dignity and morality, it's fine. But if you lose, hey, Lin Nan's expression suddenly turned lewd. The woman blushed instantly, and the word hooligan was about to slip out of her lips, but then she heard, if you lose, give me that cane in your hand. The woman was stunned. Cane? So he wants a cane. But is he smiling so lewdly just for a cane? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Nan had carefully planned for this cane that could open the portal to time and space. Okay, let's decide how to fight. A straight fight or, the woman continued. If I fight directly, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. So, I'll let you attack 3 times. If you can knock me down after 3 times, I'll lose. Otherwise, you lose. The woman was a little stunned. She'd seen arrogant people before, but never someone as brazen as him. And saying he was afraid of killing her with 1 punch, coming from a level 5 cultivator, was either foolish or premeditated. The woman naturally didn't think that of Lin Nan. Instead, she saw him as just a megalomaniac. Otherwise, who would challenge someone 3 levels higher than them for no reason? Come on. With that, Lin Nan quickly assumed his stance, earnestly landing in a horse stance. Are you serious? The woman asked for one last confirmation. Come on, I can handle this, Lin Nan said gravely. The woman slowly approached him, gathering strength in her staff. Though a bit more assertive, she still knew to hold back, using only 50% of her strength in the next blow. Bang! A burst of purple light blasted towards Lin Nan. Lin Nan remained silent and still, staring at the light without moving. Ah! As the light struck Lin Nan, he screamed and flew backward, landing heavily on the ground. The woman frowned. I didn't use much strength. Luo Tian and the others were also puzzled and rushed to support Lin Nan. But just as they were about to reach her, Lin Nan's hand suddenly shot out, stopping them. No need to help me, I can still do it. Lin Nan staggered to his feet, turned around and brushed off the dust behind him, raising an eyebrow at Luo Tian and the others. What a joke. I'm wearing the combat uniform of an advanced civilization. How could I be defeated by an 8th-level cultivator? Luo Tian and the others realized that the apostle was trying to deceive them to the end, so that if his performance wasn't convincing enough, he wouldn't be discovered and his pride would be hurt. Lin Nan returned to his spot, and the girl suddenly asked, Are you sure you're okay? I'm holding back this time. The next blow will probably kill you. Don't talk nonsense, I'm still capable. Lin Nan beckoned the woman to continue. Shaking her head, the girl gathered strength in her staff for the second time, this time using 70% of her strength. This time, she concentrated a dark purple light. Lin Nan's body swayed in the wind, and from the outside, he looked like he was about to die. Ouch! A rapid flash of light passed by, a dark purple light with both speed and lethality. Unsurprisingly, Lin Nan was sent flying again. The woman turned around. In her opinion, Lin Nan was either dead or seriously injured. And she didn't care about the 3 conditions of a 5th-level person. So, in her opinion, this ridiculous farce was over. However, she had only taken 3 steps when a voice suddenly shouted from behind, Stop! Are you trying to cheat and escape? The woman turned her head in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief, as if she had witnessed the most incredible thing in her life. Lin Nan stumbled to her feet again. How is that possible? How are you still standing? You shouldn't be dead, but you should be at least seriously injured. Am I not seriously injured enough now? Lin Nan's eyes drooped, looking extremely weak. No, I mean, you should be so injured that you can't even get up. What's going on now? Lin Nan ignored her and beckoned her again. Come on, you have one last chance. Lin Nan's words reminded the woman, and she stopped talking and focused entirely on her staff. This time, a blood-red light shone, and it was her full-strength attack. This attack was silent and invisible to the naked eye, simply because it was so fast. Lin Nan couldn't tell whether she had attacked or not, and then an awkward moment occurred. The woman had clearly launched her strongest attack, but the power of this one was not as strong as the previous one. In fact, the opponent didn't even react at all. That's impossible, the woman refused to believe him. She harbored a glimmer of hope. believing that Lin Nan had stunned her with the previous 2 strikes, causing her to lose her aim and miss. With this in mind, the woman launched another all-out attack. Lin Nan watched as his staff once again radiated a blood-red light, only to vanish once more. Unable to see the attack coming his way, Lin Nan was now bewildered. "I'm so confused. Did she even hit me?" Finally, the woman tried a few more times, and seeing Lin Nan still standing, she conceded defeat. Lin Nan, looking at the woman in a state of deep despair, asked one last question, "Did you hit me?" Now it was her turn to be stunned. "Don't you know whether I hit you or not?" Lin Nan froze. He truly didn't know. Then he realized that the final blow must have been an invisible attack, which was why he couldn't see it. With this in mind, Lin Nan asked the woman to try again, firmly believing she had missed. Unbeknownst to him, the woman had tried more than a dozen times during this process, but ultimately, she decided to try again. "Come on, try to hit me this time." Lin Nan crouched down in a horse stance again. This time, he learned his lesson. Staring intently at the concentrated blood-red light. As soon as it faded, he'd fly backwards. "Here I come." Seeing the blood-red light, Lin Nan immediately flew away. As he flew, Lin Nan thought to himself, "Well, I've done everything I can, haven't I? To avoid completely deceiving you, I've pulled out all my best acting skills. I've arrived." Lin Nan lay on the ground. The woman looked at her staff in disbelief, then back at Lin Nan, her shattered confidence gathering strength once again. "I thought I'd never be able to hit accurately again from now on." The woman turned away dejectedly. Her pent-up emotions had finally cleared up. "Hey, don't leave. I can still stand up." Hearing Lin Nan's heavy breathing behind her, the woman turned her head again. Looking at Lin Nan, who had already stood up, the woman's eyes gradually lost focus. Confusion, self-doubt, disappointment, a complex web of negative emotions filled her heart. "How is that possible? I've already hit you, and how are you still alive? How are you still standing? I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore." The woman collapsed. An 8th level being couldn't beat a 5th level being. The woman's pride shattered. Seeing the woman throw away her staff and run frantically, Lin Nan was stunned. "What's that? It's just that she can't kill me, right?" Lin Nan shook his head and picked up his staff. At least this woman kept her word. She knew to throw it away before running. Lin Nan picked up the staff and examined it carefully, only to find that it was nothing more ordinary than an ordinary staff. This meant that the so-called opening of the space-time portal was actually a woman's special ability, not advanced technology. At this thought, Lin Nan's mentality collapsed. Is my acting talent wasted? But just then, a scream suddenly rang out. It was the woman from before. And judging by the sound, it seemed to be coming from within the pyramid. Lin Nan then remembered that when the woman had fled, she seemed to be heading inside the pyramid. "Master Apostle, should we save her?" Luo Tian's voice rang out. Lin Nan thought for a moment and said, "No." "Who told her to lie to me?" Luo Tian and the others watched Lin Nan run towards the pyramid. "If not, why go there? Who said going there means saving people? I think there's a great treasure inside, and I've been wanting to go in for a long time. Hurry and follow, or the treasure might be stolen." As he spoke, Lin Nan's pace quickened. Luo Tian and the others smiled at each other and followed. Inside the pyramid, they were greeted by a long, dark stone corridor. Lin Nan tried to light a torch, but the 8th-ranked Dark Gold Saint behind him suddenly radiated his own light, a halo of concentrated power surrounding him. Lin Nan, secretly impressed, suddenly witnessed a shocking scene. Chapter 161 H111 Element. The glow emanating from the Dark Gold Saint's body awed everyone to see, to their amazement, a vast chamber within the pyramid. In the center stood a massive platform, and atop it sat a massive metal coffin. A coffin this big, how big must a person inside be? Lin froze for a moment, then the woman's voice reached his ears again. "Go check it out." Lin Nan had already run far away. "Oh my god," everyone gasped. Crossing the corridor, they realized they had underestimated the pyramid's interior. They saw a massive mechanical giant, its arms tightly gripping the woman from earlier. Something that even an 8th-level Esper couldn't withstand. What the hell was this thing? If it were a mechanical human, it would be vastly oversized. The creatures outside were only about 3 or 4 meters tall, but this one was dozens of meters. The woman was completely defenseless against the metal giant, and all her Esper powers were like tickling against it. Today was definitely the woman's most miserable day. The constant stream of such incidents had left her completely devoid of confidence. However, just then, she saw Lin Nan. There was no way she could avoid him. The light emanating from the dark gold saints was about to illuminate the entire inner chamber of the pyramid. This light also attracted the attention of the metal giant. Trespassers will die. Lin Nan and her companions surprisingly understood the metal giant's words. With that, the metal giant dropped the woman and ran towards them. His heavy footsteps sent the entire inner chamber flying with dust. Facing this overwhelming 8th-tier being, Lin Nan, armed with her battlesuit, was not only unfazed, but even attempted to engage him in a fight. However, the giant, as if aware of Lin Nan's strength, simply disdained to fight. He simply stepped over Lin Nan's head, ignoring him. Lin Nan was stunned. "Hey, looking down on me, huh?" The metal giant clearly didn't realize that Lin Nan was the leader of the group. The Dark Gold Saints weren't idle either. Seeing the metal giant running towards them, they rushed forward to meet him. 99 8th-level warriors against 1 8th-level warrior. Furthermore, Luo Tian and the metal giant were equally powerful, both at the peak of the 8th level. So, the moment they engaged, the giant knew he was no match. However, he didn't flee, but fought head-on. The battle raged, the pyramid beam shattered into dust. Just then, Lin Nan approached the woman. He wanted to help, but despite his invincible defense, he was too weak. If he went forward, he would only hinder them. So, Lin Nan wisely avoided interfering. Seeing Lin Nan approaching, the woman didn't want to pay attention, but after all, he had saved her, so he couldn't be rude. In truth, Lin Nan came over to return the cane. Although he had won it, he had no use for it, and it would be a shame to throw it away. However, as soon as he approached, his eyes widened. The woman before him was simply stunningly beautiful. Perhaps the metal giant's fierce fight had ripped much of the woman's clothing, revealing her slender form. Lin Nan couldn't help but swallow. "Have you seen enough, rascal?" "No." "Oh, no." Lin Nan quickly averted his gaze and began to argue. "No," he began to explain, "there's a chilling aura here. I was worried you'd catch a cold." The woman curled her lips in disdain and turned away, ignoring Lin Nan. But as she turned, she suddenly noticed the metal giant charging towards them. In a split second, it was in front of Lin Nan. "Go ahead, I'll protect you." Lin Nan quickly turned around, arms outstretched. Lin Nan, with his perceptive sense of danger, had already sensed the metal giant charging towards him. And his "go ahead, I'll protect you" was just nonsense, because the giant was charging right at him. Still, at that moment, the woman was deeply moved. She had never imagined that a level 5 would rescue her and even offer to protect her. Although Lin Nan looked unruly, he was ultimately a good man. Thinking of this, the woman rushed out hastily. She didn't want this good man to die in front of her. However, it was too late. As the woman rushed to Lin Nan, she saw the metal giant's arm, transformed into a sharp blade, had already landed on Lin Nan's neck. In just a second, Lin Nan would be dead. "No!" the woman screamed in shock. A snarling laugh erupted from within the metal giant. Before the laughter faded, the blade had already slashed past. Due to inertia, the metal giant spun in a magnificent circle, the blade sheathed in its hand, and transformed into a palm again. Decapitation successful, the metal giant's snarling laughter echoed again. He had realized that Lin Nan was their leader because he had clearly sensed the men's protection of him during the battle. A little analysis revealed that this man was no simple matter to them. Since he couldn't defeat him anyway, he might as well kill their leader as well. However, having killed their leader, the metal giant suddenly sensed something was amiss. The Dark Gold Saints weren't furious. Logically, their leader's death would have ignited their fury and driven them to attack. Ahem! Suddenly, a cough echoed from behind. The metal giant, startled, turned around. He saw Lin Nan, still standing there, and the woman, still dazed. "How could you be okay?" the metal giant and the woman exclaimed in unison. "Should I be? His blade didn't even touch my neck," Lin Nan said helplessly. Now it was the metal giant's turn to be bewildered. "You're a level 5 rookie. Logically, the aftershocks of my blade should have killed you. It didn't even need to touch me," but, unwilling to accept this, the metal giant struck again while they remained inactive. However, Lin Nan remained standing, unharmed. He scratched his neck and smiled. "It's a little itchy." "Itchy? Just an itch?" The metal giant's defenses were starting to falter. The woman beside him seemed to have caught a glimpse of something. "You're not invincible in your physical form, are you?" With these words, the metal giant and he were both stunned. Lin Nan scratched his head sheepishly. "Haha, you finally caught me, goodness," so he admitted it. The woman's defenses were instantly broken. He'd been lying to her all along. He'd even deliberately flung himself backward, feigning weakness, only to have her completely shattered. However, the woman's heart was finally at rest. "So it's not my strength that's weakened, it's his physical invincibility." The thought of this made the woman feel much more relieved. However, she would never forget the fact that Lin Nan had lied to her. "Don't let him get away. Kill him." Recovering from his wits, Lin Nan shouted to the Dark Gold Saints behind him. They had been waiting for his order. As soon as he finished speaking, the 99 Dark Gold Saints launched a combined attack at the metal giant. At the same time, Lin Nan grabbed the woman's hand, unleashed his teleportation skill, and immediately departed. Initially bewildered and even furious, the woman felt Lin Nan's sudden grasp, feeling he was taking advantage of her. But then, realizing he was actually trying to take her away, she felt a surge of shame. "This hand is so soft. No, this coffin is so huge." Due to the urgency of the situation, Lin Nan had no idea where to move to, so he could only move to whatever he could see. Because the coffin was so conspicuous, Lin Nan instinctively moved towards it. The coffin was open, revealing a massive mechanical figure within, surprisingly similar in size to the metal giant. And in its arms, the figure was clutching a massive box. Lin Nan looked up, wanting Luo Tian and the others to come and see, as the metal giant had been completely shattered. Remnants of metal armor flew everywhere. "Suggest the host collect this armor." Suddenly, the system's cold, mechanical voice chimed. Lin Nan asked why. The system remained silent, but a message appeared on the system panel. "Black market item push, element identification upgrade device, product description, purchasing this device upgrades system functionality, allowing unlimited identification of the elemental essence of equipment. After identification, it can be recycled back into the original element. Worth 100,000 kill points." 100,000 kill points, Lin Nan was stunned. So cheap, these days, anything under 10 million is no big deal for Lin Nan. He glanced at the functional description and made the purchase. "Upgrade successful. I recommend using it immediately," Lin Nan nodded, using the identification function on the scattered armor. "H111 element? That sounds so familiar. Ah. Holy crap, holy crap. I found a treasure." Meanwhile, within Lin Nan's consciousness, Yelin was equally astonished. As Lin Nan mentioned the H111 element, Yelin also sensed it. It was one of his abilities. The reason for his astonishment was that this element was the core resource for crafting combat suits. That's right, it was the very same combat suit Lin Nan wore, capable of fighting against 9th-tier warriors. After touching the battlesuit, Lin Nan obtained the blueprints for its construction. However, even with his eye of mineral source, he couldn't find the H111 element, meaning it didn't exist within 100,000 light-years. Therefore, Lin Nan decisively abandoned his plan to build a 9th-tier battlesuit. But now, no one could have imagined that a skill gained with 100,000 kill points would allow him to find this rare element. Actually, it could still be purchased through the artifact pavilion. Simply touching it would grant a corresponding item, but the price, 10 billion kill points. A starburst battleship is only worth 50 billion kill points. However, the battlesuit's mass production machine only requires 1 billion kill points. Since the manufacturer needs to provide their own resources, it's a bit cheaper. But once the resources are in place, mass production is possible, making it a worthwhile investment. "I told you there was a treasure here," Lin Nan laughed uncontrollably. And at the same time, he decisively recycled the H111 element. "It's useless. You only have resources but no technology, so you can't make this kind of combat suit. And core resources alone won't do. Several other resources are essential, not to mention the equipment needed for manufacturing." Yelin's voice slowly reached Lin Nan's mind. "Otherwise, this big guy wouldn't be built so weirdly, not to mention the defense. Compared with my combat suit you're wearing, it's not worth mentioning at all." Tisk, Lin Nan was completely dismissive of his words. As long as he could get 1 billion kill points and build a mass-produced machine tool, wouldn't he have the equipment? As for the other required resources, there were countless of them in this universe. Because Lin Nan had already checked the required resources before, he knew that the mass production of combat suits was very promising, otherwise he wouldn't be so happy. As he spoke, Lin Nan opened his inventory and glanced at the kill points. He was stunned. When did it become 250 million? I remember it wasn't 230 million before. And in just a short while, there were 20 million more kill points. At the same time, Lin Nan noticed that the ever-increasing kill points seemed to have increased. Suddenly, he realized that this was because the third collective evolution had completed. All the second-level mutants had become third-level, and the kill points had increased from 100 to 1,000. So, the previous daily income of 10 million points had now become 100 million. 100 million a day. Lin Nan couldn't help but tremble. A windfall, holy crap. So, in 10 days, we'll have a chance to build a mass production machine for combat suits. I'm so fucking happy. I didn't expect a collective evolution to have this benefit. It's just a shame the next one won't happen for another 3 months, or 100 days. System, is there any way to speed up the collective evolution process? System. The system completely ignored Lin Nan's almost shameless idea. This is the Fallen Inc. Others are anxious to catch up, but you're the one complaining about them being too slow. However, Lin Nan also considered that, while the current safety buffer zone had reached 100 kilometers, it wasn't enough to handle the fourth general evolution. All they had available right now were combat mechas. While the Zeus aircraft was a level 5 aircraft, it would take some time to mass produce it to form a full-scale army. Therefore, it was necessary to strengthen defenses before the fourth general evolution arrived. All they had to do was wait patiently for 10 days to accumulate 1 billion kill points. Thinking of this, Lin Nan turned to look at Luo Tian and the others. If they could just create 100 combat suits, his Dark Gold Saints would have level 9 defense and level 8 damage. Simply invincible. Chapter 162 I am your father. The shattering of the metal giant didn't end the situation. Instead, a simmering rage ensued. The talking metal giant wasn't actually this form, the so-called metal armor was merely his battle uniform. So, in essence, what was shattered was merely a piece of clothing. As the armor crumbled, his true form was revealed, a gigantic cyborg. Lin Nan glanced down at the corpse in the coffin, figuring it must be his original body. However, while a cyborg in spirit form couldn't inflict physical damage, it could attack through a form of possession. The Dark Gold Saints' attacks were completely ineffective against this foe. Suddenly, the situation shifted. Uncle Pan was the first to fall victim to the possession attack. With his 8th level strength, he had no resistance against a peak 8th level spirit. Uncle Pan's body contorted violently, and a ball of flame emerged from his hand, aimed directly at his head. A direct hit would undoubtedly be fatal. Luo Tian reacted quickly, leading Dazi to intervene. The others quickly followed, but it seemed too late. Uncle Pan was going to die. Get out! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. It was Lin Nan. He clutched a small blue whip and lashed at Uncle Pan's body. A shudder emanated from his soul. Even a 5th level divine star couldn't withstand such a beating, so how could a peak level 8th level cyborg possibly withstand it? Almost instantly, the cyborg's soul was driven out. Not only that, but a piercing scream followed. Everyone was shocked, especially the woman standing nearby. She couldn't believe it. They had no way of resisting this being, yet this 5th level warrior could actually beat him to the point of screaming and wailing. She grew increasingly interested in Lin Nan. The mystery surrounding him was like a poison, captivating the woman. The cyborg's soul, driven out, was equally shocked. The previous whip had filled him with fear of Lin Nan, but it was also filled with anger. He was clearly a 5th level warrior, yet he kept falling at his hands. This was unbearable. Boy, you've really pissed me off. This time, the mechanical man zeroed in on Lin Nan, attempting to possess him. Since Lin Nan was the only one capable of subduing him, though he was afraid, this was the best solution he could think of. However, this was exactly what Lin Nan wanted. It was exactly what he'd been hoping for. The mechanical man advanced aggressively, but Lin Nan opened his arms and said welcomingly, "Come on, take me." The mechanical man sensed something was amiss, but by the time he could react, it was too late. Fearing he might change his mind, Lin Nan finally ran straight at him. The woman stared blankly at the scene. If she'd been shocked before, now she was completely stunned by it. She glanced at the dark old saints nearby, who also looked bewildered. Haha, that idiot, Yi Lang chuckled in one corner. In another, a mechanical man trembled in fear. And now, the third corner had a new owner. It was none other than the giant mechanical man who had just attempted to possess Lin Nan's body. It had never imagined that Lin Nan's body actually contained a sea of consciousness. Even more difficult to accept was that it had given its all and fallen into his trap. Like Yelin and the others, the giant mechanical man was immediately imprisoned. Then came the requisite soul whipping. Please spare me. I was wrong, the mechanical man cowered, finally shivering in a corner. Lin Nan couldn't help but laugh at its expression. Just now, weren't you so awesome? How can you just go soft? Actually, Lin Nan was being easy on the eyes. If he had felt the power of the whip himself, he wouldn't have said that. Now convinced, he naturally had to confess a few things: who he was, how he had grown so large, and why he was here. Then I'll tell you. Can you let me out? The mechanical man said. Lin Nan nodded. Yelin, watching him nod, sneered disdainfully. If he had truly kept his word, he wouldn't have stayed in there. But Lin Nan ignored him. I suggest you tell the truth, or I'll beat you to death. The threat in Lin Nan's tone frightened Yelin, let alone the mechanical man. Okay, I understand. I'll tell the truth. The mechanical man confessed everything. After a long moment, Lin Nan realized that this man was the master of the pyramid. When the Star Alliance patrols explored the planet, they disturbed his peace, so he slaughtered them all, and the planet was sealed off. As for why he had grown so large, it was because the mechanical man could also level up and become stronger. He was at the peak of the 8th level, and with each level he gained, his size and strength increased. Lin Nan then asked about the previous civilization, but it had no idea. That previous civilization seemed to have existed hundreds of billions of years ago. He was a descendant of the people who were left behind, but through acquired strength, he had finally become what he was. Where's that box? What was that box in the corpse's arms? Lin Nan suddenly remembered that the corpse in the coffin was holding a huge box. I don't know exactly what's inside. All I know is that it's been passed down from my ancestors, generation after generation, for us to protect. If it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have become stronger, because the reward for protection is the ability to gain powerful upgrade talents, so that's how it is. Then your mission is over. Lin Nan suddenly laughed. What do you mean? The mechanical man was puzzled. Lin Nan ignored him and simply disappeared into a sea of consciousness. Huh? Didn't you say you'd let me go after that? You liar, Yi Lang laughed beside him. Be content with being alive. Don't even think about leaving. It's useless, a voice suddenly echoed from the corner, startling the mechanical man. Only to realize Yi Lang's presence did he regain his composure. Startled, the mechanical man was about to explode with anger, but was shocked to find that this man's strength was like a black hole. Just by looking at him, he was ready to bow down at his feet. Unable to suppress his inner fear, he fell to his knees with a loud thud. Is that right? That's how the weak should behave when facing the strong, Yelin chuckled. Unlike that guy, who restrained me the moment they met, then whipped me, the guy he was talking about opened his eyes and saw everyone staring at him blankly. The woman hadn't left yet, but when she saw Lin Nan awake, she hurried over. You're awake, Lin Nan nodded, having actually just entered a sea of consciousness. I'm fine. I've taken care of that guy. Don't worry. Hearing Lin Nan's words, everyone was in disbelief. Already done, the woman exclaimed in shock. Lin Nan nodded and walked towards the giant metal coffin. Looking at Lin Nan's back, the woman suddenly felt a little lost. She felt that Lin Nan was a little cold towards her. In reality, Lin Nan was just like that, and he had other things to attend to. The woman hadn't noticed, but her heart had become noticeably more sensitive than before. Standing on the coffin, everyone looked at the box in the corpse's arms and whispered among themselves. Is this a box that's been passed down for billions of years? What could be inside? Lin Nan couldn't contain his curiosity. Just then, the woman followed. What are you still doing here? Oh, I haven't asked you why you're here yet, and what's your name? Lin Nan asked, looking at the woman. The woman turned away, feigning disdain. Don't you know you should introduce yourself before asking someone's name? So, who are you? Lin Nan nodded slightly, convinced she was right, and said, I'm your father. Huh? The woman asked, puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the term father. Oh, Lin Nan realized the problem and added, my full name is Daddy, but you can also call me by my nickname, Daddy, the woman's voice suddenly rang out. Son, huh? Now it was Lin Nan's turn to be confused. You know what I mean, the woman shook her head in disdain, then pointed to her earlobe. I have a simultaneous interpreter implanted in my ear. It automatically translates based on context, and it covers almost the entire universe. You're a bit naive to think you'd mess with me. Lin Nan was shocked. How did you know I wanted to mess with you, woman? Lin Nan saw the woman's confusion and shook his head. You can't understand what I'm saying. Only LSPs can understand. What's an LSP? The woman was even more confused. Her interpreter couldn't even read it. Lin Nan said calmly, LSPs must be those people laughing with their phones right now. Forget it. You won't understand this interdimensional topic even if I tell you. Let's get down to business. My name is Lin Nan, and yours? The woman was stunned for a moment, then said, my name is Melissa. Sorry for the misunderstanding earlier. And thank you for saving me. Melissa gently bent down, grabbed Lin Nan's hand, and tried to kiss it. Lin Nan watched Melissa's hand reach her lips, unmoved. Melissa. How? Another Melissa. Lin Nan's thoughts were drawn back to that mysterious dimension. A person who looked just like him kept telling him to kill a woman named Melissa. But he had. Wasn't the she-wolf and he'd killed named Melissa? And now, another woman named Melissa appeared beside him. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Mysterious Painting. Why are you kissing my hand? Lin Nan said calmly, his eyes vacant. The other woman was visibly taken aback. Huh? That's the custom in our area. We use it to express goodwill. Sorry, I'm being presumptuous. I should have asked first, Before Melissa could finish her words, Lin Nan kissed her mouth. Though it was only for a moment, Melissa was completely stunned. The feeling was like an electric shock. That's the custom in our area, and I respect you too, Lin Nan said sincerely. Melissa was about to get angry, but seeing Lin Nan's serious expression, she felt like he wasn't lying. The tingling sensation she just felt was still reeling, so she didn't pursue the matter. Behind her, the 99 Dark Gold Saints watched this scene and exchanged glances. Brother Ghazi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lin Nan was torn. His actions had been deliberate. If Melissa had clashed with him, he might have killed her. After all, how could Melissa's life be compared to Chu Mingyao and the others? But this woman didn't seem like a bad person. Moreover, he had already killed a perverted she-wolf named Melissa before, a perverted, horny little wolf whose love for him was so perverted she might actually target Chu Mingyao and the others. Meanwhile, this woman before him seemed like a reasonable person. After a long silence, Lin Nan let out a long breath. If I see you again before we part, I'll kill you, Lin Nan muttered to himself. This was the best solution he could think of. Why are you still here? Go do what you have to do, Lin Nan suddenly said, looking at Melissa. The latter was stunned for a moment, then recovered. I came here just to explore this planet, nothing else, and I can do it any time. So, I want to see what's inside this box. Once I'm done, I'll leave. Alright, Lin Nan sighed, then looked back at Luo Tian and the others. I'm worried there's a trap. You wait here. I have high defense, so I'll go and scout it out first. Without waiting for a response, Lin Nan jumped down. Wait for me. My powers are ready. If there's any danger, I can get you out, Melissa said, following suit. You can come, but if you dare to steal my treasure, I'll definitely kill you, Lin Nan said coldly. Melissa shook her head and whispered, don't worry, I won't. You can trust me. Her kindness being misunderstood didn't hurt Melissa. She felt Lin Nan was simply being cautious. However, she could sense the change in his attitude. Clearly, she didn't know the reason. In the sea of consciousness, the giant mechanical man, upon observing the scene outside, frowned. You're hiding something, aren't you? Yellen sneered, noticing the change in the mechanical man's expression. Yes, and no, the mechanical man replied calmly. This nonsensical response had a different reason. It had indeed shared with Lin Nan the limited information about the box, but there was one thing it left unsaid, one he felt unnecessary, as it was a trivial matter. Or rather, it was a dream about the box. Everyone is curious, and the giant mechanical man, in his youth, had also wondered what it was he would have to protect for the rest of his life. He even had a strange dream. In it, he and a female mechanical man entered the box. However, once inside, time and space shifted, and it felt as if he and the female mechanical man had been together for a long time, as if they had experienced many things. The two mechanical men, lying together. Inexplicably, he felt happy, a different kind of happiness, a joy he had never experienced before. But when he woke up, everything was gone. He lay on the ground, the female cyborg nowhere to be seen. It was a dream, albeit one with a certain realism. Even now, he still believed it was a dream. Interestingly, his father had heard his father say the same thing. No one knew if it was something ingrained into their genes, because they were guardians. Beside the metal box, Lin Nan carefully examined it as Melissa approached from behind. Suddenly, Lin Nan noticed a box was lighting up, and a strange noise was emanating from within. Thinking it was about to explode, Melissa instinctively stepped back. Then, the light suddenly stopped. Both of them were startled. Melissa then moved closer. As she approached, something strange happened again. The box lit up again, and at the same time, a strange noise emanated from within. At that moment, both realized something was amiss. "Back off," Lin Nan whispered to Melissa. She followed Lin Nan's instructions, and sure enough, the light and the noise faded once more. Lin Nan asked Melissa to stay while he left. He discovered that even without him, or rather, with only Melissa present, the box remained unresponsive. A man and a woman must be present. This isn't for a sacrifice, is it? But what's so special about a sacrificial object? Lin Nan quickly dismissed his idea. Open a space-time portal. If we run into any problems later, we can leave together. By the way, there won't be any restrictions on your portal, right? Like, no outsiders allowed in. Or like, I'll have to marry you if I enter. Melissa chuckled disdainfully. You're overthinking it. No need. Lin Nan nodded, then added, in a voice only he could hear, so, if you go in, you don't have to take responsibility. The space-time portal opened. As a precaution, the 99 Dark Gold Saints behind them set up a powerful shield around Lin Nan and Melissa. This was a bit unnecessary, considering how could these shields possibly protect against an attack their battle suits couldn't? But it was better than nothing. After arranging everything, Lin Nan and the woman stood beside the box. As they stood there longer, the light and sound from the box grew stronger. At the same time, they saw a picture appear on the box. At the top was a baby, seemingly newborn, crying. Below the baby was a map of the starry sky. Beneath that, a variety of creatures lay in submission. Lin Nan saw humans, cyborgs, werewolves, vampires, and familiar star beasts. Among them was a gigantic, pitch-black, angular beast. Lin Nan didn't recognize it, but he noticed it because, from just one image, he could sense its hostility. That's a devouring beast, a terrifying creature. Once fully grown, even a 9th-level warrior would have to avoid it. Seeing Lin Nan's confusion, Melissa offered an explanation. Although Lin Nan had heard the name devouring beast many times, he had never actually seen one. However, more than that, Lin Nan was concerned about the meaning of the painting. Is this to show how powerful this child is? The first layer depicted a baby, the second the universe, and the third, that everything submitted to him? This was Lin Nan's guess. There's a fourth layer. Lin Nan saw the painting's contents continue to expand, only now the light grew stronger. Simultaneously, a powerful suction emanated from the box. Run! Run! Lin Nan practically screamed, but Melissa was also affected by the suction. Even though the space-time gate was right before them, she couldn't touch it. The Dark Gold Saints noticed their abnormality and rushed forward. They reached out to pull Lin Nan and the others, but they too were affected by the suction. 8th-level cultivation was nothing before this force. Ah! Melissa screamed as they were sucked in. At the same time, the fourth layer of the painting on the metal box finally emerged. The painting above could only be described in 4 words, white bones. Perhaps because too many people had entered, or perhaps for some other reason, the metal box began to flash red, and then all 99 Dark Gold Saints were spit out of it. At the same time, the light, the sound, and the 4 layers of paintings all vanished. Luo Tian and the others stared at the empty box, stunned. Lin Nan and Melissa entered the box. It wasn't a confined space, on the contrary, it was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. They stood in the middle, as if standing in the middle of the universe, surrounded by all sorts of moving celestial bodies. However, in contrast, their bodies had also become enormous, with each planet only about the size of their fingers. The two looked at each other, somewhat confused as to what was happening. Gradually, they saw the celestial bodies moving faster and faster. At the same time, strange images entered their minds. They slowly closed their eyes and lay hand in hand in the starry sky, surrounded by various celestial bodies. Their eyes shifted constantly, as if watching images in their minds. Their expressions shifted constantly, alternating between joy and sorrow, anger and grief. One moment, tears welled up from their eyes, the next, smiles graced their lips. Unconsciously, their hands tightened even more, as if they had been through many things together. After an unknown amount of time, the dim universe began to transform, revealing a dazzling light. Simultaneously, their clothes gradually faded, revealing only their fair, delicate bodies. Suddenly, Lin Nan rolled over and embraced Melissa. Chapter 164 The Mysterious Visitor. It was painful at first, shared by both parties, but it soon became natural and smooth. Finally, a drop of raindrops successfully landed on the delicate pistol. After a long moment, Lin Nan released his grip. The moment he did, the blinding light that lingered around them faded, and the vanished clothing neatly reappeared on both of them. They both opened their eyes simultaneously. They instinctively glanced around, their minds swirling with memories of their shared experiences, gradually slammed into reality. Their expressions gradually shifted, as if realizing that this had been nothing more than a long dream. The intertwining of reality and dream, between two strangers, doomed this dream to be illusory and disastrous, destined to end in shattering destruction. Melissa looked at Lin Nan with a complex expression. Then, trembling, she opened a portal in time and space within the metal box and left without looking back. Lin Nan watched her retreat, and as he had done so many times in the dreams conjured by the metal box, he instinctively reached out his hand as the girl left. However, his next move should have been to chase after her. However, the foot that had just stretched out inexplicably retracted. When Lin Nan finally tried to catch up, it was too late. The space-time portal had closed. She and I seemed, Lin Nan gasped, but he wasn't sure. His clothes were still intact, and the previous experience was just a dream. In other words, she and I might not have done anything. Despite this final conclusion, Lin Nan still felt an uneasy feeling, as if he had lost something, a sense of emptiness within. He subconsciously rubbed his shoulder, which was inexplicably painful. A door opened in the metal box, and Lin Nan stepped out decisively, fearing that the door would also close. However, once he was outside, he forgot to consider the pain in his shoulder. If he had torn open his clothes, he might have seen a row of fake teeth marks, perhaps revealing something, but he didn't. Master Apostle, are you alright? Luo Tian and the others had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Lin Nan emerge, they hurried over and asked with concern. Lin Nan shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Looking back at the metal box again, Lin Nan suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. Here, he and a woman named Melissa had a very long dream, as if he had stayed in there with her for a lifetime. But a lifetime cannot stop the falsehood of dreams. Lin Nan had said before that if he saw Melissa again, he would kill her. But now, Lin Nan had a vague urge in his heart, that is, to find her. However, in the vast universe, there is not even a coordinate where to find her. Let's go dig my mine, Lin Nan sighed, thinking that we will meet again if we are destined. But after just a few steps, Lin Nan turned around again and looked at the metal box. System, identify this thing. I want to see what elemental structure it is. Intuition told Lin Nan that this metal box must be extraordinary. As expected, reporting to the host, this metal box is composed of A145, A121, and SSS 999, only these three elements. I must inform the host that these elements are not native to this universe and are extremely scarce. Lin Nan marveled at the system's words, though this was exactly what he had expected. It's truly not a simple thing. Lin Nan nodded, then asked, can it be recycled? The system was silent for a moment, then said, no. The host needs to upgrade the system level before recycling. Why? Lin Nan was puzzled. Is it because it begins with an A or S? He had long realized that the letter names of some elements correlated with their importance or scarcity, like the T element mentioned earlier, and the H111 element currently being mined for combat uniforms. However, it had been just a guess, and Lin Nan hadn't asked. It was only by chance that he shared his thoughts today. But if that were the case, then this metal box would be truly remarkable. After all, it didn't just start with the letter A, but there were also SSS, something so formidable at first glance. Lin Nan's conjecture was also recognized by the system. As the host suspected, the preciousness of the elements is arranged according to this rule. Of course, some elements don't adhere to this rule. Generally, these elements are unique to this layer of the universe. So that's how it is, Lin Nan understood. The more he understood, the more he wanted to understand the secret of this metal box. He had asked the system at the beginning, but it refused to answer, claiming that Lin Nan's strength was too low and he wasn't qualified. There was no other way, so he had to hurry and improve his strength. Back at the starting point, the Mecha army was still transporting resources. The T-511 elements were to repair the Starburst battleship, and the destination of the artifact pavilion's transportation was naturally the Starburst's interior. Lin Nan arrived inside the Starburst battleship and saw many people busy moving supplies. Upon seeing him approach, they greeted him warmly. After all, this was the man who had saved Athena and rescued them from danger. Master Apostle, your resource search is incredibly efficient. And they're all crucial for repairing the warship. We expect it to be operational soon. The captain, who was directing the hauling of ore, hurried over to meet Lin Nan. Lin Nan nodded slightly. While saying this, he knew that repairing the Starburst battleship was no simple task. The core resources would only take a few days to mine, but there were still a ton of smaller resources to collect. These were relatively common, but the challenge lay in the fact that it would require Lin Nan to travel back and forth to numerous locations. However, there was no other way, only Lin Nan could travel between planets. If only Melissa were here. Suddenly, this thought crossed Lin Nan's mind, and he shook his head. Even so, a bittersweet feeling lingered within him. It felt like losing a lifelong lover. Just as Lin Nan was losing his composure, he heard hurried footsteps. The guards on the Starburst battleship had originally been heading for the captain, but upon seeing Lin Nan approach, they saluted solemnly before reporting to the two men. Reporting to the Apostle, reporting to the captain, a mysterious aircraft has been spotted heading our way, 100 light-years away. Aircraft. Lin Nan followed the captain to the command room. Sure enough, the radar detected a group of about 12 spacecraft. Based on their trajectory, they would intersect in about 2 hours. The captain looked at Lin Nan and said, "Apostle, is trade and shipping in this galaxy very prosperous? How come so many aircraft suddenly appeared?" Lin Nan was also stunned. "I don't understand this either. After all, our planet's civilization has only reached the ability to build space stations. As for aircraft from outer space, our country has never seen them, but other countries see them frequently." Common. The captain was a little confused. "So, although this is the edge of the universe, it's relatively prosperous, right?" Lin Nan didn't know how to answer this question. After thinking for a while, Lin Nan said, "It should be said that there are very few. At least I haven't seen many before. I think instead of dwelling on this question, we should explore their situation." The captain nodded. "Actually, the reason I asked this is to determine the situation in the nearby star field. If there is trade, it means that the other party is very likely trading. If not, then our whereabouts may have been exposed." Hearing the captain's words, Lin Nan's brow furrowed. Right now, he needed to focus on his current defenses. If their whereabouts were exposed to the Star Alliance patrol, the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Nan was also puzzled. Why did a fleet of aircraft appear out of nowhere? After a moment's thought, Lin Nan asked, "Can we defeat them?" The captain nodded. "They're all Star-class aircraft. We can certainly defeat them. As long as we can defeat them, we'll intercept them. I want to see what they are. If they're from the Star Alliance patrol, we'll kill them. At worst, we can just move." "I know what you mean. I'll expedite the search for resources to repair the battleship." Lin Nan said this with a serious expression. After all, this was not only about the safety of the entire Starburst crew, but also the safety of his family and compatriots back on Earth. Lin Nan always remembered that the Star Alliance patrol had caused the current state of his home planet. At that thought, Lin Nan's heart surged with nameless anger. To ensure full combat preparations, Lin Nan called back the Dark Gold Saints. "Looks like we need to expedite a plan to customize their combat uniforms. Only if these individuals possess defenses above the Ninth Order can they effectively fight against Ninth Order experts." Slowly, after a long time, the Starburst battleship successfully intercepted 10 enemy aircraft. Lin Nan rushed to the interception landing zone, wanting to see who was coming, but as the doors of the aircraft opened, 10 middle-aged carbon-based humans in white coats and glasses suddenly emerged from one of the 10 aircraft. Before Lin Nan could even ask, they rushed towards him, standing in the middle. The guards nearby tried to protect Lin Nan when they saw him kneel down not far from him. Please, please save our home. In the reception room, 10 middle-aged men and women frantically devoured the meal they had been given. Lin Nan crossed his legs, cigarette smoke swirling in his hand. You just said your homeland has also been invaded by the corrupted Yins. The middle-aged man named Dom's eyes flushed slightly. He put down his cutlery and wiped his mouth hastily. Yes, yes. Please, please, save our homeland. Lin Nan waved his hand. Although I know you're anxious, there's no point in being anxious. I need to know everything about this matter so I can decide whether or not to help you. Lin Nan's words calmed the other man down for a moment. After a moment's contemplation, he explained the whole story in as much detail as possible. It turned out that these people were a group of top scientists originally from the M78 ATM system. Although, like Earth, they were located at the edge of the universe. Their technological prowess was so advanced that they had already developed spacecraft capable of interstellar jumps. This unusual technological talent caught the attention of the Star Alliance Patrol, who recruited 10 of their most talented scientists to join them. Initially, they were reluctant, considering the prospect of working hundreds of thousands of light years away from their home planet. However, the other party offered them a high price to help develop their home planet. During their years working away from home, they had witnessed its growth and development, and were deeply grateful to the Star Alliance Patrol. After all, they only wanted 10 of them, yet the cost was nearly 100,000 men dispatched to undertake the reconstruction work hundreds of thousands of light years away. Lin Nan felt a flicker of emotion in his heart, but his next words completely shattered the Star Alliance Patrol's facade. Having been away from home for so long, never once returning, these people inevitably yearned for their home planet and longed to return, but the team refused, citing their busy scientific research schedules. After repeated rejections, they finally learned the truth one day. They had been abandoned by their home planet. To increase their aid, their home planet had signed a contract with the Star Alliance, securing the scientists' permanent residency. At that time, the Covenant offered them no strict requirements, simply promising them that they could return home after 30 years. Abandoned by their home planet, yet offered the Covenant a well-intentioned olive branch, these scientists devoted themselves completely to the Covenant's development. If this were true, it wouldn't be considered a shattering of the Covenant's veneer. Because the so-called truth was all a lie. Dal said, it was a gloomy morning when he had a chance to go out and relax in the City of Mist. Looking at the homeless alien refugees, he felt a certain amusement, a self-deprecation. Though refugees and homeless, they felt a sense of home, a sense of belonging wherever they went. But he, though he had home, had been abandoned, and wherever he went, he found nothing but a strange, cold land. But all this changed at a corner. There, he saw a ragged man leaning helplessly against a wall. He took a second longer look, because the man looked so much like his brother, far away on his home planet. He was simply trying to ease his longing. After all, he was an abandoned person. But everything changed, because the man also noticed him, turned his head to look at him, and suddenly smiled weakly, calling out, "Brother." Chapter 165 Alien Planet. "Brother, I finally found you." These were the younger brother's last words. Everything that followed was from someone who had come with him, but that person also died. It was then that Arl finally realized that the so-called abandonment from their home planet was a lie told by the Covenant Patrol. They hadn't even offered any assistance to their home planet, instead using high-tech, synthetic videos to deceive them. Now, every time he thought about them using fake videos to keep him happy, Darl felt completely ridiculous, and his laughter would only lead to tears. His younger brother and his companions had come to the City of Mist and Desire, partly to escape, and partly to find their brother and return to save their home planet. But not only had the Covenant Patrol failed to fulfill their promise, they had used the corrupted insect on their planet, simply because it was at the edge of the universe. At this point, Darl and the other scientists could hardly contain their fury. But what good would this do? 10 scientists hoping to defy the rulers of the universe was sheer wishful thinking. Now, simply returning to their home planet required a secretive approach. Since your planet has invented space-time jump technology, why don't you leave in spacecraft? As if anticipating Lin Nan's question, Dal smiled wryly. Since they've decided to use the corrupted grass against us, they must have considered blockading us. And indeed, they did. First, they destroyed most of our aircraft, then spread electronic jammers throughout the air. Dal didn't explain what electronic jammers were, but Lin Nan learned through the system that these microscopic robots could disable aircraft. This electronic weapon, used in warfare, was targeted at a single planet. Clearly, the Covenant patrol's spreading of the corrupted grass was intentional. My brother and his crew only managed to escape the electronic jammers blockade with the combined efforts of the entire planet. Lin Nan nodded, his cigarette unnoticed as it burned down. Come on, I'll go with you. Lin Nan tossed away his cigarette and stood up. Excuse me, are you alone? The female scientist behind Dal asked. Lin Nan smiled. Yes, and no. The most important thing is, besides trusting me, you have no other options, right? No, I mean, why not send the Starburst battleship over? We don't have much spare space on our aircraft, the female scientist continued. Because it's broken, Lin Nan bluntly stated. I believe you should know we're followers of the gods, and you should also know that the Star Alliance patrol is hunting us. If you didn't share my experience, I wouldn't bother with you at all. I might even kill you just because you once served the Star Alliance patrol. So, if you truly want to save your planet, you can only hope it hasn't completely collapsed, or trust me. The scientists were a little confused. Another, slightly younger scientist asked, you mean, your planet has also been invaded by the corrupted insect? Everyone looked at Lin Nan with sharp eyes. Not suffered, but is suffering. Through the transparent glass window, Lin Nan looked down at the home planet, shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Following Lin Nan's gaze, everyone looked towards Earth. Lu Xun once said, people's joys and sorrows don't connect, I just think they're noisy, but at this moment, their feelings connected. The scientists suddenly felt understood. I believe you, Dal suddenly said. Looking at Lin Nan. Please come with me to my home planet. As he spoke, the other scientists nodded. In reality, this wasn't much different from blind faith, but sometimes blind faith can have unexpected results. Bidding farewell to the captain and the others, Lin Nan boarded their spacecraft and headed for the scientists' home planet. It took only half a day to reach their destination. The planet was so close to Earth that Lin Nan even wondered if the Covenant patrol had happened to notice them while targeting the scientists' planets, a common occurrence. However, the time span was still quite significant. Almost 2 years had passed since the arrival of the corrupted insect on the scientists' home planet, while Earth had only been there for the better part of half a year. Accordingly, the gray clouds that once lingered above Earth transformed into pale red blood mist upon their shores. Lin Nan didn't know what level of global evolution this had reached, but he knew the dangers ahead were undoubtedly significant. Due to the presence of electronic jammers, they were forced to ground their craft mid-air. On the way, Lin Nan was still wondering how these scientists would land on the planet, when he saw a beam of light emanate from the craft, followed by a massive space-time vortex. This was their space-time warp technology. Lin Nan was somewhat shocked. They could actually create warp channels at will. This technology was truly remarkable. No wonder the Star Alliance patrol invited their top scientists to join them. Perhaps the use of the corrupted yeast on their planet also had a role in neutralizing this technology. After all, in this universe, there were powerful beings like the gods. At least, they had once existed. If anyone else gained access to this technology, it would inevitably affect the balance of power. Successfully creating a warp channel wouldn't be difficult, the challenge was surviving. These scientists were once ordinary carbon-based humans. To prolong their lifespans, the Star Alliance injected them with free evolutionary potions. Even so, their power level was only at the 3rd level. Therefore, survival was highly unlikely. Judging from the red blood mist, these people's strength was at least level 5 or above. I need a safe place to bring my troops here. Lin Nan's words stunned the scientists, clearly not expecting him to summon an army at will. At the very least, this statement revealed that Lin Nan could also open a space-time portal. I'll go check and see if that place is still usable. With this, Dal rushed in. 2 years ago, when their teacher saw them off, he pointed to a fixed space-time portal and said, "This place is reserved for you forever." This meant that as long as they wished to return, the gate to their home planet would always be open to them. Because that place was a fixed warp passage, it was extremely sturdy and considered a safe place. However, its actual usability still needed to be confirmed, after 2 years had passed. It was with this operation that Lin Nan understood that their space-time portal technology wasn't simply created arbitrarily, it required knowing the coordinates of the other gate. On their planet, there were many such fixed warp passages. "Come in. This place is usable," Dal said excitedly. In reality, his excitement wasn't because it was safe here, or perhaps that wasn't the main reason. The real reason was that their home planet hadn't abandoned them. At this moment, their hearts finally found a place to rest, and they even felt that dying on their homeland wasn't a bad idea. Hearing this news, Lin Nan was equally thrilled. Lin, a man who wouldn't risk his life to come here without profit, only felt pity for these scientists. More importantly, there were many advanced mutant creatures here, naturally providing him with numerous kill points and high-level evolution crystals. With proper care, mass production of combat suits and upgrades would be within reach. Soon, they passed through the warp tunnel and arrived at a relatively enclosed space. It was dimly lit, but the green light from the warp tunnel allowed them to vaguely see some of the interior. However, upon arriving, Lin Nan instantly felt a powerful force. Deep in the darkness, there was the oppressive pressure of a level 6 zombie. "Go back, hurry back," Lin Nan jumped out of the aircraft alone, then hurriedly urged them to leave. At first, they were still confused, unsure of what was happening, until they saw a zombie charging frantically toward them. Just as they were about to leave, they froze in their tracks. "Teacher, it's... Teacher," they saw a white-haired old man, also in a white coat, rushing frantically toward them. But the face that once grew serious when they slacked off, and beamed with kindness when they achieved success, had gradually become distorted. If they hadn't spent enough time with him, they wouldn't have recognized this zombie-like old man as their beloved teacher. "So, teacher, you've been waiting here for us." Dal knelt on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. But now wasn't the time to cry. "Hurry up. I'm here to help you, not hold you back." Lin Nan rushed toward the old man. A 5th level versus a 6th level, under the pressure of a greater realm, Lin Nan was naturally a tough opponent. But with the support of his combat suit, he could easily hold him back. It was mainly the scientists who were the main reason. In fact, in the past, Lin Nan would not care about their life or death, but now it is different. They are the treasures that the Star Alliance is fighting for. Lin Nan naturally has to ensure their survival and then bring them under his command. So, when Lin Nan was trying to stop the old man, he deliberately acted very difficult, otherwise how could they leave in a hurry? Reluctantly, they still chose to leave, because maybe they are the last survivors of this planet. "What will you do if we leave?" "You probably can't beat the teacher," Dal asked at the last moment before getting on the aircraft. "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Remember, don't come back unless I tell you to." Lin Nan pressed the old man's head and turned back to shout. Chapter 166, Consecrated Mouth Weasel Hunter. The burden was finally gone. Lin Nan turned around and summoned the Pavilion of Artifacts. At the same time, he also successfully obtained the coordinates of the planet, allowing him to enter directly from the pavilion. The purpose of opening the Pavilion of Artifacts was to summon the Dark Gold Saints. After all, they were his strongest trump card. A level 6 zombie was currently hugging Lin Nan and biting him, but the defensive power of his battle suit was too strong, and the level 6 zombie simply couldn't break through his defenses. Similarly, Lin Nan didn't bother to deal with him. While Lin Nan could defeat him with his strong defenses, mainly because the difference between the man and the zombie was not that great, it would certainly take a lot of effort. So, Lin Nan carried him on his back to transport the sealed Dark Gold Saint. However, living creatures could not successfully pass through the Pavilion of Artifacts. Therefore, each time he entered the Pavilion of Artifacts, the old man would be forcibly torn from Lin Nan's body. Then, when Lin Nan emerged, he would climb up and bite him again. This back and forth continued for many rounds until Lin Nan, growing tired, had the now unsealed Luo Tian reduced to ash. At this moment, Lin Nan was shocked to discover that this single 6th rank zombie had generated a staggering 1 million kill points, or 10 to the power of 6. His surprise was unreal. What filled Lin Nan with anticipation was the sheer number of such zombies on this planet. After the Dark Gold Saints were all unsealed, Lin Nan attempted to summon them back, only to discover he had no idea how. The method was simple: simply pilot a spacecraft through a time-space warp tunnel. However, he lacked one. Entering the warp tunnel rashly would likely result in annihilation in the endless depths of space. After all, even 9th rank warriors couldn't simply enter the universe naked. Forget it, I'll leave a mark for them and go for a walk outside first. With that, Lin Nan wrote a message, I'm going out to check on the situation. Don't run around. Stay here and wait for me. If you encounter any danger, return to deep space. Also, your teacher passed away peacefully. Lin Nan pressed a button, and the door opened. It was still functional, and Lin Nan didn't forget to close it for them. Stepping outside, they were greeted by lush vegetation, followed by a sky full of mutant birds, and murderous intent from all directions. This murderous intent stirred Lin Nan's heart. 100 level 6 mutants is 100 million kill points, 1,000 is 1 billion kill points. So, adding to my existing kill points, if each of the Dark Gold Saints can kill 10 level 6 mutants, I can redeem them for a mass-produced model of my battlesuit. Damn. I've come to the right place. He turned his head to look at the group of Dark Gold Saints behind him and said with a smile, Hey guys, look at this battlesuit of mine. It's warm in winter and cool in summer. They were a little puzzled, as Lin Nan wasn't the type to show off. However, since he was their apostle after all, Brother Ghazi said bluntly, This thing is great, but even though it's great, the apostle can't give it to me. Hey, Ghazi, what are you thinking? How can you covet the apostle's things? Pansy said from the side. I'm not coveting them. I'm a straightforward person, and I'm just speaking my mind, Ghazi said. Alright, actually, this kind of thing. While you think it's something special, I don't think so. Lin Nan's words were full of Versailles. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of Lin Nan's intentions. Well, I see how hard it is for you all to protect me, so I thought I'd give you each a piece to wear for fun. What? Before Lin Nan could finish his words, everyone was shocked. They had seen many things, but this kind of gift of such a treasure was the first time they had ever seen one. After all, it was something even Li Hu I would have loved to have. Is this true, Master Apostle? Ghazi and Pansy rushed to Lin Nan's side, massaging his legs and shoulders, their expressions fawning. Seeing their expressions, Lin Nan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't their fault, though. In their minds, Lin Nan had long been a godlike being. Despite his low level, he possessed a vast arsenal of skills. Anything he said was likely true. So, while there was a tinge of skepticism, they were also largely convinced. It's actually very simple. I need you to kill 1,000 level 6 mutants, Lin Nan said with a smile. 1,000? That's about 10 per person. Just kill 10 and you'll get that awesome combat suit. I'll take the mission. You don't even need to do anything, Uncle Pen suddenly said. He glanced at Ghazi beside him and said, Ghazi, let's go. Okay, Pansy. With that, the two of them took off into the air. Lin Nan instinctively looked up at the sky and saw Pansy suddenly raise his hand. Immediately, the hundreds of mutant birds around him froze in midair, as if controlled. Ghazi raised his index finger above his head, and in an instant, a dark purple bead appeared on it. Explode, shoot, the two shouted simultaneously. Then, Lin Nan watched as the hundreds of controlled 6th-level mutant birds suddenly perished, their organs shattering on the ground. The sky, once occupied by the birds, instantly cleared. Meanwhile, as the bead condensed, countless purple rays suddenly erupted from the bead, radiating crazily. Wails echoed all around. Lin Nan watched as a mutant creature not far away, its heart pierced by the purple light, spontaneously combusted. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's kill point skyrocketed. He had originally thought 10 billion would be enough, but after all this activity, he had earned nearly 2.5 billion kill points. It was terrifying. Is that enough? If not, we'll kill more, Uncle Pan shouted, looking at Lin Nan on the ground. Lin Nan waved his hands repeatedly. That's enough. You guys get down first. This efficiency was incredible. Seeing their expectant eyes, Lin Nan was at a loss for words to express his joy. While he had enough kill points, he still needed some resources. Are you still a little short? Luo Dan, sensing Lin Nan's concern, asked hurriedly. Lin Nan shook his head. No need to kill them, we're just short of resources. As he spoke, he used his eye of mineral resources, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that this planet happened to contain the resources he needed. If they could successfully gather these resources, the goal of mass-producing combat suits would be immediately achieved. Master Apostle, tell us what resources we need, and we'll get them, Pansy said. That's right, while the mutants here are high level, they're nothing I'm afraid of, Itachi Hunter suddenly said. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Even Lin Nan looked at him. In fact, when he had free time, Lin Nan often asked Luo Tian about the Dark Old Saints. Upon asking, Lin Nan learned that these individuals, in this universe, had almost all had legendary stories. And this was also true of Itachi Hunter. While his skills with a gun were exceptional, yes, he was skilled with it, his greatest skill was actually his cannon. His mouth. He was the universe's #1 flag god. He didn't usually speak, but when he did, his words were often effective. The key is the reverse effect. Who can you argue with? Just like he just said, there's nothing here he's afraid of. Lin Nan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as he sensed a tremendous pressure. Even in his 9th-tier battlesuit, this pressure instilled a deep fear. Could it be the devouring beast? Chen Hun, where's Chen Hun? Itachi Hunter repeated. Come on, if you keep saying it, I'll chop you down. A young man emerged from the crowd, a massive, bandaged sword slung across his back. This man was Chen Hun, the one rumored to have slain the devouring beast. No one knew how a peak 8th-tier cultivator could slay the devouring beast, feared even by 9th-tier cultivators. Brother Luo Tian, what's going on? I'm also feeling that overwhelming pressure. Lin Nan looked at Luo Tian. Of the group, Luo Tian was the most composed. He looked up at the sky and said calmly, this powerful being is probably a 9th-order mutant. A devourer isn't likely. After all, no one has ever seen a devourer that can enter a planet. Luo Tian's words enlightened everyone. Devourers, like these, couldn't withstand the atmospheric pressure inside a planet and could only survive in space. Then what could it be? Ghazi said anxiously. I don't know, but it's at least 9th order. We should be careful. And judging by our sensing range, that creature should be some distance away. Don't worry for now, Luo Tian added. Chen Hun followed everyone's gaze and turned to Lin Nan. Master Apostle, what should we do next? Lin Nan thought for a moment. According to the Eye of Mineral Resources, all the resources needed to manufacture combat uniforms were on this planet. If they left, they would have to travel far and wide searching for them, which would be extremely time-consuming and laborious. How about we be a little more discreet and get the combat uniforms before leaving? Uncle Pen saw Lin Nan's reluctance. Despite the danger, they were willing to follow him. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around responded. While the number of Dark Old Saints was large, not a single one of them was cowardly. This might have been a deliberate selection by Athena. Seeing these people so fierce, Lin Nan was genuinely pleased. They were just what he wanted. Birds of a feather flocked together, and seeing Lin Nan's decisive killing spree, they were actually quite pleased. Then let's proceed with caution and avoid a head-on collision, Lin Nan whispered. Okay, everyone nodded. We'll be fine if we proceed with caution, Weasel echoed. I don't believe there's another monster like this. Chapter 167 Successfully Gathering Resources. Lin Nan? Everyone? Itachi suddenly covered his mouth, and the next second, it was sealed tightly with a bandage. At that moment, Itachi's divine mouth worked again. It seemed something big was about to happen. The place where the powerful pressure had appeared before was now even more terrifying. Looks like there's more than one, Luo Tian said calmly. Itachi waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that this had nothing to do with him. However, whether it was related or not was no longer important. The most important thing now was to find other resources for the battle suits. Following the instructions of the Mineral Source Eye, everyone headed in the opposite direction of the unknown monster. They encountered countless mutants along the way, but with the Dark Old Saints by their side, they basically killed everyone who stood in their way, and didn't encounter any of the most powerful creatures. Lin Nan surveyed his surroundings and discovered that this was once a city steeped in technology, but with the advancement of the entire city, it was completely covered by dense vegetation. Why is there a cave entrance here? Brother Ghazi called out to everyone. According to the location indicated by the Mineral Source Eye, 2 resources needed to build a mass production machine for combat suits were nearby, and this cave seemed a bit strange. What do you think is in here? Brother Ghazi suddenly asked, pulling out a small stone from the side and throwing it in. Before anyone could process what was going on, a tremendous roar echoed. Then, everyone was shocked. That oppressive feeling again. There's a monster in here. Was he sleeping and woken up by Ghazi's attack? Uncle Pen suddenly said. Luo Tian's frown gradually relaxed. Obviously, this one is much weaker than the last one. It must be only at the 8th level. Lin Nan, upon hearing the 8th level, immediately piqued his interest. Why don't we go in and take a look? Maybe there are resources inside to make combat suits. Everyone else's interest was piqued at the mention of combat suits, and the 8th level master, Chen Hun, even rushed in. In fact, if anyone among them could be said to desire the battle suit the most, it would undoubtedly be the great Chen Hun, the man with a massive broadsword on his back. This man, who had previously battled the devouring beast, relied on his incredible fighting prowess and explosive power. Conversely, his weakness lay in his defense. If he could improve his defense, he could even crush Luo Tian and become the #1 Dark Gold Saint. However, even though his opponent was only at the 8th level, they wouldn't let Chen Hun risk his life alone. Seeing him enter, everyone hurried to follow. The bottomless cave entrance widened as they went deeper, and the stench of blood grew stronger. Strangely, there was even a strong odor of fish. Meanwhile, Lin Nan and the others could sense an approaching pressure, heading their way. "Get ready, a collision is coming," Luo Tian suddenly declared, and just as he had said it, a gigantic monster appeared before them. "Is this a whale, a fish?" Lin Nan tilted his head, staring at the massive monster standing before him, momentarily bewildered. First, this monster was indeed a whale-like species. While the primary inhabitants of this planet were carbon-based humans, other species were somewhat different. Furthermore, due to mutations, this creature only resembled a whale. Secondly, whales are marine creatures. How could they possibly have come to land and even evolved legs capable of walking? Just thinking about it, Lin Nan suddenly realized a possibility. This whale-like creature before him truly had emerged from the sea. Because, whether it was the information revealed by the system or his grandmother's linguistic abilities, they all pointed to one thing: a sea creature suddenly emerging on land. This planet possessed 6th-level creatures, beings feared even by the Dark Gold Saints, indicating that evolution had progressed profoundly. It wasn't surprising for sea creatures to have come onto land. Seeing the fin on the whale monster's back solidified Lin Nan's judgment. Meanwhile, the 8th-level mutated whale monster had already begun its attack. It seemed to have smelled the scent of Brother Ghazi, and it was obviously looking for revenge on him. "Don't waste time, let's end this quickly." As Lin Nan finished speaking, Chen Hun's hand was already on the broadsword behind him. In an instant, a flash of light passed by. Above the crowd, bandages that had once wrapped around the broadsword were floating slowly in the air. Lin Nan's eyes were focused on the bandages that were about to fall to the ground, but the next second, a loud noise was heard. With a bang, Lin Nan was surprised to see that the 8th-level mutant giant whale that was still standing in the last second suddenly broke into pieces of meat in the next second. And the bandage that was about to fall to the ground had been wrapped around the knife at some point. So, strong, same level, only one knife is needed. Chen Hun sheathed his sword once again and, looking at the shattered whale monster, said leisurely, "This kind of thing isn't worth my sword." Lin Nan was at a loss for words. "This guy's just pretending. I give him full marks. He's not afraid of your pride." Through Chen Hun, Lin Nan understood that even those of the same rank can have varying strengths, and that this difference can be the difference between heaven and earth, all in one single blow. "Is this the evolution crystal for an 8th-rank mutant?" Lin Nan spotted a deep blue crystal amidst the pile of flesh. Holding it in his hand, it felt warm and refreshing. Unfortunately, while this crystal was powerful, it couldn't be broken down into lower-level evolution crystals. Otherwise, Lin Nan's leveling would have been much faster. "Let's go. I'm sure now. Keep going, and we'll find the resources we need." Even after walking for nearly 5 hours, Lin Nan still underestimated the depth of the cave. "See? That's the ore." Numerous protruding ore emanated a faint red and blue glow along the cave walls. It was exactly the ore Lin Nan and his companions needed. These are blue star ore and fire meteorite ore. Although they're just ore, they possess the toughness of plants, making them a crucial material for crafting combat equipment, the knowledgeable Uncle Pan explained with confidence, but then changed the subject, adding, "However, this extremely tough ore isn't easy to mine." As he spoke, Uncle Pan sat down on it. Surprisingly, not only did it not hurt him, but the ore actually bent. It wasn't that Uncle Pan's butt had some special abilities, but rather that it was simply the nature of these ores. Lin Nan had naturally prepared for Uncle Pan's question. Lin Nan now possessed an unusually high number of kill points. And the previous encounter with the 8th-level mutant whale had provided him with 100 million kill points, enough to purchase a multifunctional mining machine from the artifact pavilion. While it was a considerable sum, requiring 5 million kill points, This wasn't a problem for Lin Nan. Don't worry, since I said I was going to mine ore, I've made preparations. With that, 10 multifunctional mining machines appeared before the crowd. Isn't this the mining machine from that planet? Everyone was stunned. Indeed, this multifunctional mining machine was the same model found on the Mechanical Man planet. Soon, it began to work, unearthing a steady stream of blue star ore and fire meteorite ore. Should we wait here, or? Luo Tian asked. Lin Nan shook his head. Let's go find other resources. With that, Lin Nan opened a portal to the artifact pavilion and mobilized over 1,000 fighter jets to transport the supplies. Aren't you going to post someone here? Brother Ghazi suddenly said. If a mutant comes, these mechas probably won't be able to handle it. Lin Nan nodded, because Ghazi had a point. These mechas might have been powerful once, but now, they were only good for transporting supplies. I'll stay here and sharpen my sword, Chen Hun volunteered. Having impressed Lin Nan so deeply, he immediately agreed. The rest of the group headed for the next resource point. This time, it was just as close, just below the vegetation-covered city square. The entire city was devoid of a single human, filled only with zombies. Master Apostle, how about we kill all these zombies? Another dark old saint named Mu Yi spoke up. Mu Yi, as his name suggests, was an 8th-level wood-type psychic operator. Upon arriving on this planet, he was struck by the lush vegetation, which, in turn, gave him more room to maneuver. Always eager to try, he was always upstaged. Now, his attention was drawn to the thousands of zombies in the square. Lin Nan saw his anticipation and nodded. He, too, wanted to witness the battle of these 8th-level masters. Honestly, it was a real treat. However, what Lin Nan didn't notice was the strange look on everyone's faces. Mu Yi, thrilled to receive the Master Apostle's approval, clearly wanted to see just how powerful he could be on this planet. When they spotted the zombies, they also spotted them. However, just as they were about to charge, something unusual occurred. Vegetation from all directions madly surged toward the zombies, tangling together and quickly transforming into a massive cage, encircling them. Simultaneously, the branches forming the cage continuously sprouted branches, piercing the zombies. As more and more branches sprouted, the entire cage was completely taken over by them. Finally, the square cage transformed into a sphere that tightened and tightened. The sphere shrank, and shrank. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's expression grew increasingly bizarre. Blood poured through the cracks in the wooden slats like a waterfall. And the slats continued to tighten. Finally, it transformed into a delicate wooden sphere, perhaps only 1 meter in diameter. Lin Nan was stunned. This operation. Lin Nan didn't know what words to use. Thousands of zombies, finally squeezed dry and compressed into a single sphere. At this moment, Mu Yi looked at Lin Nan leisurely, bowed, and said respectfully, Master Apostle, would you like to see what's inside the sphere? No, no. Lin Nan waved his hands repeatedly. Let's go find the resources. With that, everyone hurried toward the center of the square, deliberately avoiding the sphere as they passed. Mu Yi shook his head helplessly and followed. The resources were deep in the center of the square, but that wasn't a problem for them. Uncle Pan placed his hand on the ground. Lin Nan was still puzzled when he saw everyone hanging in the air, and Lin Nan was lifted up by Luo Tian. Uncle Pan saw everyone hanging in the air, and then, the earth shook. A huge, muffled sound came from underground. Uncle Pan stood up and signaled that they could come down. Lin Nan was still bewildered. What happened? An explosion underground. Uncle Pan smiled. That's about right. He stomped his foot, and the ground beneath him instantly collapsed. Instantly, a straight cavern leading to the depths appeared. Lin Nan was speechless with shock. Deep underground, he found a wealth of exposed ore. What was there to wait for? He naturally prepared to mine. Another resource at hand. Just like that, he'd slaughtered countless mutants. Lin Nan had already accumulated nearly 10 billion kill points. While that might seem like a lot, if you converted them to 6th-tier mutants, it only amounted to about 10,000. In reality, the Dark Old Saints had also slain 7th and 8th-tier mutants. Finally, after several days of hard work, he finally gathered all the resources he needed. He even nearly encountered 9th-tier mutants, but thankfully, their powerful aura allowed Lin Nan to detect them early and evade them. While the Dark Old Saints were formidable, even their combined strength was no match for a being as powerful as the Ninth Order. At this moment, a shocking voice echoed through Lin Nan's mind. I see you've gathered so many resources. Are you planning to build a battlesuit? It was Yellen who had previously mocked Lin Nan for dreaming, saying he couldn't possibly build one without the necessary equipment. You've figured it out. Yes, I'm planning to build a battlesuit, Lin Nan said calmly. But how can I build one without the necessary equipment? Yellen couldn't understand the source of Lin Nan's confidence, but he smiled faintly. How do you know I don't have the equipment? As he spoke, he brought out the mass production machine for the battlesuits he had exchanged for. While the suits weren't large, the machine was enormous, rivaling even the production machines for mechas over 10 meters tall. Seeing the massive machine, Yellen was stunned. This manufacturing equipment was even more sophisticated than anything he had ever seen. While the specific applications remained unknown, the appearance alone made it look quite impressive. How do you have something like this? This isn't something your universe should have, Yellen asked again, but Lin Nan just smiled and said nothing. Just like the system, he was aloof. In Yellen's mind, Lin Nan was becoming more and more mysterious, and he couldn't see through him anymore. Chapter 168 Mass Production Success. The dozen or so resources collected were gathered within the Starburst battleship. To save time, Lin Nan opened another channel and transferred all the resources to the planet beneath them. The machines activated, and the resources were sent to the manufacturing area via sorting machines. The Dark Gold Saints waited excitedly, anticipating a slow process. Instead, they were surprised by the speed, one every 5 minutes. This was incredible, but even so, the sheer number of them meant it would take quite a while. However, this was enough to shock their mother for a whole year. Yellen could no longer tell if this was fantasy or a dream. Being trapped in the body of a 5th-level being was already incredibly difficult for him, but he never expected that this person could actually create a battlesuit, and mass-produce it at such a rapid pace. He didn't believe it, he thought it was a dream. After the first battlesuit was successfully constructed, Lin Nan immediately delivered it to the Dark Gold Saints guarding the mining area. After all, without everyone else, encountering a 9th-level formidable foe would be disastrous. And Lin Nan was glad he had thought so. As he passed through the portal and arrived at the mining area guarded by Chen Hun, a surge of overwhelming pressure suddenly washed over him, so overwhelming it nearly knocked him out of breath. Then he saw a shark man with a fin on his back standing there. His hand was tightly gripping Chen Hun's throat. The ground was covered in blood, along with Chen Hun's severed arm and a broken broadsword. This is a 9th level, Lin Nan thought subconsciously. At this moment, the shark man also noticed Lin Nan's approach. He turned his head, his mouth full of fangs, and smiled wickedly. Hurry, run, Chen Hun shouted with difficulty. Seeing this, Lin Nan instinctively wanted to escape, but just as he turned around, he turned back. I can't run. If I run, Boss Chen Hun will die. Although the opponent was a 9th level, he was wearing a combat uniform. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still resist. Thinking of this, Lin Nan found the courage from nowhere and raised his middle finger at the shark man. The 9th-rank sharkman had no idea what this meant, but seeing Lin Nan's defiant look, he knew it wasn't a scolding. You want to die? I'll grant you that. The sharkman released Chen Hun, but before Chen Hun even landed, it rushed to Lin Nan and grabbed him by the throat. It was too fast. Lin Nan had initially realized that if he provoked him, the sharkman would definitely attack him. He simply needed to teleport to his original position when he moved and throw his combat suit to Chen Hun. With the suit on, he could save his life or even fight back. He hadn't expected the sharkman's speed to be so extreme that Lin Nan couldn't even teleport. Master Apostle, Chen Hun hadn't expected Lin Nan to turn around and save him. He was only a 5th rank, yet he was willing to fight a 9th rank for him. Even though Lin Nan was wearing a combat suit, Chen Hun was still moved. At that moment, his loyalty to Lin Nan reached another level. You piece of trash, let go of the apostle. Chen Hun stumbled to his feet. Losing a hand, he lost his balance, but he eventually managed to steady himself. Sharkman clearly hadn't expected Chen Hun to stand. In his hands, the broadsword he'd previously held transformed into 3 slender katanas. He held 2 in his mouth, 1 tightly in his hand, and stared at Sharkman's back with a blazing gaze. Don't worry, I'll play with you later after I kill him. Why aren't you dead yet? Sharkman looked at Lin Nan again. Normally, Lin Nan should have been dead by now, but although he was still struggling, he showed no signs of dying. Sharkman confidently left Chen Hun's back to him, clearly underestimating this 8th level evolver. After all, This was someone who had slain the devouring beast before, and this time, he was poised to demonstrate his true power once again. As for why he didn't use a single ultimate move right away, the reason was simple: no one uses a single ultimate move right out of the gate. And there was another important reason. Finally, it's time to use that move. Chen Hun didn't actually want to use it, because every time he used it, the desire to fight within him was magnified thousands of times, and it was a fight to the death. Many times, using that move had resulted in the accidental killing of innocent people, and their deaths were often horrific. Master Apostle, wait a moment, you must leave here. I'm afraid I can't control myself. Lin Nan was confused. He didn't understand what Chen Hun meant. He just noticed the sudden surge of power and the sudden appearance of a red glow all over Chen Hun's body. Why aren't you dead yet? The shark man, who wanted to suffocate Lin Nan, was somewhat shocked by Lin Nan's breath-holding ability. Clearly, he still hadn't realized who was behind him. You will die miserably because of your arrogance. Chen Hun's body grew enormous, glowing red, reaching over 10 meters in height. Finally, he began to move. The shark man no longer insisted on suffocating Lin Nan. As for why he wanted to suffocate them, it was because when he was still a shark, a human had swam in the same waters as him. The man was startled by it, then convulsed and suffocated. The sight of the man suffocating underwater left a deep impression on the young shark. Upon reaching shore, it would strangle anyone it encountered. However, this method seemed ineffective against Lin Nan. Desperate, it decided to stop playing with Lin Nan and break his neck. However, at this moment, it finally discovered Lin Nan's strangeness. He couldn't break his defense. By the time it came to its senses and tried to figure it out, 3 swords had pierced his body. Lin Nan only saw a flash of light appear behind the shark man, but he hadn't expected Chen Hun to actually break the 9th level shark man's defense. What a powerful force that must have been. Unforgivable, the shark man was furious. He hadn't expected this one-armed creature, whom he had despised and was struggling to survive, to unleash such immense power. And it had even broken his defense. With a roar, a massive wave of sound sent Chen Hun flying. At the same time, he released Lin Nan. Lin Nan seized the opportunity and teleported directly to Chen Hun's side. His first order of business was to strip him of his clothes. Chen Hun was stunned. Why would he strip him right away? Did the apostle have some sort of obsession? Besides, if he did, this wouldn't be the right place. Chen Hun was already somewhat disoriented, until he saw the combat uniform in Lin Nan's hand. He understood. He was trying to dress him. The shark monster was also a little confused. They both realized they were dying, and before they died, they thought. But you're both men. No, old shark, don't approve of this kind of behavior. Immediately, he rushed forward. The 9th level mutant was so swift, it barely gave him time to dress. Meanwhile, Lin Nan charged forward, his craniotomy rod in hand, desperate to delay for a second. How ridiculous, the shark monster spitted disdainfully, not even considering engaging him. Simply glancing at Lin Nan, the craniotomy rod in his hand exploded. His original intention was to cause Lin Nan to explode as well, but Lin Nan's defense was so formidable that he merely sent him flying. The next moment, he was in front of Chen Hun. He launched a punch, aiming to smash Chen Hun's head. Wait, Lin Nan suddenly called out. Seeing the shark man remained unmoved, he added, you want to be invincible? Like me. The shark man paused, his fist barely missing Chen Hun's forehead. He turned to look at Lin Nan with a faint smile. You've successfully piqued my interest, but to prevent any further trouble, I'm going to kill him first. To prevent what? Lin Nan suddenly asked. The shark man paused, then instinctively replied, to prevent any further trouble. Then who do you want to kill? Lin Nan asked again. Of course, he's the one. While I can't kill you, your injuries aren't serious, so I'm not afraid, the shark man continued. Just as Lin Nan was about to speak again, Shark Man suddenly realized something was amiss. I know, you're trying to stall for time and stir up trouble, right? Haha, I won't give you that chance. With that, he swung around and unleashed a punch embodying the full force of a 9th order mutant. Go to hell. As the Shark Man finished his words, a wave of energy emanated from the two of them, radiating outward. Dust billowed throughout the underground cavern, and many areas collapsed. But when the dust cleared, Chen Hun firmly grasped Shark Man's fist. It's really hard to put on pants with one hand. Chen Hun, gradually sinking into a frenzy, finally uttered the words in full. Sharkman was shocked, but Lin Nan burst into laughter. You're so clever. You actually guessed what I was going to do. Unfortunately, by the time you figured it out, it was too late. Lin Nan unbuttoned his coat, revealing a combat uniform identical to Chen Hun's. At that moment, Sharkman finally understood why they had stripped him, knowing they would die. It wasn't to remove his clothes, but to wear them, clothes that could withstand his full strength blow. Sharkman lost consciousness, and when he came to, he saw that Chen Hun's eyes had turned completely red, while his pupils were pitch black. Honestly, seeing that look, Sharkman panicked. But at that moment, Chen Hun was looking at him, grinning wickedly. I'm a 9th level cultivator. Even if his defense is invincible, he can't be my opponent. Yes, he definitely can't be my opponent, but just as Sharkman finished comforting himself and looked up, he saw the scene of collapse. Chapter 169 The battle begins. Over 58th level evolvers were densely packed before him. Though 8th level, if they were also wearing combat uniforms, he would be the only one to take the beating. Their damage might be low, but there was one below who could seriously injure him. Seeing the resistance from the one below grow increasingly fierce, Sharkman suddenly considered retreating. However, he couldn't pull his hand free, the grip below was too tight. Too tight. He didn't know where Chen Hun suddenly found such immense strength. Finally, desperate to save his life, Sharkman severed one of his arms and fled frantically. One arm for another. Lin Nan was still holding Chen Hun's severed arm, wondering if he could reattach it. Seeing the Sharkman flee, Lin Nan didn't try to chase him. He went to support Chen Hun, but was stopped by Luo Tian. Then, a massive wooden cage trapped Chen Hun. Seeing Lin Nan's confusion, Luo Tian took the initiative to explain, this is a side effect of Chen Hun. It's okay, Lin Nan nodded and picked up the arm again. What should we do? Brother Chen Hun, you won't be one-armed from now on, will you? Luo Tian smiled. Don't worry, you won't. He took the severed arm and tossed it to Mu Yi, who was manipulating the wooden cage nearby. Unexpectedly, Mu Yi threw it into the cage as if it were trash. Inside, Chen Hun, unleashing its murderous lust, was suddenly entangled by branches from all directions. Then, the severed arm was reattached at the point of separation. Thin branches entwined the fractured area. Finally, a soft green light flickered, and as the branches faded, the arm was reattached. Lin Nan looked at Mu Yi. While his methods were cruel, he was quite skilled in healing. Moreover, judging by the ease and even skill with which he controlled the now mad Chen Hun, it seemed he had done this many times before, and his strength was likely no less than Chen Hun's. Oh, right, why are you here? Lin Nan suddenly realized. Logically, these people shouldn't be here, they were supposed to be watching over the mass production machines for combat suits. Thanks to Mu Yi. The mining area he's guarding is very close to here. He sensed the pressure from the Ninth Order and quickly sent for us to investigate. Those who haven't come yet, stay and defend, so that's how it is. Lin Nan nodded. Then let's speed up. To avoid any more accidents. Something bad has happened, boss. Some strange people have arrived in our territory. The shark monster, holding back its bleeding broken arm, arrived at a massive castle constructed from human bones. Seated at the top were three enormous monsters, a mutated white elephant, a mutated golden eagle, and a mutated lion king. The white elephant and golden eagle were each 100 meters long, and the lion king was even larger, at over 150 meters. All three behemoths were Ninth Order. The mutated shark monster, also a Ninth Order, looked like an ant to them. However, it still had some strength. Among the four brothers, it ranked last. No rush, fourth brother. Take your time. I'll heal you first. It was the second in command, the white elephant, who spoke. As he finished speaking, a soft pink mist swirled around the shark monster's arm, and the severed limb quickly began to grow back. The shark monster stretched his arm and nodded gratefully to the second in command, the white elephant. Well, when I was looking for my wife, the whale monster, I suddenly felt something was amiss. A strange male scent was emanating from the caverns. I thought he was cheating on me, so I rushed in furiously, only to find him lying in a pool of blood. The shark monster then recounted the entire story. When they heard about this miraculous battlesuit, their brows suddenly raised in disbelief. There's such a treasure. The mutated lion stroked his beard, and the white elephant, imitating his eldest brother, stroked his long trunk. Brother, why don't you grab it for them? Then, the third in command, The mutated golden eagle, who had been silent until then, spoke up. I think they can. No matter how strong they are, can they stand up to 4 of us 9th level warriors? 8th level warriors are nothing but trash in front of us, the white elephant echoed. But the shark monster was a little worried. After all, he was the only one here who had directly confronted Lin Nan and his group, and he was the only one who knew the feeling of powerlessness when defenses couldn't be broken. The mutant lion noticed the shark monster's anxiety and snorted disdainfully. A few 8th level warriors in turtle shells scared you. You're really embarrassing us, brothers. That's right, the mutant golden eagle echoed. Even if their defenses are strong, the 4 of us brothers working together can't really be afraid of them. Besides, we have no way out. If we don't fight now, we might just be the ones eliminated. This seemed to awaken the shark monster. He gritted his teeth, nodded firmly, and said, all right, kill them. Shall we go now? Yes, now, before we get into trouble. With that, the mutant lion stood up, and the other 2 mutant beasts followed suit. As they stood up, a strong pressure suddenly appeared. Within 100 miles, countless mutants roared incessantly, as if frightened. Lin Nan and the others also felt this overwhelming force. This must be the same force from before. Why has it suddenly become so powerful? Lin Nan looked into the distance. Maybe that guy from before went back to report the news and is planning to attack us. It's normal for them to call for help when they can't defeat them, Luo Tian explained. Of course, this also means that those creatures have formed a small group. This group is composed of 9th level mutants. It seems that as they advance in level, they not only learn to speak, but also develop a considerable intelligence. This is the benefit of collective evolution. He has made humanity incompetent, but has given other creatures the opportunity to dominate this world. What should we do? Should we fight them? Uncle Pen suddenly asked. Lin Nan glanced at the mass-produced battlesuit machine before him and declared, fight, now. Every Dark Gold Saint was equipped with a battlesuit, offering defensive capabilities surpassing those of a 9th Order. 99 Dark Gold Saints facing off against 3 9th Orders. No one could predict the outcome, but now that he had the chance, Lin Nan didn't want to waste it. If they couldn't win, they'd just run. Putting away the mass-produced machine, Lin Nan and the others rushed toward the source of the oppressive feeling. Mu Yi, controlling the wooden cage, followed. Both of them were formidable, especially the frantic Chen Hun, who held the highest combat power among them. If used well, they could potentially deliver a surprise kill. They're coming our way too. Lin Nan spotted 3 massive black figures rapidly approaching them in the distance. While a touch of fear filled his heart, he felt an indescribable thrill. This wasn't like fighting a single 9th Order, this was 3 or 4. Each 9th Order could single-handedly challenge hundreds of 8th Orders, but against an 8th Order wearing a battlesuit, the outcome was uncertain. Brother, judging by their looks, they're just offering themselves up, the mutant white elephant said. The mutant Lion King gave a ghostly smile. Let's give them a welcome gift first. He quickly opened his bloody maw. The other 3 monsters dodged. Then, a massive sphere, shimmering with blood-red light, appeared out of thin air. In just 3 or 4 seconds, it condensed into an even larger sphere, nearly a kilometer in diameter. Seeing the sphere, Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. Yelling, will these clothes hold up? Lin Nan hesitated. Such a large welcome gift before the battle even begins? It's a bit awkward. Don't worry, it's okay, Yellen said leisurely. As he finished speaking, the massive round energy sphere suddenly shot towards them. At this point, relying on their trust in Lin Nan, they didn't fight back. They simply pressed their bodies together, and were blown away by the energy wave. Seeing their opponent's unmoved reaction, the mutant Lion King frowned. Although no one used their ultimate attack right away, the energy ball was incredibly powerful. An ordinary 8th level warrior would be no match for it. Yet, these 8th level warriors, instead of dodging it, bravely faced it head-on. This was quite a slap in the face. The mutant Lion King felt a deep sense of contempt. If that's the case, then die. The energy ball collided with their bodies, causing a massive explosion. With a diameter of a kilometer, the detonation was as powerful as 100 hydrogen bombs. Immediately, the earth shook, and the mountains and rivers shattered. A dazzling red light flashed, and beneath Lin Nan and the others, a vast cavern stretched as far as the eye could see. And now, beneath them, nothing remained. Nothing at all. Thick clouds of smoke swirled. The mutant Lion King and the others gazed at the smoke, their calm faces suddenly trembling. Then, From the smoke, a man, clutching 3 katana, burst forth. The scorching air scorched the katana, burning them crimson, yet the man remained unscathed. He didn't care about any of that, he only cared, who can fight me? The wooden cage, a derivative of the supernatural power, was clearly beyond its protection, so the moment the energy ball arrived, it was completely destroyed. This was how Chen Hun was freed from the cage, and his first act upon escaping was to find the 4 ninth-order creatures that had arrived and challenge them. "Brother, be careful of this guy. His knife is strange, he's pierced me before." The shark monster's words astonished them. An 8th-order creature could actually break through the defenses of a 9th-order creature. If their brother hadn't spoken directly, they wouldn't have believed it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Peak Battle. Chen Hun single-handedly challenged 4 9th-level warriors. Faced with near-invincible defenses, his mission was to unleash his full potential. 3 slashes struck, lightning fast. The shark monster bore the brunt of the blow. "Your opponent is me. You killed my wife. I'll tear you apart this time." As the words fell, countless small sharks suddenly surrounded the shark monster, their mouths open as they charged at Chen Hun. Seeing the overwhelming force of the fish, Chen Hun remained calm and laughed, fighting back. Leaping to his feet, Chen Hun spun around, unleashing a massive storm. Any approaching fish were instantly reduced to shreds of flesh. "My little darlings." Seeing his men reduced to shreds, the shark monster rushed forward in a panic. To him, this level of damage was like the scraping of a knife, a minimal impact. "Go to hell." As the shark monster charged towards Chen Hun, a phantom shark, hundreds of meters long, appeared around it. Though a phantom, its power was no less impressive. Chen Hun, transformed into a storm, was instantly sent flying. Inside the storm, the shark monster's body was covered in a dense web of wounds. "Haha!" Chen Hun soared into the sky, laughing. So strong, so cool. Chen Hun quickly adjusted its position and charged forward again, unleashing another storm of extreme swords. The shark monster repeated its old trick, sending Chen Hun flying again. This went on for several rounds, Chen Hun being sent flying again and again, returning again and again. The shark monster's body was now covered in hundreds of thousands of tiny wounds. A single ant bite might not hurt much, but the bites of hundreds of thousands of ants were no small pain. The shark monster realized it couldn't continue like this. He immediately unleashed his strongest secret technique, and his momentum soared. Yes, just like that. "Show me your most powerful trump card." Chen Hun's frenzy grew. Originally, only his eyes were affected, but now, his entire body was covered in red curse marks. His 3 swords also changed. They all turned black. A colorful black. Lin Nan, watching from the sidelines, was somewhat shocked. Chen Hun's strength seemed endless. This isn't his final form yet. No one has ever seen his final form, not even he knows. Luo Dan, protecting him, said calmly, "I've seen him fight his most tragic battle. Only half of his body was shattered, but it was also like this, his entire body covered in red curse marks. That was when he killed a devouring beast." Lin Nan was speechless with shock. Who exactly was Chen Hun? How could an 8th-level cultivator defeat a devouring beast? If that was the case, wouldn't he also be able to defeat a 9th-level cultivator? This was no ordinary 8th-level cultivator. He actually doesn't know what he truly is. He's also constantly searching for his origins. That's why we're willing to serve under Lady Athena. We all have things to seek, and only under her can we achieve them. Luo Dan looked at Lin Nan and said with a smile. Lin Nan nodded, but he didn't explain why he followed Athena to achieve these things. Turning his gaze back to the scene, Lin Nan couldn't help but raise a brow. Suddenly, a massive column of water emerged from the ground, followed by a third, a fourth. The water columns shot straight up into the sky, then converged in the clouds. "He wants to construct a water prison to trap us," Mu Yi suddenly said. Meanwhile, Chen Hun didn't sit still and wait for death. As red marks covered his body, a massive black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. At first, the shadow curled up, but when he saw the Soaring Water Prison, he suddenly stood up, reaching over 100 meters in height. Then, 3 black swords soared into the sky, towering over the horizon. At that moment, a massive black sword suddenly appeared in the Shadow's hand. He looked up at the water prison and, with a majestic air, swung it fiercely. The 9th-rank shark monster sneered, "You're too naive to think you could destroy my ultimate secret." The 9th-rank mutants watching the battle laughed with equal disdain. "Look! That black creature actually wants to destroy 4th Brother's water prison. 4th Brother is really smart. If he can't hurt him, just trap him." However, as they laughed, they were suddenly stunned. The shark monster was so shocked that he nearly fell to the ground. The black giant swung his sword fiercely. The force was so powerful that every living thing within 100,000 miles was affected, and the water prison suddenly collapsed. The shark monster suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "He actually managed to break my ultimate secret. This is impossible." He's only in 8th rank. The white elephant, the golden eagle, and their leader, the Lion King, all stared at the scene in disbelief, stunned and at a loss for words. At this moment, Yellen, within Lin Nan's sea of consciousness, had apparently also noticed this scene through his perception, and exclaimed in disbelief, "This is getting more and more interesting." To see their clan here, Yellen's voice was low, and Lin Nan, too stunned to hear what he said. Actually, the 9th-level shark monster couldn't be called useless. Its fault lay in Chen Hun's immense offensive power. Without this battlesuit, Chen Hun would have been killed before it even reached this state. Chen Hun's strength lies in his ability to charge up his power in a frenzy, but without the protection of his battlesuit, only the most insane opponent would allow him to charge up his ultimate attack. Therefore, the shark monster's defeat was no accident. No more watching. "Let's all attack." He had intended to observe the opponent's strength, but if he continued, the attack would destroy the water prison, and the shark monster might be the next to die. The Lion King refused to wait any longer. "Let's attack." Luo Tian saw the opponent move and wanted to lead the Dark Gold Saints in a charge, but at that moment, Chen Hun's massive shadow suddenly twisted its body. "Damn, aren't they going to attack us?" Lin Nan said, stunned. After all, a mad Chen Hun didn't know what teammates were. "I'm enough on my own." A huge, deep voice emanated from the shadow's body. Luo Tian and the others stopped, and Lin Nan was stunned. "No way, big brother, I know you're powerful, but they have 4 9th-level cultivators. Lin Nan turned to look at Luo Tian and the others. "You don't really want him to fight them alone, do you?" "That's ridiculous." Everyone smiled in silence. Only Mu Yi suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master Apostle. As long as he survives, we can save her. And we're looking forward to what he can do." Okay, since they all said that, Lin Nan had no choice. In fact, he also had a faint hope in his heart. How contemptuous. "Brothers, attack. Let's combine our strengths." "I don't believe he can withstand our full strength attack," the brothers responded collectively. The mutant golden eagle's skill was a sonic boom attack, unleashing a massive wave of sound with the power of a dozen hydrogen bombs. The Lion King continued to open his maw, this time releasing an even larger ball of energy, radiating a terrifying black hue. Not to be outdone, the white elephant unleashed its signature move, the butt squat. He leaped through the air, leaping across the very sky. Don't underestimate this butt squat, even a Lion King would be half dead if struck by it. The shark monster, having suffered a backlash after its ultimate secret was shattered, couldn't use its strongest moves and could only stand aside, healing. Seeing this scene, Lin Nan's heart sank again. After all, this was their strongest combined attack. How could Chen Hun possibly withstand it? "Yellen, can the battlesuit withstand this?" Lin Nan asked again, but this time, Yellen didn't reply. Before Lin Nan could inquire further, their attack arrived as promised. Although their target was Chen Hun, they were so close that Lin Nan was inevitably affected. A violent explosion sent dust flying. In the center of the blast, a massive black figure could be vaguely seen, swinging its sword repeatedly. Finally, it swung its sword toward the sky, and the huge black shadow, like a ball of flesh, was split in two. At the same time, Lin Nan heard, "Ling. Congratulations to the host ally for killing a 9th order mutant white elephant. 1 billion kill points." Lin Nan was stunned. 1 billion kill points. And this meant Chen Hun had just killed a 9th order creature. "Oh my god, this is a big shot. Don't die, big shot. I'll be under your protection from now on." The 9th order mutants were stunned. They had been gazing triumphantly at the massive mushroom cloud before them, believing that if the white elephant crouched down, Chen Hun would surely perish. But what they didn't expect was that several sword shadows suddenly emerged from the mushroom cloud. Their cold light revealed murderous intent. They instinctively dodged, but the mutant white elephant, already in the sky, apparently didn't notice the murderous intent emanating from its buttocks. Then, he felt a slight pain, like a mosquito bite, and then, unbearable pain instantly spread from his buttocks throughout his body. The process was painful, but also swift. A blade slashed across the sky. With it, the white elephant was cut in half. Its internal organs eventually scattered to the ground, and smoke and clouds dispersed. On one side lay the cold corpse of the mutant white elephant. Meanwhile, Chen Hun's body was still transforming. As red marks crawled across his body, his entire body glowed red. The black shadow gradually turned red, but the difference was that his face seemed to have a contour. But he still stood with heroic spirit. The remaining 9th level mutant stared at the cold corpse of the white elephant, stunned. They wanted revenge, but not a trace of anger could be summoned in their bodies, only fear. This 8th level creature had killed a 9th level with a single strike. Chapter 171 The Escaped Monsters. How could this be possible? Gazing at their companion's cold corpse, the 3 remaining 9th level mutants were lost in confusion. How could an 8th level monster possibly stand against a 9th level monster? Moreover, with a single strike, he had slain the white elephant, the monster with the highest defense among them all. The remaining monsters were terrified. Brother, what should we do next? The mutant golden eagle trembled. Since evolving to the 9th level, he hadn't felt fear, but now, he seemed to recall the fear he had felt at the hands of other mutants at the 1st level. Run. This isn't an ordinary 8th level monster. We can't handle it, the mutant lion demon finally spoke, and as soon as he finished speaking, the shark monster took off without a backward glance. Seeing this, the lion demon and the mutant golden eagle turned and fled. They aren't ordinary 8th level monsters, and while we might not match their combat power, we might be able to outperform them in speed. After all, 8th and 9th level monsters were waiting there. Chen Hun seemed to realize he couldn't catch up, so he gave up and slowly walked towards the white elephant's corpse. The red light surrounding him seemed strange and eerie at that moment. What's he doing? Lin Nan noticed that Chen Hun seemed to be searching for something. Evolution crystal, Luo Tian said firmly. Is this kid about to advance? As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, everyone burst into an uproar. But just then, Lin Nan suddenly raised a question. Logically, shouldn't advancement be achieved by absorbing evolution crystals of the same level? Can an 8th level body withstand a 9th level evolution crystal? Luo Tian smiled, but before he could say anything, Mu Yi beside him spoke up. Of course, an ordinary 8th level evolver wouldn't be able to do that, but Chen Hun's strength itself is a mystery. At 8th level, he's taking on a 9th level. How could an ordinary 8th level crystal possibly allow him to advance? A 9th level crystal should barely be enough, barely enough. Is this a monster? Lin Nan couldn't help but swallow. At that moment, Chen Hun seemed to transform into a ball of red light. He carefully toyed with a 9th level evolution crystal he had found, then tossed it into his mouth without hesitation. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. The advancement from 8th to 9th level triggers strange phenomena in the heavens and the earth. A sudden gust of wind blew, and Chen Hun was surrounded by a hail of sword shadows. The mutated lion spirit and the others, who had already fled far away, turned back to gaze at the strange phenomenon, only to be convinced of the wisdom of fleeing. The phenomenon had vanished just as quickly. As Chen Hun's soaring figure ascended in level, the red light gradually absorbed into his body. His eyes, the blood-red whites fading, became clear. He slowly lowered his head, staring at his powerful fist, his lips curling slightly. Raising his head, his gaze fell on Lin Nan, whose expression was bewildered, yet tinged with admiration. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Nan, startled by his sudden action. Thank you, Apostle, for your protection. I'm awake now. Lin Nan shook his head. How could I protect you? They're the ones who protected you. Chen Hun raised his head and looked at the group of dark gold saints. The reason they hadn't chased the fleeing 9th Order mutant was to help Chen Hun protect him and allow him to ascend safely. Chen Hun smiled at them and then bowed. However, his gaze fell on Lin Nan again. I'm grateful to these brothers, but I'm also grateful for your protection. When I was nearly killed by the shark monster, you didn't abandon me, but chose to save me. Chen Hun is willing to repay this favor with a lifetime of loyalty. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He chuckled and said, Excuse me, Boss. Excuse me, everyone smiled knowingly at the scene before them, but the next moment, Muyi asked, what about the 3 9th-level monsters who escaped? I can still sense their location. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Nan. Although his level was low, no one looked down on him. Instead, it made them feel even more powerful. Lin Nan thought for a moment, then said, keep chasing. We can't let them get away like this. Lin Nan wasn't afraid of their retaliation. It was mainly because this 9th-level mutant was worth 1 billion kill points, which was quite tempting. Moreover, Chen Han had successfully ascended to the 9th level. Lin Nan also wanted to see how powerful Chen Han was as a 9th-level monster. The mutant spirits, having already escaped hundreds of thousands of miles, finally felt a moment of respite. Big brother, the mutant golden eagle gasped. What should we do next? That guy seems to have reached the 9th level. We couldn't defeat him at the 8th level, let alone now that he's already the 9th level, the shark monster echoed, the sight of the white elephant's death still haunting him. That's the only solution now. The lion demon looked toward the nearby fortress, his base. At that moment, the shark monster and the mutant golden eagle seemed to realize something, and for a moment, they felt a sense of reluctance. How about we take it and flee from here, then grow some more power? With it, I believe revenge for second brother is just around the corner. That's right, big brother. If we swallow it now, our strength will increase instantly, but what will we do afterward? It's hard to find another one like this. The mutant shark monster chimed in, clearly not quite agreeing with Big Brother's opinion. The mutated lion demon shook his head, and then said in a very heavy tone, do you think they will let us go like this? When the white elephant died, I saw with my own eyes one of their kids with an extremely greedy look in his eyes, as if he could gain a lot from killing us, although I don't know why they want to let us go temporarily, but I know that he will definitely not give up, not to mention that now they have added another 9th level to their team. What the lion demon said is not unreasonable, but the mutated golden eagle and the shark monster are still very reluctant to let go. It's all their fault. They made me, old shark, make such a difficult decision. After we share the food, I will definitely fight with them. That's right, I will use my claws to cut them into pieces of meat and feed them to my disciples. However, after hearing what they said, the lion demon inexplicably did not reply, and a barely perceptible gleam flashed in his eyes. Back at the fortress, the shark monster couldn't help but complain again. You know, I'll have to let my second brother heal my wounds first. I feel like my internal organs are shattering. Don't worry. The mutant golden eagle suddenly said. After you share the orb, your injuries will naturally heal. Don't forget, our strength is all thanks to swallowing the orb. The shark monster nodded. That's true. They followed the mutant lion demon and whispered behind him. As they entered the secret passageway to the treasury where the so-called orb was stored, the lion demon kept turning back to examine the two men behind him, as if pondering something. After this ordeal, the relationship between them had undergone a fundamental transformation. For example, the golden eagle and the shark monster, who used to dislike each other, now supported each other as they walked together. Entering the treasury, the mutant lion demon opened his bloody mouth, and an incredibly delicate small key suddenly appeared in his hand. Second brother, you open it. The lion demon suddenly turned and looked at the mutant golden eagle. The latter was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the shark monster, curious. Why was he asked to open the door? But, Big Brother's words were orders. The mutant golden eagle said nothing, took the key mixed with saliva, and inserted it into the inner lock. The mutant lion demon stood aside. Strange, why can't I open it? The mutant golden eagle, puzzled, then looked at the lion demon. However, the moment he turned his head, he saw the mutant lion demon's huge mouth still open. At the same time, a black ball suddenly expanded and blasted towards him. Bang! A loud bang. A huge gash appeared in the mutant golden eagle's head, along with the fortress wall behind him. Before the mutant golden eagle could react, a large part of his head was directly chopped off. At this moment, he was completely half dead. Then, he rushed forward with a powerful blow. Instantly, the mutant golden eagle was reduced to ash. This sudden scene was unexpected. At this time, the shark monster was terrified, stunned by the scene before him. Why did the eldest brother attack the third brother? Why? He couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have time to figure it out. The mutant lion demon was originally the strongest among their group of mutants, And he had even used a sneak attack to directly destroy the mutant golden eagle. Now he was left seriously injured and didn't know what to do. Brother, spare me. I don't know why you want to kill the third brother, but I am loyal to you. You can't kill me. Besides, have you forgotten how you rescued me from the beach? You saved me then, why do you need to kill me now? The mutant shark monster was terrified. Now seriously injured, he was no match for the lion demon. Now he could only play the emotional card. The lion demon looked at him with a burning gaze, then said calmly, "You're overthinking it, overthinking it." Upon hearing this, the mutant shark monster instantly relaxed. So I misunderstood, big brother. I was telling you, I'm so loyal to you, how could you kill me? The mutant lion smiled, his lips curling up slightly, revealing a ferocious and vicious expression. When I said you misunderstood, I meant that when I brought you back from the shallows, I originally thought of you as food, not saving you. It's only because I saw your loyalty and strength that I spared you. That's all. Chapter 172. No one can fight. What? The shark monster was stunned. He hadn't expected the truth to be like this. But why? Why are you killing us? We're facing a powerful enemy. Shouldn't we unite against this enemy? You're too naive. The mutant lion approached the shark monster. If I unite against this enemy, that means I have to share my orb with you. I'm not that stupid. Wouldn't it be better to have it all to myself? These words were like a bolt from the blue. The shark monster finally understood why he wanted to kill them. It turned out to be because of the orb. We are brothers. What about the friendship we promised each other? The shark monster was also angry. You were the one who talked about friendship back then, and now you are the one who killed your brothers. Facing the other party's scolding, the mutant lion king smiled slightly. People die for money, birds die for food. I can't do anything about it. After all, the other party is so powerful. It's better for me to keep the orb all to myself than to share it with you. That way, I will be the only one in the world. Wouldn't it be wonderful? At this point, the mutant lion king suddenly laughed. Pa, pa, pa. Suddenly, a burst of applause erupted from a hidden corner, followed by a voice. Beautiful, truly beautiful. And wouldn't it be even more beautiful if Brother Lion gave it to me? As the words fell, the speaker instantly materialized. It was Lin Nan and his companions. They had been on their heels since they entered the secret passage. Don't ask why, it was simply because they knew the Dark Gold Saints were full of talented individuals. They had originally planned to attack them outright, but upon hearing about the treasure, Lin Nan urged them to hold off. However, watching the lion and shark engage in a lively conversation, moving from brotherhood to betrayal, and from betrayal to the betrayer's helplessness, Lin Nan felt no need to wait any longer. Seeing it was Lin Nan and his companions, the mutant lion panicked, its maw opening in an instant, unleashing a massive energy storm. The poor old shark was instantly reduced to blackened shreds by the energy storm, while Lin Nan and his companions charged headfirst into the storm. Though protected by their combat uniforms, they were unfazed by the storm's devastating destruction, as the entire fortress had been reduced to ash, leaving only the inexplicably sturdy treasure vault. However, the storm still obscured their vision. In a moment, the mutant lion king successfully opened the vault's door and dove in. Meanwhile, Lin Nan and the others finally rushed in. Haha, you're still a step too late, the mutant lion king laughed at them, then swallowed the enormous white orb before him, 100 meters in diameter. Just a glance at the orb instantly brought Lin Nan's thoughts back to his first battle with a little snake. The desperate little snake had desperately tried to devour the white orb, which looked remarkably similar to this one, only one larger, the other smaller. He hadn't known what it was then, but now it seemed certain it was something powerful enough to boost his strength. It's over. My treasure's been swallowed, Lin Nan was furious. My treasure, just a tiny fraction away. The mutant lion king rolled his eyes at him. Bah! How dare you say that? This is clearly my treasure. He was frantically absorbing the orb's power with his bulging belly. Chen Hun, standing nearby, seemed to notice how much Lin Nan desired the orb. His brow furrowed, and a red mark, like a magadama, appeared on his forehead. Then, without turning back, he approached Lin Nan and soothed him. Don't worry, Master Apostle. If it's yours, Chen Hun, will snatch it back for you. Even if she's already swallowed it, HMPH, how shameless. Hearing his words, the mutant lion king felt a wave of disdain. He felt a strange and powerful force surge within him. He felt completely unafraid of Chen Hun. But the next moment, something felt amiss. The mysterious power within him seemed unable to merge with his own inner strength. His most immediate sensation was that his body was about to explode. What was going on? It was fine when it swallowed a little one before, but why was this one? Ow! The mutant Lion King panicked. He tried to spit out the pearl, but swallowing it would nearly kill him. How could he possibly do that? An intense discomfort washed over the Lion King, two opposing forces clashing frantically. Chen Hun was already in position, his massive blade razor sharp. As black flames slowly enveloped the blade, Chen Hun raised it, ready to strike. At that moment, the mutant Lion King's entire body trembled violently, its body swelling ever more. Finally, with a bang, the mutant Lion King was reduced to shreds of flesh. Chen Hun's blade remained suspended in the air, untouched. As the Lion King exploded, a pearl, as white as jade and unstained by a single trace of blood, landed firmly where it had been placed. Is this the sword intent of a 9th rank master? No, is it the blade intent? Lin Nan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Ever since Chen Hun had unsheathed his blade, the mutant Lion King had been trembling, and it was hard not to connect the two events. As the person involved, Chen Hun was also bewildered. The flames on his sword vanished with the Lion King's explosion. He stared at his own sword, bewildered. Meanwhile, everyone had gathered around the white orb, carefully examining the magical object before them. Lin Nan naturally felt nothing, but they were different. Why, just by being close, I feel my strength increasing. This is faster than practicing. Yes, I feel it too. I feel like I've already touched the threshold of the 9th stage. Luo Tian and Mu Yi, standing nearby, were even more astonished. Lin Nan had never seen Luo Tian smile before. He was usually so calm, but now a look of joy crossed his face. Even Yu Yu was impressed. They noticed Lin Nan looking at them, and they looked back, then said sheepishly, I wonder if Master Apostle. The two exchanged glances, realizing their goals were the same. Lin Nan was puzzled. What's wrong? Keep talking, the two nodded, then said, looks like we're about to advance too. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. Just standing next to the beat for a moment, and two peak level 8th level guys were actually about to advance. At this moment, Lin Nan understood their intentions. They were obviously looking for the 9th level evolution crystals needed for advancement. After all, they weren't just ordinary 8th levelers. I understand, big guys. Lin Nan handed them 2 evolution crystals. We're family, you're welcome. The two smiled slightly. They might not say much about Lin Nan's kindness to them, but they would remember it in their hearts and use it when needed. Here's another golden Lion King evolution crystal. Is anyone else about to advance? Oh. Lin Nan had just finished speaking when a strange sound was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found it was the weasel hunter, whose mouth was sealed. Wow, this kid's actually going to be promoted too. Oh my god, what good things are he going to have in his future? Brother Ghazi felt a little jealous. After all, he was quite strong among these people. Although he felt his own strength was improving, he still hadn't shown any signs of advancing. Lin Nan smiled and tossed the remaining bead to Weasel Hunter. Alright, now everyone, protect them and help them advance to the 9th stage. With Lin Nan's command, everyone immediately took up their positions, firmly guarding the 9th stage's ascendance. Lin Nan sat on the ground, and Chen Hun sat beside him, eyes closed. He said he was resting his eyes, but if any mutants tried to disturb their advancement, Chen Hun could chop them into pieces with a few swift strokes, and without even opening his eyes. This white bead was incredibly powerful. Lin Nan knew it was likely used to increase their cultivation speed. Such a treasure couldn't be left here to gather dust. Once they've successfully ascended, they'll search for any surviving humans and, if possible, help them rebuild their civilization. Thinking of this, Lin Nan looked up at the distant side of the battle, his heart skipping a beat. It's over. The battle seems to have taken place near the warp tunnel. Now that land is completely gone. So, could those scientists also? Lin Nan froze at this thought. Just then, Chen Hun's voice suddenly rang out. Master Apostle, what's wrong? Do you need my help? Lin Nan shook his head, then nodded. Can you sense any living beings nearby? Living beings? Chen Hun froze for a moment, then opened his eyes as if sensing, but finally shook his head. I can't sense any, but you can wait for Mu Yi to wake up. He's very good at sensing. His senses become incredibly sharp as long as there's plant life nearby. Was there even such a thing? At that moment, Lin Nan suddenly remembered that when he and Chen Hun were being tormented by the shark monster, it was Mu Yi and his men who arrived and scared them away. This is the only way now. It has been 4 or 5 days since they arrived at this planet. As long as they don't return to the teleportation room where the jump channel is placed during this time, they can escape this disaster. It all depends on your luck. Lin Nan sighed slowly. After all, they may be the only humans left on this planet. If they die, it means that the civilization of this planet will be interrupted. Thinking of this, Lin Nan felt a sense of empathy. After all, the Earth almost ended up in the same situation. Time passed by minute, and with a continuous influx of energy, they finally successfully promoted to the 9th level. Itachi was the most excited among these people. After all, in terms of strength, he was not as good as Luo Tian and Mu Yi, so being able to promote to the 9th level at the same time was naturally indescribable. So he boasted to him and said loudly without hesitation, "Damn it, there is not a single one who can fight." Chapter 173 The Power of the Weasel Hunter. I'm back. Lin Nan emerged from the portal in the artifact pavilion. After Luo Tian and the others successfully ascended, they began searching for any living humans on this planet. Of course, before that, the white orb had to be stored, so Lin Nan had just returned to Earth and embedded it in the spire of the Oriental Pearl Tower, for no other reason than to look good. Apostle, when you left just now, I discovered traces of humans on this planet. Lin Nan looked at Mu Yi, his eyes gleaming. Really? Where are they now? Oh, Mu Yi looked at him, then at the people around him. They instantly turned their heads away, as if to say, "Don't look at me, I know nothing." Shaking his head, Mu Yi said helplessly, "They were killed by the mutants the moment I discovered them." What? Holy crap! Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then recovered and asked, "Where exactly is it? Let's go check it out." Finding a human means this world isn't uninhabitable for them now. Everyone nodded, and under Mu Yi's leadership, they headed west, where they found a clue in a dense forest. It was called a clue because there were many mutants hiding nearby. Note the word hiding here. Normally, mutants wouldn't know how to hide. They usually charge headfirst, mindlessly, driven by ruthlessness and their innate hunting instincts. But once they've mastered hiding, this mindful hunting strategy, it means they've developed intelligence through their continuous evolution. This makes them far more formidable than ordinary mutants. Lin Nan would rather see their evolution enhance their strength than simply make them stronger. They're hiding so well, in treetops, in secret caves, they've even learned to match their surroundings with their color. Mu Yi couldn't help but marvel. But, Mu Yi seemed to have discovered something, then chuckled softly. But, their eyes, without exception, are all fixed on one spot. Due to their perspective, they had no idea what these mutants were looking at. Unable to see anything, they could only make simple judgments based on Mu Yi's expression and the information he conveyed. Another group, Mu Yi suddenly said. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, a group of carbon-based humans, clad in sturdy armor and armed, cautiously poked their heads out from an unseen spot. They looked around until they saw 3 bodies, dressed in identical clothes, scattered across a small clearing before them. Their puzzled faces nearly collapsed. At that moment, one of them clearly realized something was amiss and turned to try to drag the others away. But it was too late. The moment he realized the danger, a vine-like thing instantly grabbed his head. The remaining 3 reacted and tried to retract their heads, but the hunters, who had been waiting for them, would never let them leave like that. Immediately, several more vines attacked. They were dragged away. At that moment, the so-called hunters finally revealed their true form. Those lifted high by the vines discovered that the so-called vines were nothing more than slime-covered tentacles. One of the casual, lolly-like girls was stunned, as the tentacle wrapped around her was incredibly restless. A squid monster. They finally saw the true form of the mutant creature. The other hunters, who had been slower to act, groaned in displeasure at the sight before them. Only the victors deserved to enjoy the feast. Apparently, the taste of humans tantalized their taste buds more than that of mutated, decayed flesh. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered here, waiting for the treat. The squid monster laughed a hearty laugh, and the little girl trapped within its tentacles blushed. Large tears silently rolled to the ground. But the more this happened, the more excited the squid monster seemed, and its movements became increasingly bold and reckless. Just as it was about to take another step, a sharp voice rang out. "Let go of that girl." A gust of wind swept past. The repaired craniotomy rod spun wildly, like a flash of lightning. The moment it released the squid monster's tentacle, it snapped with a thud. The little girl screamed and was about to fall to the ground when a figure suddenly appeared and firmly embraced the girl. The woman was stunned. Her face flushed with shame, tears streaming down. Lin Nan reached out and took the craniotomy rod. Before the mutants could react, a burst of noises could be heard from a distance. It was the Dark Gold Saints. The loudest voice came from Itachi Hunter. "You scumbags, stop interfering with our boss's pursuit of girls. Kill him." Itachi Hunter, having ascended to the 9th level, was eager to test his abilities. He leaped into the air with a powerful stride, instantly becoming the focus of all the mutants' attention. Before the hunters could react, Itachi Hunter clasped his hands in the air. Mutants from all over the area, ranging from level 6 to level 8, followed him into the sky. Some were still cheering, while 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, and 8s were snatched up. Behind them, as if by an unknown hand, they were locked in place, unable to move. The mutated squid monster, initially furious at being disturbed, was strangely frozen like a newborn turtle, its eyes wide open, unable to move. Weasel Hunter, pay special attention to this tentacle monster. Look how scared this little girl is. Lin Nan gently set the little girl down. Initially, she was reluctant to let go. Although she didn't know Lin Nan and his team's true identities, she was clearly not a bad person. With Lin Nan's instructions, the Weasel Hunter readily agreed. "Got it, boss. We'll leave it for last." The little girl and her teammates, who had been rescued later, looked up in amazement. The Weasel Hunter's tactics seemed almost miraculous to them. What shocked them even more was yet to come. They saw Weasel Hunter gently loosen his tightly clenched hands. This movement was surprisingly slow, and as his palms slowly opened, other creatures immediately let out heart-wrenching cries. Heart-wrenching? It's not just talk. It really is a pain engraved into the soul. "If you can't stand the sight of blood, I suggest you cover your eyes," Weasel Hunter said lightly. His cynical eyes suddenly became sharp, and his whole temperament changed. It was like a silly and innocent boy who instantly turned into a cold and fierce male god. Along with this change, there were also wails as loud as hell within a radius of thousands of miles. And Uncle Pan and Brother Gazi who were covering each other's eyes. "This kid usually acts so cynical, I thought he was the weakest among us." Chen Hun curled his lips helplessly. "Guess I was blind," Luo Tian said calmly. "So am I? But the fact that he's been promoted to the 9th stage is enough to prove his extraordinary abilities. Plus, this kid grew up in the ferocious beast cave. When I brought him out, he was surrounded by over a dozen beasts countless levels stronger than him, yet they couldn't even defeat him, a child at that." Most importantly, at this moment, Mu Yi suddenly interrupted. "I know you said the most important thing is that their deaths were incredibly brutal, right? Like, Mu Yi looked up at the sky. He saw the mutated creatures' bodies gradually twisting and deforming as Weasel Hunter slowly extended his hand. Blood poured down from their compressed bodies. Along with them, a variety of evolution crystals fell. These were definitely similar to the balls Mu Yi used to squeeze juice. As they approached, there was a loud bang. It was like the lighting of a firecracker's fuse, followed by the blast of countless firecrackers, or, no, the sound of bodies exploding, one after another. And that wasn't the most brutal thing. Their bodies exploded, leaving behind souls soaring into the sky. Only then did everyone finally understand why they were held captive by the Itachi Hunter. As their bodies crumbled, they became tightly bound by translucent, blood-red chains, the very ends of which came from the Itachi Hunter. Lin Nan felt the fear emanating from within him, the fear of yelling. This 5th-level Divine Star Master paled after witnessing the Itachi Hunter's actions. Lin Nan asked him what was wrong, but he was so frightened that he stammered something incoherent. What will he do with those souls? Just as Lin Nan was puzzled, the chains that bound their souls suddenly began to burn, taking their souls with them. "The soul is being annihilated." The little girl at the side stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. The tears in the corners of her eyes had long been dried by the wind. Her little mouth was slightly pouting, and she looked very cute. Tisk, it was really miserable. Lin Nan felt a little distressed for these mutant creatures, especially the mutant squid monster. He was originally scared and very well behaved, but now he almost collapsed and struggled. The little girl also noticed his collapse. She looked at the man surrounded by the crowd. The man who had saved her had a divine glow on him. Mysterious, and it was hard to extricate oneself. Lin Nan didn't know at the moment that a little girl actually regarded him as a godlike person. Achoo, Lin Nan sneezed, who the hell is thinking about me? Chapter 174 The Light of Civilization. Amazing, Itachi Hunter. I didn't expect your strength to be as impressive as your words. Brother Gazi smiled and patted Itachi Hunter on the shoulder. Brother Gazi, why don't I feel like you're complimenting me? Itachi Hunter chuckled, and after finishing off the mutants, he returned to his usual frivolous self. Lin Nan, on the other hand, was completely stunned. It wasn't because Itachi Hunter had just killed tens of thousands of mutants, but the kill points earned from killing them. Even if these mutants were only the lowest level, level 6, tens of thousands of level 6s still amounted to 100 billion kill points. I'd thought 10 billion was the maximum, but this time it had increased tenfold. Remember, a starburst battleship only has 50 billion kill points. All of this was thanks to the advanced mutations on this planet, making each of these mutants worth millions of kill points. On the other hand, there were these saints who had advanced to level 9. Even if this planet was a gold mine, it still needed pickaxes to mine it. And the weird thing was, these saints were simply high-level mining machines. It could help Lin Nan rack up kill points like crazy. Stay calm, Lin Nan mentally admonished himself. Everything turns to its opposite. After adversity comes good, after joy comes sorrow. Haha, finally, Lin Nan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Everyone stared at Lin Nan, momentarily stunned. Just then, the rescued people exchanged glances, then, with a thump, dropped to their knees. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Lin Nan gradually regained consciousness. What are you doing? Please, save us, save our planet. Several people burst into tears, but there was no other way. Lin Nan and his companions had become their last resort. Lin Nan gently lifted the little girl up. He understood their feelings. While he was still a fledgling, why not beg for a savior to save them? Get up, everyone. We can't do anything about the fallen insects. We can only help you eliminate these mutants. When they heard that Lin Nan could actually help them eliminate the mutants, they perked up. Their dim eyes instantly lit up. You can really help us eliminate these mutants. The little girl clutched Lin Nan's hand tightly, as if unwilling to let go without a positive answer. Lin Nan nodded, feeling a bit amused. Don't worry, I'm eager to help you. As for why? Don't ask, just ask me. I'm Lei Feng. Lei Feng? So your name is Lei Feng, another person suddenly said excitedly. Lin Nan smiled in denial. By the way, where are the people on your planet? Hearing Lin Nan's words, everyone looked at each other again. As they had expected, Lin Nan wasn't from this planet. Although Lin Nan had saved them, that didn't mean he was trustworthy. But what could they do now if they didn't trust him? Lin Nan saw their concerns, but he understood. He smiled and then said, "Don't worry, you can trust me. My planet, like yours, is also suffering from the invasion of the corrupted grass." And, Lin Nan paused, then continued, "And, come to think of it, it was 10 scientists from your planet who begged me to help you." When Lin Nan mentioned the 10 scientists, their expressions froze for a second, then they excitedly asked, "Is it Senior Jilian and the others?" I knew they wouldn't abandon their home planet. The little girl burst into tears again. I don't actually know their names. I just know there was a woman among them. And a bald, middle-aged man, Lin Nan recalled. Another person nodded frantically, yes, that's them. The bald one is Brother Wu Ji, and the woman is Little Sister Dai. They're our predecessors, Brother Wu Ji. Little Sister Dai. The names of the people on this planet are really weird. Only Jilian sounds more normal, Lin Nan thought to himself. So where are they now? Why haven't I seen them? The little girl suddenly asked. Well, I didn't bring them here because I was afraid they were in danger. They're still in space. Lin Nan said this with a guilty conscience, because even he didn't know whether those people were alive or dead. Fortunately, they didn't doubt it. Then I'll tell them the good news now. As they turned to leave, Lin Nan noticed a portal in front of them. That's right, they had emerged from a portal. Perhaps due to the design of the portal, the mutants couldn't enter. Consequently, if they wanted to escape, they had to go through it. This was why the mutants were waiting. They had come out because they were running low on supplies and had no other choice but to take this great risk. Come in with us. Everyone would be so happy if they knew you were willing to save us. The little girl turned and looked at Lin Nan and the others. But at this moment, the two people nearby hesitated. Their hesitation made Lin Nan and the others suspicious. "Forget it, let them come in. After all, we have no other options," an older man suddenly said. His words only deepened Lin Nan's confusion. Meanwhile, the little girl fell silent. Meanwhile, another man turned back to look at the bodies of their 3 dead companions and asked, "Do we still want them?" Lin Nan's doubts intensified upon hearing his words. "Do we want them? Do we want them? That's interesting. Why did they say do we want them, rather than take them away or not, bury them or not?" Unsure if he was overthinking it, Lin Nan felt that the phrase "do we want them" hinted at a certain objectification of the bodies. Could these bodies still be useful? Or perhaps, combining their hesitant expressions with their subsequent words, Lin Nan formed a bold hypothesis. Sure enough, once Lin Nan and his companions entered, his doubts were finally answered. Another world of cannibalism. Upon entering, Lin Nan saw a large cauldron of boiling flesh. With the exception of a few warriors, everyone else inside was pale and thin. Obviously, to support these soldiers as they foraged for supplies, their food was well equipped. Itachi, a typically active figure, couldn't help but gravitate towards the large pot. Upon seeing what was cooking inside, he erupted in vomiting. The others, clearly veterans of the storm, felt nauseous but managed to hold back. Lin Nan took this opportunity to survey the space. It was a small shelter, housing only a few, perhaps 100 people. This shelter, in keeping with the planet's technology, was controlled by a portal. Lin Nan wondered, with such technology, why were they forced into this situation? Their explanation was that the cybernetic bugs scattered throughout the space had mutated, rendering their portal useless. Their only portal was preserved because there were fewer cybernetic bugs nearby, preventing significant interference. However, another question loomed large in Lin Nan's mind. If these people could build a portal, why didn't they just leave in the first place? They also shared this question with Lin Nan. The habitable planet is too far away from their own. So far, that a teleportation device simply can't be built. Family, the little girl excitedly looked at everyone. At this point, they were numb. Even when they saw the sudden appearance of outsiders like Lin Nan, almost no one approached to ask who they were or what they were doing. They just stared blankly, their expressions as dull as they could be. And when the little girl called out, they simply raised their heads and stared at her with dull eyes. At that moment, a woman suddenly stood up, unsure of the truth. "Is it because we're short of food again? This time, eat me. I miss my son." As she spoke, her eyes were completely devoid of any light, as if she were about to strip naked and jump into the boiling pot, searching for her child. Seeing this, the little girl immediately stopped her. "That's not it, that's not it. I'm saying we're saved. We're saved. These are the helpers Senior Jilian has summoned. They're the saviors of our planet." The little girl pointed at Lin Nan and the others behind them. Just then, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in their eyes. It was the last ray of hope in their hearts, a radiant light. Lin Nan looked at them expressionlessly, then simply waved his hand. Suddenly, half a room full of food appeared before them. The sight of all that cooked meat, bread, and cake. The men froze in shock. One of them stumbled to his feet and ran towards the food. Even though he fell, he still managed to crawl. Do you think he truly wants food? Some might, but how could those willing to give up the inedible, yet barely life-sustaining, flesh to those psychics who carry the last hope of this planet's civilization simply beg for food? To others, it might just be food, but to them, it meant that the man who could conjure food with a wave of his sleeve was truly the savior the little girl had described him as. It's food. It's food. It really is food. The man's mouth was half open, filled with bread mixed with plastic. Tears streamed down his cheeks and fell onto the ground. Chapter 175 200 billion kill points. Everyone burst into tears. You're finally here, you're finally here. Our civilization can finally be saved. Seeing their excitement, Lin Nan and the Dark Gold Saints were deeply moved. With the apocalypse approaching, not everyone wanted to survive. Some stayed alive simply because they didn't want civilization to be shattered. Leaving the shelter, they began rebuilding their civilization. The first step was to create a strategic buffer zone similar to the one in the Magic City. With the help of the Dark Gold Saints, a 100,000-kilometer strategic buffer zone was quickly constructed. This meant that within a 100,000-kilometer radius, not only would no grass grow, but not even a single mutant could be found. The mutants were naturally annihilated. Because the evolutionary process was so advanced, Even many plants had changed, which was why Lin Nan ordered the complete removal of all vegetation. With the help of the 9th rank masters, the task was accomplished with incredible ease. By that moment, Lin Nan's inventory had accumulated a staggering 200 billion kill points. They, too, were impressed by the immense power of the Dark Gold Saints. However, simply carving out a safe zone wouldn't be enough. They needed powerful weapons to keep the mutants at bay. Ordinary 6th-tier weapons wouldn't be enough to protect them unless they were in sufficient numbers. Lin Nan was reluctant to do so, as the cheapest 6th-tier combat weapon cost as much as a mutant, requiring 1 million kill points. Building an army capable of protecting them would require at least 100,000 such weapons, or 100 billion kill points. This was like asking Lin Nan to swallow and then spit out kill points. Naturally, he didn't want to. Furthermore, Lin Nan looked at them and said calmly, I can give you weapons, high-tech weapons powerful enough to defeat my monsters. But the problem is, there are only so many of you, and you simply can't wield so many weapons. While Lin Nan's words stung, they were also true. They stared at each other, a sudden, inexplicable panic in their eyes. They thought Lin Nan was abandoning them. Lin Nan, realizing this, softened his heart and no longer wanted to lie to them. That's right, Lin Nan had lied to them. With the help of the AI God, any weapon requires no human control, it can simply be deployed for 10,000 kill points. And the reason for this is that Lin Nan is reluctant to spend so many kill points to exchange for troops. And just then, the little girl suddenly spoke. We all understand. Even with the high-tech weapons you're talking about, it probably wouldn't work because, the little girl turned her head to look at the dark sky. If you look closely, you can see tiny things flashing with electronic light. They are the electronic bugs. With these electronic bugs, weapons are useless. That's why we can't escape. The little girl's words silenced everyone, and the atmosphere grew heavy for a moment. And then, Lin Nan's mouth curled up unconsciously. Yes, he smiled. Even if it was only for a brief half-second. There's no way out. Even if I wanted to exchange for 100,000 troops, with these electronic bugs around, there's really no way. These electronic bugs gave Lin Nan a basis for his selfishness. It's not that I don't want to exchange, it's just that there's no point in exchanging. Lin Nan thought for a moment, and decided the right thing to say was, oh, I really want to help you. But it's a shame you won't allow it here. However, despite that, Lin Nan still had a plan. He'd already prepared a plan B. Suddenly, Lin Nan grew serious, a look of concern for others. He looked at the crowd and said sincerely, actually, I have another solution, but it might be a little cruel for you. Everyone was puzzled. Even the Dark Gold Saints, who rarely saw Lin Nan look like this, couldn't help but grow serious as well. They didn't know what Lin Nan was going to say, and a hint of sadness flashed across the little girl's eyes. The refugees seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Tell me, at this point, there's nothing we can't bear. As long as our civilization survives, we're willing to do anything you ask us to do. Lin Nan heard the resolve in their words. It was as if they would sell them out, just to keep them alive. Lin Nan knew they had misunderstood, so he waved his hand and said, You're overthinking it. What I mean is, how about you leave for a while? Once we've cleared your planet of the mutant monsters, you can come back. Until then, stay aboard the Starburst battleship. Don't worry, there's enough supplies inside for you to last for days. Stay aboard the Starburst battleship? While you help us clean up. The refugees were stunned. That's such a good idea, huh? Lin Nan was a little confused. You think this is a good thing? We're leaving our planet. Aren't you afraid you're on a pirate ship? They shook their heads. We trust you. Trust was a bit hypocritical for these people, and even if they didn't trust, there was nothing they could do. Meeting their trusting gazes, Lin Nan felt a little ashamed, but he knew they still had doubts and concerns. After all, if someone would help you for free and at their own risk, anyone would be puzzled. So, at this moment, revealing his true intentions would be the best way to reassure them. Lin Nan said, Actually, you don't have to be afraid. The reason I'm helping you is, on the one hand, I'm commissioned by your planet's scientists, and on the other hand, and most importantly, I need to kill those mutant creatures. This is very important to me. Besides, that's why I will do everything I can to keep you all alive. This can also be considered a deal. Lin Nan's words, just as he had intended, made these people completely put their minds at ease. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat suddenly asked, Are you looking for the evolution crystals from mutant organisms? Lin Nan nodded. Yes, but not entirely. The man nodded, then rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a key. If you're looking for evolution crystals, there's an underground laboratory 50 miles northwest of here. There are a lot of evolution crystals there. They might be able to help you. A lot. Lin Nan's eyebrows jumped. How many? The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then said, probably hundreds of thousands, ranging from level 1 to level 5. They're used for research on creating genetically modified humans, but unfortunately, nothing was discovered in the end. Lin Nan took the key and smiled. Then I'll be polite. He then bowed. To the little girl, Lin Nan looked like a humble and polite young man. Since you all agree, there's no going back on your word, the others nodded heavily. All they had to do was visit their home planet. They didn't know when they would see each other again. At this moment, Luo Tian and his companions gathered around Lin Nan. Master Apostle, our starburst battleship is so far from here. How are you going to get them there, exactly? Are you going to use the same method you used to send us there, sealing them one by one and then transporting them there? As everyone knows, living creatures cannot pass through the portal in the artifact pavilion. Lin Nan nodded, then shook his head. You're only half right. I will indeed use this crude method to get them there. However, not to the starburst battleship we were talking about. Lin Nan's words startled everyone, then shocked them. What do you mean, not the starburst battleship we were talking about? Miu Yu was also confused. Lin Nan pointed overhead. Everyone looked up at the sky. Through the dark gray clouds, a huge black shadow stood silently there. Is this the starburst battleship? How did it get here? That's not right. Isn't it repaired? Itachi and the others were confused. Lin Nan smiled faintly. Isn't this the one we had before, not the one we had before? Could it be that the Apostle has built another one? Lin Nan smiled but remained silent, his achievements concealed. When the refugees learned that Lin Nan had acquired this ship through unknown means, their admiration for him was even greater. Who could possibly acquire a starburst battleship without any effort? Furthermore, these people were unlike Earth, their civilization far surpassing ours, so they had some knowledge of starburst battleships. It was precisely because of this knowledge that they recognized Lin Nan's prowess. It's confirmed. Our savior is a god. The refugees' eyes were filled with reverence. The dark gold saints, visibly numb with shock at Lin Nan's maneuvers, quickly recovered their composure despite their own shock. The weasel hunter, imitating the refugees' tone, also said leisurely, it's confirmed. Our apostle is a cheater. Lie down. Lin Nan slowly laid the little girl flat on the ground. Don't worry, it won't hurt, and I'll be fine soon. Yeah, the little girl nodded slightly, looking a little nervous. I know this is your first time, but you'll get used to it, Lin Nan added. Then, he pulled out a dark object from his pocket. It was the black compass used to seal the source of life. Lin Nan gently placed the compass on the little girl's chest. With a flash of light, her eyes slowly closed. She looked like a lifeless corpse, but her rosy face still showed the vitality within her body. Everyone watched as Lin Nan led the little girl through the portal to the artifact pavilion. Lin Nan, who was already in the starburst battleship, was about to unseal her, but when he saw the little girl's cute face, he couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. But that was all. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.